Show you And welcome to the stream. Welcome one, welcome all. We've got to talk about the drama that has taken over the internet. And for once, it's not Xanderhal versus Kaffels or like Vosch has a bad opinion on anime. No, it's like it's some real issues. There's a real issue behind this, right? Welcome everybody. It is time to get this started. I've been struggling with my lipstick, struggling with my butterfly, struggling with my hair, struggling with everything it seems like, but not as much as the internet seems to be struggling with Hasan Piker interviewing a young man from Yemen. A TikToker from Yemen. It's Set the World on Fire. This is he goes by many names. Some people call him the Yemeni pirate. Some people call him the sexy Yemeni pirate. Some people call him Timothee, Chalamet, but whatever you call him, he's become controversial, right? This little interview that Hasan did, right? That was like as much about like One Piece as it was about. I know drama on the internet, right? There's actually a lot of drama here. Help me keep track of this, chat, because I'm trying to. Let's see, what do I got here? Hasan and the Pirates. Yeah, we got to cover that. We got to cover Tim. Is that how you spell his name? Another Timothee, not a Timothee that anyone regards as sexy. But Tim Pool might have had a little accident, little slip on his stream. So we're gonna take a look at that and see what we think. See what you think, right? That's the most important thing. What do you think, chat? Do you think that Tim Pool had to change his underwear mid-show, or do you think that this is all fake news by the liberal media, right? We also got Verbalase that I haven't talked about yet. A situation involving Hasbro Hotel. Was I about to say that was a little oopsie on my part? Hasbro Hotel, yes, Hasbro Hotel, Hasbara Hotel. That's what we're talking about. It's coming out on Friday, right? People are excited about Hazbin. It's called Hazbin Hotel, right? But people have been excited about this for a really long time, right? This is VivziePop / Spindlehorse Media that have made this animation, and it's finally ready, right? Because the pilot was ready, the pilot was out, the pilot was shown to us. What was it, like 3 years ago or something? And then there was this whole thing about like, well, where is it going to appear? Who's going to finance it? Who's going to make it? Where are we going to watch it? Well, now you have your answer. Amazon Prime. Yeah, thank you, Dame Alex. Hazbin. I can't believe Verbalase did what? Well, here's the interesting thing, right? Apparently Verbalase was really excited. Really excited about Hazbin Hotel. And like a lot of people did a lot of things to cope with having to wait 3 years, right? Because you got teased. You saw the pilot. You saw the show. You saw what it was going to be about. And you're like, where do I go to watch this? You don't go to watch this, right? Because it's not made yet. It's just a pilot, right? So then you got to wait for it to be made. Wait for them to decide what streaming service it's going to come out on. And finally, Friday is the actual day, right? But Verbalase could not wait. He wanted his very own Hazbin Hotel. And apparently so much that he was willing to pay, some say $50,000. Now, chat, I don't have the information to back that up, right? The $50,000 thing. I don't know. Was it $50,000? I don't know. Animation's not cheap, so it could have been a lot of money, right? And it was like a 3-minute thing, a 3-minute segment with not just Charlie from Hazbin Hotel, but also Verbalase being chased around the city by Charlie, and the things that Charlie did to Verbalase when she was able to track him down. I mean, they had to be censored, right? We don't know what was under that emoji, right? But she was blowing like kisses to somewhere near his crotch, right? But anyway, the reports say that like up to $50,000 was spent on this. This was back when Verbalase's channel was popping. You know Verbalase, right? If you don't know Verbalase, let me explain really quick. If you've ever seen the beatbox battles, right? Not the epic rap battles, but the beatbox battles that are kind of like the epic rap battles, but with beatboxing, where it's like Thanos versus Darkseid or something like that, right? That's Verbalase, right? He does beatboxing. He does animation, and he made an animation of characters beatboxing at each other in battles, like in the ring, like a death match, right? Things were going good a few years ago for Verbalase. They have not been going good since. People are like tired of the format, right? They're not getting the clicks, they're not getting the views. Like people don't care about the beatbox battles anymore, right? But while they did, Verbalase spent a pretty penny getting a custom AMV. And it's an AMV. That's the funny thing too. I can't even play it for you with music because it's copyrighted music. But anyway, yeah, it's an AMV of Charlie tracking down Verbalase because she just wants him so bad, and ties him up on the bed and has her way. That's the AMV, right? He commissioned a character from Hazbin Hotel to just want him so bad that she had to have him, and he's like running. Anyway, it's cringe. It's really cringe. It's really cringe. I can't find the proof to back up that there was $50,000 spent on this thing, but it does seem like some amount of money was spent, and it's pretty embarrassing. It's pretty embarrassing. So we got the Verbalase thing. Lady Emily is a writer and YouTuber. Famously writes for Sarah Zed, and apparently got some DMs from Chugga Conroy. Chugga Conroy, do people know Chugga Conroy? It's not... You can be forgiven for not knowing Chugga Conroy. I didn't know Chugga Conroy. I was like mispronouncing his name yesterday. I was like, what's that guy's name again? Gugga Chuck or something? Like, is it Gugga Chuck? Gugga Chuck sent? Anyway, these were messages that at first were just like, they seemed nice, seemed like, oh, cool, a YouTuber is DMing me, and like, yeah, I really like your shoes. Okay, cool. I would like to buy you some shoes. Well, that's a little bit interesting. That's a little bit different, but I mean, if somebody wanted to buy me shoes, I don't think I would object, right? So she gets the shoes, and then she gets a bunch of questions about her feet. And after being pretty clear that she wasn't interested in answering those questions or anything, hey Grinch, Grinchclicks, welcome to Twitch. The messages keep coming and they keep coming and they keep coming, and so finally, Lady Emily subtweets, vague tweets, like makes a post about this on on Twitter, and people are like wondering, wait, who harassed you? Who did this to you? Who was this, right? And there was speculation, and that speculation can be dangerous because like anybody the person's involved with is gonna get, you know, was it them? Was it them? Was it them? Finally, to dispel all the speculation, Lady Emily made another tweet recently saying it was actually Chugga Conroy that sent these DMs. So yeah, we got a lot to go over here. No kink shaming. Yeah, the kink is not the problem. The kink is not the problem. The refusal to leave somebody alone when they're clearly not interested in that kink, that's the problem, right? In a lot of ways, it's similar to some issues that, you know, like it actually reminds me of the old Vosch, you know, Discord screenshots, right? That was the problem with Vosch, is that this person who clearly didn't have any interest in Vosch beyond debating him kept on getting, you know, emails of a sexually explicit nature and an increasingly inappropriate nature. And that's where the horse memes come from. You know, if you're wondering about the Vosch, they embrace the horse memes over there, right? Vosch is the, you know, he's just horsing around, right? He's BoJack Horseman, right? They like, oh yeah, the horse. Vosch loves horses, right? Those actually come from a place. And it's because Vosch asked this person if she would be interested in a horse in a sexual way, right? Like after getting kind of turned down and turned away, and it being really clear that this person's not interested in Vosch that way, Vosch is like, how about a horse? Would you? That's where it comes from. So it's a weird thing to flex. But I mean, you see how it works, right? It kind of like immunizes Vosch against any, you know, if somebody bring this stuff back up, because like if somebody brings up a horse, then it's like, oh yeah, the horse, you know, he likes he's into horses. Real Wojack Horseman, yeah, that's what he is. So yeah, Noah Schnapp has apologized, right? Noah Schnapp from Stranger Things, filmed with stickers that said Zionism is sexy, and oh my god, I'm trying to remember what the other one was. But apparently there's like some even worse stuff on social media that Noah Schnapp has said. And, you know, this would not be a problem for most people, right? Most people that have gotten shit canned over Israel-Palestine, it goes the other way around. It's like people getting shit canned for supporting Palestine in any way, right? And, well, with Noah Schnapp's fan base, right? The pro-Israel posting that, you know, he was doing was not too popular with his fan base. So, I mean, you can call it cancel culture all you want, but it's literally just like, no, that's like, your fans don't like that. I don't know what you want to call that, right? You're unpopular with your fans because you said something gross. You said a few things gross. And so he's apologized, but it's kind of like not a real apology. It's sort of a half apology. We'll take a look at that later. We talked about Verbalase, Texas border. Oh my God. There's more than even this, isn't it? Was Hasan deplatformed? They're talking about that, Valerie. I'm kind of edging you all, right? I hope you don't mind. I'm edging you all about the Hasan thing. We're gonna get to that, right? But I want to talk about all the possible things other things that we could talk about. Not Zoomer Frodo. Yeah, well, look, I mean, there's a lot of pressure. Okay, I'll talk about Hasan for a second, okay? Is the stream cutting out for anyone? Good question. That's something that I really very much want to know the answer to. Let's take a look at my frame rate looks good. My bandwidth looks good. We should be okay. Are we okay? We're used to it? You know, I don't want you to get used to it. I want the stream to be good. I want the stream to be smooth. It's not cutting out for you. Okay, so we got one person who the stream is cutting out for. Nobody else, right? Everybody else is cool. DGG's replying to my Twitter post. No. Do we have to go to that already, chat? Did I get involved in the drama? Did I accidentally just fall in the soup? Chat, Vamps is talking to me about some weird DGG posts. Replying to my post, right? Look, the drama, I don't know what people don't understand about this, all right? I have very little interest in getting into drama with Keffals, with Destiny, with Vosch. All these people at various times have either mentioned me on stream, or they have, you know, shown up in my Twitter thread, right? Destiny literally, Destiny literally debate me over some disagreements I had with him over Jesse Singal, and I don't really want that, right? I have seen what happens when a random small streamer chick gets into it with a large dude bro streamer, and it's not pretty, right? Or even like a large, you know, edgelord streamer like Keffals, right? I don't really have any desire to have a target painted on me for Keffals parasocials, for Keffals really scary parasocials. Yeah, those are people who are scary. I don't want anything. I cover the drama. I am not part of the news. I'm not supposed to be part of the news. I'm just covering your drama. Just like, don't you? So if you don't want your drama covered, then stop making drama. Okay, that's what I have to say. Let's take a look and see what's going on here, though. I'm legitimately curious. Like, in the few moments that it took me to get on stream, it looks like Destiny's people have found me. And that's different than Destiny finding me, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, how bad is this? Hopefully this is not too bad. Kraken's breath. Oh my god. Well, let's see what's going on here. Okay. It's not even that big of a post, right? Look at that. And all of their stuff is under show additional replies, even though they may contain offensive content. This thing knows. Twitter knows that DGGers are going to post nothing good to me. It's been bookmarked. Yeah. Look, what? I don't even get it. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's see what's going on. Let's switch over here. So as you can see, this is just a little post I made, right? I saw this post from a DGGer. Now it doesn't, no, like, honestly, I did make one mistake, okay? This person, I don't care about, all right? This is a random DGGer. They're saying the same thing that like any DGGer would say. It doesn't, I should have covered up their thing, and I should have covered up their name. I don't mean to send any hate their way. I don't think I did though, right? I don't think that my Twitter followers are hateful. And I've seen no evidence of that. But yeah, like, you know, best practices, this person's name doesn't matter. It should have been covered up. Just random DGGer is all you need to know, right? So please don't bother this person. Don't go over and do anything, right? I never want you to harass anyone on my account, right? That would break my heart, okay? So since when is it based to hide behind? A hypothetical. Okay, so what's the hypothetical? Destiny literally said on stream, he hopes that Hasan goes to Yemen. Yeah, he said they wanted to raise money to send Hasan to Yemen so that Destiny's followers then can enlist in the American Navy and legally unalive him, right? And that's true. That's what Destiny said. I don't know if are we gonna have to chat. I gotta find a way to be able to show you some of the people that are banned. Now, what do other streamers do? I know the Surfs do, they have a Tim Pool beanie, and it's a big old beanie, and they'll put it in front of everybody that is banned. So when they have to cover Destiny, they just put the beanie out there and like you don't see Destiny, and somehow that's okay. Is that okay? Can I get away with that? Can I show, like, if I don't show the banned people but just like show you what they say, is that acceptable? Because I feel like for this stream we're gonna have to show you some Destiny, and I don't want to have to drop off of Twitch, but I might. We'll figure it out. If anybody knows, let me know. Like, I think the Surfs though, at least, you know, are showing Destiny with no problem. As long as they're not showing Destiny, but they're showing Tim Pool's hat. Destiny's underneath that hat, and oh my god, we are not ready for the music to drop out yet, are we? No, loop that shit. Loop that shit. We gotta have the loop. You poked the hell out of the like button. Okay, well, so far, chat, I don't think this is too bad. I mean, if you want to know why this happens, right? It's like, you know, this is 15 people are liking this post so far. Oh wait, maybe I should promote my stream on this one. If this one's gonna blow up, oh my god, we're gonna get a bunch of Destiny people over here, right? No, if this, I mean, if this is gonna blow up, then this is where I should promote the stream. So like to the Destiny clip that I guess we'll watch later if we can find a Tim Pool hat to cover him up with to make it acceptable for Twitch. I'll show you that clip, right? But just trust me, WAP Goblin is not leading you wrong here. Destiny said this, right? Destiny supporter comes in here and says base Destiny as usual, ha 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 ha, right? So like my response to that is since when is it based to hide behind a hypothetical, right? So the hypothetical of sending Hasan to Yemen, like that's not really gonna happen. That's a hypothetical. That's what I meant, right? To say that someone makes you so mad that you want to unalive them, right? Because that's what it is. What else would it be, right? Destiny's so mad at Hasan, so frustrated, so disagrees with what Hasan has to say here that he's like, we should just send Hasan to Yemen, and then we could all join the Navy and legally unalive him. Like he fantasizing about unaliving his rival streamer, the person that he did content with way back when, and has massively outgrown him. Like Hasan's influence, Hasan's presence on any platform has massively outpaced intellectually and otherwise Destiny has outpaced Destiny, right? So Destiny's a little bit mad about that. Destiny's mad that Hasan's getting the attention that he thinks he deserves. He invented this format. How dared Vosch or Destiny go and make careers in spite of him, right? Destiny can stay fucking mad, okay? That's my opinion. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell III can stay mad, all right? I don't care. I don't care about Destiny. I literally do not care, okay? So anyway, do I dare click? I'm scared, chat. I'm scared of what it will show if I click this button. Aren't you also advocating for settling issues with violence by saying that they should? I didn't say that they should fight it. Yo! Oh wait, let me get to the second part. Okay, so the second part is here. I would unironically respect Coward Destiny more if he went the Sam Hyde route. Does everybody know who Sam Hyde is? Sam Hyde's not important. I mean, he is important to some people. He's not important to you. He's not important to me, right? He's just some dude who had a show on Adult Swim way back in the day until they found out that he has all these weird Nazi skeletons in his closet. I don't really know the most about Sam Hyde, right? He was the guy that put on Rebel Girl 2, that thing that got Virgil Texas and Matt Chrisman from Chapo in a lot of trouble because, the jokes were just like, I don't know, like they sounded like it was just like, yeah, that's just a massively homophobic rant that you went on there, Sam. I don't really get the joke, right? You're just like lying about like gay men purposefully spreading HIV, I don't think is a very funny joke. I don't know why you find that funny, but that's the kind of humor that that you can expect from Sam Hyde. That's what he was doing at Rebel Girl 2. That's what got Chapo in trouble for I think they were just announcing, they were like the hype people. They were there to be like, hey, we $1 million extreme, like, let's go, right? And you could see that they were not happy. Like even Virgil Texas was sussed by Sam Hyde. But anyway, Sam Hyde went on to try to regain relevance after the fact, right? And one of the ways that he tries to regain relevance is by challenging Hasan to a boxing match. He does boxing. Apparently he's fairly good. I don't know. He's decent at boxing. And, the whole creator clash thing, he wants to get on that. Obviously, he's not going to get on that with iDubbbz after the things that he said about iDubbbz's partner, he's not going to get on that. So he tries to go for Hasan and say, Hasan, I'm the Candyman. I'm coming for you. I'm coming after you. You gotta fight me in the boxing ring. I don't think that Hasan boxes. Like, I mean, I know I've seen him hit like a boxing, like a power measuring thing at TwitchCon. Not the best form in the world. I don't think he boxes, but Sam Hyde wanted to fight Hasan to get, he's clout chasing basically, right? And so that's what I'm talking about. I said I would unironically respect Coward Destiny more if he went the Sam Hyde route. Like, here's what I'm saying, okay? Like, you probably shouldn't talk about unaliving another. No, you definitely shouldn't talk about unaliving another streamer. Like, that's messed up, right? And you probably shouldn't like challenge somebody to like a boxing match that like is saying fuck all about you, right? But if he did that, which is bad, which he shouldn't do, which is embarrassing, which is cringe, I would still call him cringe to me if he did this, right? I would have more respect for him. Because, like, look at what he did. He said that, like, he is fantasizing about hiding behind the might of the US military to unalive a streamer that he's jealous of. That is not based, that is fucking cringe. That is the most cringe thing I can imagine, right? This weird fantasy that Destiny has where he and all his fans join the Navy, and I don't think they would last. People talk shit about the Navy. I don't know, like, you know, is it easier to get into the Navy than other armed forces? I don't know. Is the training easier? I mean, people seem to say it is, but even if it's the easiest, like, armed force to get into, which I'm not saying Navy people, don't at me, right? I literally don't know, but, like, I don't think they'd last. I don't think Destiny would last. I don't think his viewers would last. I don't think they would like it. I don't think they'd be good at it. I think they'd get kicked out of the Navy. Like, right? So, like, again, but like, why are we even entertaining this wild hypothetical? Because Destiny has to stay mad. He cannot help himself. Hasan is like the red, you know, in front of the red cape in front of the bull, right? You know, it's just like automatically Destiny's got a charge, right? Even if it's just making him look silly. And, like, I mean, you know, this is a clout grab from Destiny, right? But it's a cringe clout grab, and it's a clout grab that he and his fandom should be embarrassed about. They should tuck their little tails between their legs, and they should go off and hide, because they're cringe and they're embarrassing and they embarrass themselves. This is fucking weird shit to say, right? You want Hasan to join a militant group that the US is currently fighting so that you can join the Navy and legally unalive him. And then high five each other. They're like, oh yeah, we really got him. We really got him, didn't we? We got Hasan, finally got Hasan. Finally showed him. Yeah, that's cringe, right? And so this person's, like, thing, oh my God, they keep on posting. It's like multiple posts. Yo, let it go. Let it go. I haven't even read your post. Kraken's Call. What are you talking? Okay, aren't you just advocating for settling issues with violence by saying they should legally fight it out? Look, I am not advocating for violence. Okay, that would be the last thing that I want to do. Can I say it? I don't like violence. We're talking about, like, getting in the ring. We're talking about signing contracts and boxing. Boxing is a sport. Okay, now it's a violent sport. It's a dangerous sport. It's a sport that I don't think that people who are amateurs should really be engaging in it at a high level, right? If you're an amateur, go spar with somebody. Spar at like 30%. You know, don't hurt yourself. Don't get some kind of traumatic brain injury. Like, that's the last thing a streamer needs to be doing. Like, Destiny will get even worse, right? If he does that. No, sorry, that's bad. But anyway, no, I'm not advocating settling issues by violence. Jesus Christ. Okay, and then there's a, wow. Hasn't Hasan done the same with landlords? Did he? Show me the clip. Do you have the clip? Like, didn't he say he wanted to bathe in their blood? You know, like, if he said it like that, he'd be banned. Oh, we gotta have another tweet just to, like, correct that. Didn't he say he wanted to bathe in their blood? Okay, none of this stuff. Okay, look, none of this stuff is real. Not even the Destiny thing, right? I don't think that Hasan's in danger. I don't think that they're gonna get money together to, like, kidnap Hasan and send him to Yemen, put him on some boat somewhere that the US is about to attack. I don't think that the DGGers are gonna sign up for the Navy. I don't think Destiny's gonna sign up for the Navy. I don't think the Navy would take Destiny, honestly. I don't think any of this stuff is happening, right? But the fact is, you hate this dude so much that you are fantasizing about a situation of unaliving him where he doesn't really have any way to fight back. Like, you're in the Navy, he's in on a boat with some militants. Yeah, I don't think that Hasan has got much of a chance. So I would unironically respect Destiny more if he was doing the Sam Hyde thing, which you shouldn't do. Sam Hyde is cringe. I don't like Sam Hyde. I don't like his clout chasing with Hasan, saying I'm gonna box with him. I'm the candy man and I'm coming for you, right? I think that's cringe. I think it's all fucking cringe. But this, which Sam Hyde did, is unironically less cringe than what Destiny did. Does that make sense? Am I making sense here? Am I coming through? Chat, what do you think? It's like me challenging a non-biker to a bike race. Yeah, if you challenged me to like some kind of a like a mountain bike thing, Tim Pool's dad, you would kick my ass. Like it wouldn't even be fun. It wouldn't even be a contest, right? You would just like I would wipe out. Like I would get on one of those like, you know, hills with the wood things, right? And I would get scared and I'd wipe out and I'd skin my knee and you'd feel really bad. Tim Pool's dad would unironically feel terrible for me. He'd probably come over with like some kind of disinfectant, you know, and a bandage and be like, I'm sorry that I had this idea. This was really silly of me. I don't know. My ego got, you know, ahead of me. But I mean, that's what's going on with Destiny. His ego is getting ahead of him. His ego is writing checks that his ass cannot cash. His ass will never cash those checks. It's just not going to happen. Unaliving competitors is it's like a power fantasy. Like that's all it is. It's cringe. All right. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that like you should be challenging people. Now I like chat for the record. Okay. When I see other streamers get aggressive, right? I think I have like once or twice challenged people to kickboxing matches. If people are talking a lot of shit, like that they want to fight somebody who doesn't fight, I'm just like, okay, fight me. We'll do a creator clash, right? We'll sign off. We'll do it all legal. And I've been willing to do that. I've been absolutely willing to do that with people. That the challenge has been issued. The challenge has never been taken. And I kind of didn't expect it to be taken because people don't usually solve their problems that way. It's not a normal person thing to do, right? But if Lauren Southern's editor is going to joke about unaliving doe with like, you know, hunting season for doe, like, yeah, then like I'm like, okay, bitch, you wanna fucking fight somebody, fight me, right? Like I can fight. But I don't solve my problems that way, and you shouldn't solve your problems that way either. You should be a little bit more mature than Destiny. What is up with Destiny? That's the thing. Like I know his like audience is really young, or some of his audience. I don't know anything about Destiny's audience, but there's probably, you know, younger people in Destiny's audience, right? But Destiny himself is like what, late 30s or something? That's cringe. It's cringe to be having a power fantasy about unaliving your competition as a streamer at that age. That's just so, I don't know what to say. Destiny's audience are on caffeine pills. That's right, because they can't get the Vyvanse prescription like he does. Is he still on the Vyvanse? But yeah, it's not a whole, like the way that people were saying that in chat, I was thinking like, look, there was one time where Destiny himself replied to one of my tweets and his entire Twitter fan base like came down on me. Like every single Destonoid had to be like, ha 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 ha. They were just like, it's like the bully from The Simpsons. They're like, ha ha. Yeah, that's what they're like. And I'm just like, okay, I'm not playing. And I said nothing. I did nothing. I did not talk to Destiny because I know that if I talk to Destiny, then his obsessive fan base is going to obsess about me. And I don't need that. I don't need that in my life. I've already talked enough shit already, honestly. How is this getting 2 likes here? How is this getting 2 likes? They're so lucky that I can't do the thing I can do on mobile where I name and shame you. Anyway. But yeah, nobody go harass anybody, not even this person. Okay, they're cringe. But it's their right to be cringe. They have every right to be as cringe as they want to be. Okay, wait, let me get into this. Like I feel like some, where is this thread going? Take a boxing match and an assassination on equal footing. I mean, that's true. That's a good point. Take a break. You agree that violence is the solution? Yo, this person, look, Kraken's call. If you want to, like, are you gonna go to Las Vegas or something and advocate against boxing? Like, I'll support you with that. Boxing is a terrible sport, right? Kickboxing is a terrible sport. You shouldn't. Like, if you're a professional, right, and you're gonna make your career out of it, I guess, right? But people get really hurt. People get traumatic brain injuries that like last a lifetime. They're permanently like worse for having box, for having kickbox. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Like, I should find a different sport, honestly. I'm overlooking Hasan promoting terrorism. Excuse me, who is the one? Who is the one promoting sending somebody to Yemen to get involved in a militant conflict, right? Who was the one promoting people signing up for the Navy, in the Navy, right? I feel like that was destiny. I feel like that's a lot more real than Hasan talking to a TikToker. Talking to a TikToker on stream. And what does the TikToker say? The TikToker says, ceasefire in Gaza. That's the opposite of terrorism. There's terrorism going on right now. And our, you know, Timothee Chalamet lookalike wants that violence to stop. I don't see any problem with that, right? Vamps with the based response, you're getting super triggered because someone didn't think boxing and assassination are the same thing. That's, yeah, cringe, really cringe hours here, right? Oh my god, it still goes on, it still goes on. I'm not the one engaged in logical fallacy. Yo! Oh my god, I'm not the one engaged in a logical fallacy here. I'm glad you could laugh at it, but I don't think that violence can solve anything. So yes, promote someone, to box someone else. Yo, you think I really want Destiny and Hasan to box? That would be brutal. They're not in the same weight class. Do you understand how boxing works? Generally, unless you are like, what's her name? Sylvia from Thailand, right? Phenomenal Muay Thai fighter. Sylvia Von, what's her name? Sylvia Von, oh my god, I can't remember. I was supposed to say Sylvia Von Plath. It's not that. It's Sylvia Von Douglas, I think. And yeah, she regularly fights people that are like 10 kilos, even 20 kilos bigger than her, just because she's really small. And, you know, she's competitive, she's good, right? She can take them, right? She can often beat people that are bigger than her, but mostly they put you in a weight class, right? Hasan's weight class is going to be like heavyweight or close to it. Like, it's going to be one of the upper weight classes. Destiny's weight class is going to be something like, I don't know, like bantam. Not bantam. Okay, I'm underselling it. Chad, does he look like a bantam? Wait, let's look at wrestling weight classes. Or wrestling weight classes. No. We want boxing. Boxing weight class. Okay. Heavyweight? Tell me about the weights, though. 17 classes in men's professional boxing range from strawweight 105 to heavyweight 200 plus, right? Yeah, Hasan's got to be heavyweight, right? 200 plus is heavyweight. Strawweight. Okay, so Destiny's not strawweight. I'll give him that. Light, heavyweight, middleweight. Middleweight, weight limit 154. I feel like Destiny's probably not there. Wait, featherweight is the small one. Flyweight? Welterweight is, what's welterweight? 130. Wait, no. Junior lightweight is 130. Oh my god, I'm so confused. Junior welterweight is, let's give Destiny some credit, right? Let's say he's in welterweight, right? A welterweight fighter, and like, if we're being realistic, right? I'm guessing more like junior lightweight. Yeah, okay, so junior lightweight 130, lightweight 135. Let's say lightweight. Destiny's lightweight. Lightweight if it gets heavyweight? That's not a good match. No, Destiny shouldn't actually fight Hasan, right? But if he wants to unalive Hasan and like he wants to express that aggression, the only civilized way to do it is to sign a contract with somebody and step in the ring. And maybe they could do jujitsu or something, right? Your weight doesn't matter quite as much. You know, smaller people with highly skilled in jujitsu can beat bigger people sometimes. I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, what I'm saying is that, like, as cringe as Destiny was in fantasizing about what is chess boxing. Oh my god. Let me read the rest of this, okay? I'm not the one engaged in logical fallacy here. Oh my god, there's so much fedora! There's so much fedora here! There's big fedora energy! I'm glad you could laugh at this, but I don't think violence will solve anything. So yes, promote someone, okay. Promote someone to box someone else. You think I'm trying to get this fight going? You think I'm like Don King out here trying to promote this fight? I'm a fight promoter, chat, who knew? Who knew? I'm a fight promoter. That's right. I'm trying to drama bait Destiny and Hasan into stepping in the ring. But honestly, Destiny, if you hate Hasan that much that you have violent fantasies about him, I think that challenging him to a boxing match, which he would invariably laugh off and not engage in because he doesn't want to hurt you. He doesn't want to, like, knock your teeth out, dislocate your jaw, like whatever the hell would happen when a heavyweight goes up against a lightweight. Right? Hasan doesn't want to do that to you. Like, Hasan doesn't think about you the way that you think about Hasan, right? It's not, he doesn't think about you much at all if he has any say about it. Anyway, let's give some likes to the, I guess chess boxing is the equivalent of a military conflict now. I guess so, right? You've missed everything here, says Vamps. Let me break it down for you. Boxing is a sport, while sending armed people out to unalive someone is an assassination. You've placed both on the same pedestal, which is a bizarre way to look at life, hence my amusement. Yo, my amusement is coming from, like, engaging in a logical fallacy. I'm not the one engaged in logical fallacy here. Oh my god, it's so good, it's so good, it's so good. Okay, so I'm glad you showed me this, despite the fact that there's nothing really to worry about here. Like, right, I don't think there's anything to worry about. I've embarrassed Destiny. He doesn't want any part of this thread. Oh my god, look at this is what would happen. Even if they did jujitsu. That would be Destiny's head right there. See, we don't want that. I don't actually want that. I know what happens when somebody Destiny size fight somebody Hasan size, and unless Destiny has a secret black belt in jujitsu, unless Destiny has studied with the Gracies, right? Yeah, in between all of his streaming and all of his bullshit and all of his drama baiting, he's been studying jujitsu with the Gracies. Yeah, this is what would happen. This is how a wrestling match between Hasan and Destiny would go, right? Oh my god, chat, already we're starting hard with the drama. When BJJ dude gets me on the ground, I'm screwed. Yeah, I mean, I can strike too, but like, yes, grappling is a whole nother thing, right? It's a whole nother thing. It's a whole nother set of skills. Destiny's unrequited love. He's never been in the ring and never will be. False equivalence. Hasan isn't a landlord. Tone indicators. Well, no, I think they're saying that Hasan wants to bathe in the life essence of... Look, if we want to bathe in anybody's life essences, it's going to be in a game of Vampire Survivor, right? We're gonna go to this screen. I hope. Yes. And we're gonna play Vampire Survivor, all right? That's how that's going on. That's the only life essence I want to bathe in. In their soul? I don't know. What's it like to swim in a soul? If you have any other boxing questions, I was on the US Select team. Nice, nice. Oh my god, Disco Wolf, you were answering all the questions that I had to go to Google to look up. Let me actually break out our chat here so that I can see what y'all are chatting about. Where are we at? Oh my god, chat, we are 2 minutes ahead of the ad break on Twitch. That's right, Twitch has ad breaks for you every 30 minutes. Aren't you glad? Aren't you so glad that you got to watch 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads every 30 minutes. Now, if that doesn't sound like a good time, there is hope for you. There is another possibility, right? Especially if you have Prime, right? If you have Prime, you can use a Prime sub, costs you nothing, puts money in my pocket, and more importantly, protects you from those ads. You will no longer see those ads if you use a Twitch Prime sub to subscribe to me. You will no longer see those ads if you use $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile to subscribe to me. And you will definitely no longer see those ads if you are lucky enough to benefit from the generosity. And it is generosity, right? It's not something that you should expect, but it's something that sometimes happens, that somebody gives out community subs or gift subs in the Twitch cat, in the Twitch cat. In the Twitch cat, in the Twitch cat. Oh no, the Twitch chat, the Twitch chat. Yeah, the Twitch chat, the cat chat. But that's more likely to happen if you're active in the cat, in the chat. I was a light heavyweight. It's hard to make weight. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is you have to drop a button. Yeah, boxing is, there's a lot of reasons that boxing is not, like, look, I do kickboxing. I enjoy kickboxing. Buffy Geek, thank you for the gift sub to Valerie, the lovely Italian, who will now no longer see those ads. No longer seeing those ads. Oh yeah, I should just, okay, so here's what we gotta do. We gotta go back over here to Twitter. And I'm gonna do like a, we're gonna ride the tide. We're gonna assume, oh, also nice. Is it still going? Is the argument still going? Like, this is like NCC chatters on the DGGer that like found his way into my, yeah, no, they might bring back friends, they might bring back up, but what I want to do is I want to use the wind that this thread has caught to promote my stream, because like that's what we're doing. We're placing chout. We're chasing clout today on NCC. All right. Talking about the whole Timothee Chalamet affair, the response of Destiny and other Twitter libs, and Hasan's response to their response today on my stream, which you can find at where can we find the stream? NCC, where are we gonna find the stream? We're gonna find it over here. But they're gonna have missed the best part already. That's what I hate about this, right? Unless they're clicking on it after the fact and they're just watching everything from the beginning, right? They're gonna miss the whole Twitter dunk fest that transpired. And again, chat, don't go harass anybody. Don't harass the Destiny person. Okay, unmuted. Okay, so this is the thread for today. Even though it's a response to like this other thread, I don't know. This is how we're gonna do it. This is how we're gonna run it. Get Sam High to train Destiny. You can do this. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, you can do this, Destiny. Get Sam Hyde to train you. Sam Hyde would do that. Sam Hyde would love that. Sam Hyde wants any little crumb of clout that anybody's willing to give him, right? Sam Hyde will go for that. I agree, Special Jimmy. I agree. But what I also agree with is that if you want to help me out on Twitter, especially considering this is a reply, right? This is a reply. These replies do not usually catch the kind of attention that the main tweet catches, right? So I'm gonna make this pinned, right? I'm gonna pin the tweet in Twitch, and I'm gonna pin the tweet. I try to pin the tweet in Twitter. Sometimes it doesn't let me do it though. It doesn't like me pinning tweets in Twitter. Oh, no. Difficult degree of difficulty. Pin message. Yes, we got it. We got it. Okay, so we pinned it in both channels. Please help me out with this, right? We need some attention for this stream. I think it's gonna be a good one. I feel like I'm on. Does it seem like I'm on today? Did you find the Hasan landlord comment? Oh wait, you are no fair and don't give a fuck. That's right, Acrobatus. That's right. You got me. Did you send it to me or something? Do you not know how this works, right? I'm sitting in the chair. You're watching me. You go find it. You go find it, Acrobatus. Acrobatus? Acrobatus? Is that how I pronounce your name? I don't want to get your name. You are not fair and bad faith. Please tell me more. Please tell me more, Acrobatus. Because you, my friend, are content now. You just demonize people. Who have I demonized? I mean, I am playing Vampire Survivor today, so... Destiny is big mad. It feels like a few people are big mad, but I want to know more. I want to know more. Are we talking about Floyd said Cato and Emmanuel Augustus were... Are we talking about Floyd Jr. or... Acrobatus? Find me that tweet. Find me Hasan's bloodlust, because that's what I keep on hearing from Destiny fans. I keep on hearing that, and Vosch too. In fact, we're gonna see Vosch say this, that the problem with Hasan's community is that they are bloodthirsty. They're bloodthirsty. What is going on with the... I don't even got that right here. Why am I seeing that? There we go. There we go. That's better. Socialists love it when people work for them. Yeah, that's right. I'm making you do free labor. Get in the gulag, Acrobatus. Get in the gulag right now. That's what I'm saying. Get in that gulag. And make me some widgets, okay? We're doing it's actually even worse, Acrobatus. This isn't even socialism that you're living under. This is state capitalism. All right? Please do the work for me. Do you realize though? Do you realize that you are working for me? Like, right? And I'm not even talking about finding the link for me. I just mean what you're posting in my chat. You're working for me. For sure, capitalism is when everyone is compensated. Like, that's right. That's right. That's right. The first fight was scary as fuck. I've never seen... Wait, when you say... We're talking about, like, Floyd... We're talking about Junior, right? Hasan's antis are insufferable despite being... Look, they're welcome here, okay? Acrobatus, no hate, okay? No hate. You're allowed to disagree with me. You're allowed to demonize me. You're allowed to say that I'm demonizing other people. You say I'm bad faith. Say that I'm not fair. Say that Destiny... Like, I love the idea that a random small streamer chick is oppressing a fucking debate lord like Destiny, right? Me and my little bit of clout. I'm being so unfair to Destiny. Everybody's unfair to Destiny, right? Please, I want to know more about this. You're allowed to be annoying. Well, I don't know if this is even annoying. Is anybody annoyed? I'm not annoyed. Is anybody annoyed? Like, I don't think Acrobatus is not doing like spamming chat or anything. There's no harm, no foul. Literally, it's okay. I am too strong. Yo, I love these. I love this coming up here. Oh, yes. This is a fun stream so far. Like, look, I appreciate it, honestly. What about a phone-in? You're so small, you can do whatever you want. That's the idea. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's the glory of being a random small streamer chick. That's the glory of being a homegalol, a literal homegalol, right? Except for with me, I feel like I'm more of a homegalol. What do you think, chat? Am I a homegalol or am I a homegalol? I feel like I'm more of a more on the ho side, right? At least that's my reputation if you ask other streamers. This is really good coffee. Oh my god. I just want to, like, look, if Acrobatus has got any valid points, okay? Despite the fact that I demonize people, despite the fact that I am a demoness, the demoness Irene Geller, more specifically, right? Like, I'm willing to entertain, right? I have sympathy for the devil, or rather, I have sympathy for the angel. I'm the devil that has sympathy for the angels, right? And the angels have got a good point, then that, you know, I'm gonna give that some play too, right? I want to know. I want to know. In fact, we're even going to go deeper into this, right? Because there has been a lot of discourse about this person, Timothee. Now, who are we really talking about? His actual name. Let's see if I can find him here. Oh my god, they were suggesting him to me earlier. I want to get his name right because I was saying it wrong earlier. It starts with an R. I mean, I guess we could just watch the Hasan thing to get started. I have been edging you for like an hour now. Yeah, it's been like an hour you've been edged, right? And I haven't even mentioned that you can support me on Twitch through subs. You can support me on Twitch through bits. You can support me on either Twitch or YouTube through Stream Elements donations, right? You can support me with super chats on YouTube. You can support me with memberships or gift memberships, or there's so many different ways. Super stickers. There's a million different ways. Whatever way that you have of supporting me means the most to me, means a lot to me, even if it's just this kind of support, right? Or if you are Acrobatus, you can do one of these, right? You can give your opinion. Do you think my stream is like this, or do you think my stream is like this, right? Let me know. Let me know by hitting that button. Hit that thumb button, whether it's up. His name is Rashid. Okay, I didn't want to get it wrong, right? Because I feel like I've been, I misremembered his name from somebody else. But that's Rashid. Okay, so Rashid, aka Timothee, Chalamet, right? The sexy pirate from TikTok. We're gonna let's just start off where we'll start in the beginning. It's a very good place to start. Some would say the best place to start. Okay, Zara's having to explain chess boxing. Wow. To a Destiny. You'd think that Destiny fans would know a little bit more. Again, you can also support me by interacting with, by liking, by reposting, retweeting, re-whatevering my thread on X, which is this one right here, right? I'm gonna put it in the chat once more just so people know about it, because we really got to get the word out on this one, right? This is the actual stream tweet, right? The edging has failed. Okay, did I edge you too long? Oh no, I just got it. I got it. Soul Life. I got it. Chalamet wait, you are actually Timothee Chalamet. Yo, Timothee Chalamet is in the chat. Rashid is in the chat. Oh my god, I can't believe, Yolkio, I can't believe your comment got moderated because you said butthead. Like YouTube was like, butthead. No, but you know what, the moderation on YouTube is like, or on YouTube, on Twitch is extreme. I will admit that, right? Do you know why it's extreme? Because I got into a little conflict with a little guy named Delunchka. Delunchka Burns, right? Well, that's what they call him in Ukraine, right? It's a diminutive form of Dylan, I guess, in Ukraine. I got on one little fight, and my mods got scared, okay? And they said you're moving to you're moving to Bel Air. I don't remember the rest of the song. Anyway, I got in one little fight with Delunchka, and you know, I never heard the end of it. Like, you know, talk about some toxic. Look, I will take whatever Acrobatus wants to throw at me as far as disagreeing with me, because that's a lot more wholesome than the kind of just unhinged harassment that I got from some of Dylan's fans. So I will take it. All right, I will take it. But we gotta get into this. I gotta get this going already, right? I'm just trying to I'm trying to farm as many likes and as many retweets as I possibly can, and even cute little gifs like this, right? I will farm those too. I will farm those all day. I will farm likes on YouTube. I will farm super chats. I will farm memberships, gift memberships, subs, whatever I have to in order to survive, right? I will even farm apparently HelloFresh, which we'll have to get into later. Yeah, that's right. We're doing the sponsorship again, but not right now. I need to get in my kitchen, right, and show you how to make some good food, HelloFresh style. Because we need for me to survive, chat. We need me to be the vampire survivor. What good is a vampire if she doesn't survive, right? I can suck clout off of, you know, anyone all day. Vosch, Destiny, President Sunday, Caffles, whoever. You know, I can vampirize clout from whoever, but it doesn't really matter if I don't survive. If I don't have money for the internet bills, if I don't have money for the Void coffee, you know, there's no point in being a vampire if you don't survive. So if you want to help me survive, those are just some ways that you can do it. And like I said, any little bit helps, even if it's just a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Either one. It's fine with me. So yeah, there we go. We're starting to get a little bit of momentum on this one. I'm just trying to figure out. Oh my god. So look at this. We got like. This is gonna come up later. Wait, did I save this already? Look, save this to 4Stream. Okay, we're already good on that. Wait, can I actually go to 4Stream from here? No, I can't. Let's go to my little playlist and see what we got. I feel like I've got so many links. I've got so much content for you. Chat, I've got content coming out of every orifice in my body. That's not even that much of an exaggeration. So much content, chat. I'm the content queen. Okay, so that's the one that we watched last time. This is Hasanabi reacts to tanky liberal Twitter leftist storm over Yemen. Wait, don't tell me. That's Hasan reacting to the backlash. Wait. Am I really gonna have to go to, oh, here we go. We'll start off with Philly D. Philly D, give us the news, right? That's most objective, best YouTube journalist, right? Philly DeFranco, right? He's so brave. That's what I love about Philly DeFranco. He's so brave to always take a stand on the important issues by saying, but what do you think, chat? Let me know in the comments, right? That's Philly D. Right? He's gonna report on the goings on.
What are your thoughts? And then in social media news connected to real world news, there are people fighting about a question. Is Hasan Piker platforming terrorists? That's what a chunk of the internet...
Is Hasan Piker? That's the question. Wait, let me turn him up. He's so quiet.
Chalamet. Right, we've talked in greater detail about the Houthis and TikToks, even in yesterday's show and others. But
we talked about it, but I haven't really given my opinion. No, that's okay. That's okay, Philly D. If you want to remain neutral, if you want to remain objective, if you want to play the centrist, that's fine. Whatever. Everybody plays their role, chat. Everybody plays their role here. Only some of us are brave enough not to be cowards. Everybody else is a coward. Like most people on the internet are cowards. So Philly D, yours is no disgrace. Hey, how about that? How about that for the classic rock reference?
What are your thoughts here? And then in social media news connected to real world news, there are people fighting.
And in the meantime, I gotta find the actual. I'm sure somebody's posted this to my stream suggestions. The actual interview from Hasan, right? Something that I need to find.
About a question. Is Hasan Piker platforming terrorism? That's what a chunk of the internet is fighting about right now, and it's all because of a person that the internet has dubbed Timothee Chalamet. Right, we've talked in greater detail about the Houthis and TikToks, even in yesterday's show and others. But the oversimplified TLDR, in case this is the first video that you stumbled upon where I'm talking about it, is that they're a Yemeni rebel group. They recently attacked ships in the Red Sea in response to Israel's attacks on Gaza. And very notably, that has included you.
Wait a minute, Sarah wants a cookie. Are you in chat right now? It looks like you've got a video. I want to get your permission though if we're gonna watch this. Sarah wants a cookie. If you're in chat, let me know. Let me know if I can watch your video. You posted it in stream suggestions, so I guess that's like pretty much
vessels. So actually, as of this morning, Biden has redesignated the Houthis as terrorists, which is very big because he previously removed them from that list. But this is the Houthi leaders have defended their actions, saying they're doing what they're doing to support the Palestinian people and to pressure Israel and its allies to end the war. And so all of that...
okay, so did you get that? Like, they were listed as a terrorist group. The United States has been supporting Saudi Arabia in their intervention in Yemen's civil war. We went over this last time, right? Yemen has been in a violent situation, I think, since 2011, right? And there's a very messy civil war with at least, there's like 3 different parties involved in this war. 4 if you throw in Saudi Arabia, 5 if you throw in the U.S., right? So when the U.S. bombs Yemen as a way of de-escalating. I don't know how bombing became de-escalating. Probably the same way that boxing became akin to assassinations. That's like the opposite of that, right? So bombing is they're just trying to it's just de-escalatory bombing, right? It's bombing that says like the bombs blow up and it's all these like it plays the song "Why Can't We Be Friends." Why can't we be friends? I say anymore, I'll get copyright claimed, right? But this is what the U.S. does. They send those bombs. They just play the song "Why Can't We Be Friends" and they de-escalate, right? No, obviously they're real bombs, but obviously also Yemen has been getting bombed, has been getting droned, right, since the Obama administration. Yeah, for a long time. So the response, largely from Yemen has been like, literally don't care, right? It's not going to stop their actions now, right? There's been the Houthis, the faction that's in control in some of these Western Yemeni cities, right? The faction responsible for the confrontation and the with the U.S. and with hitting those ships and stuff like that, right? People have brought up that they're not good people, like that they're the faction is doing stuff that's not good, but they're also like literally the only ones putting any kind of military pressure on Israel to negotiate a ceasefire and to stop the killing of civilians. So, we've got like bad actors, I think, and we've got worse actors, right? And it's not about supporting any faction. What it's really all about is you're going to find out from, the mouth of Timothee Chalamet here is that we need to bring the conflict in Gaza to a stop. Even the Biden administration is apparently frustrated now with Netanyahu and with his policy and his refusal to negotiate even with like Saudi Arabia, who wants to negotiate some sort of a path to statehood for Palestine after this conflict, right? Netanyahu has given them nothing, right? And the Biden administration is supposedly, all right, Chad, I don't know if this is confirmed, right? But I've heard that the last time that Biden and Netanyahu spoke was on the 23rd of December, and Biden hung up the phone on Netanyahu. Now Biden's not, the paragon of courage by any means. Biden has been absolutely ridiculous, super permissive of all these civilian casualties, which could have been predicted, just by knowing like who Netanyahu is and what he's about, and where the propaganda was going as far as demonizing everyone in Palestine to the point where these civilian casualties would be justified. But yeah, it's a mess.
To Timothee. You might actually recognize from his viral videos like this one, with one person sharing it on Twitter with the caption, Yemeni.
Okay, so yeah, this is probably the biggest, video that he's put out, at least like the one that's getting shared on Twitter.
Pirates posting casual TikToks while the entire Western Imperial Corps are having a meltdown about their blockade.
Wait, no, this is Comrade Mika. I don't think that's so their name is Follow Rashid. Rashid is the actual, this is Timothee, right? His real name is Rashid, right? That's the guy that Hasan's going to talk to. I don't know if Comrade Mika is maybe the person that translates for between Hasan and Timothee, or sorry, Hasan and Rashid here. But they're like another they're like an English language account that is posting, and has that picture as their icon.
On their ships is the funniest shit of 2024.
Sarah, is that a yes? Watch the Sarah Wants a Cookie video. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were okay. But I mean, I figured since you put it in stream suggestions. Thank you for suggesting that video, and thank you for making that video, by the way.
You advise actually doing a piece on, identifying him as Rashid al-Haddad, noting that in that clip, he's on the Galaxy Leader, which is a cargo ship seized last year by the Houthis. But they also said that there's no clear evidence that he was actually part of the raid that captured the ship, but he did post photos of him in gear and carrying weapons, so people online have called him a pirate. And yes,
so this is a question, right? Is this guy a militant? Is he involved in anything? Is he just a TikToker, right? We're gonna seek to get some answers to those questions, right? Like the biggest thing is like, that's been talked about is he anti-Semitic, right? There's a flag that the Houthis fly that have it's writing, it's like there's writing on the flag, and one of the things that's written on there is something about curse to Jewish people, or right? So that's a question on people's minds as well, and that's something that's been discussed widely on Twitter and in Hascourt.
Political commentator Hasan Piker actually
not like I have any special like window into Hascourt or anything like that. I'm not a member of Hascourt chat.
Him on his stream and saying in a later post, I interviewed the Yemeni quote pirate yesterday, and all he cares about is freeing Palestine. Turns out he's not part of any militancy, according to him, and is 19. Spent most of his life being bombed. Says he welcomes all who defend Palestine no matter.
And that's the thing too. That's an important thing to understand. Like if you live in Yemen, you've been dealing with bombing, you've been dealing with violence, you've been dealing with a lot of it from the outside, like I said, from Saudi Arabia, with support from the US, with drone strikes and stuff like that, right? That's been if you're like 19, I guess that's been most of your life at this point.
Background. And right off the bat, with the way that Hasan started the interview, you had people accusing him of trying to baby girlify a terrorist. Because Hasan asks him if he's seen the anime One Piece, and then actually comparing the Houthis to the show's main character.
We think that...
No, I've got a different opinion about this, but you'll see coming up.
Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Hasan also asking if he's part of a militancy or just a TikToker, which he said through his interpreter.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Hasan then asking him what compelled him to actually go on the ships, as well as other questions about news coverage about the situation and motivations behind it.
Says he likes adventure, and he is a big supporter of Palestine. He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in.
Disruption.
Until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen.
And in this, there are also other bits unrelated to the conflict, or things like what is life like in Yemen, what other TV shows that he watches, stuff like that. And so with all this, depending on where you went online, you had people having drastically different reactions. There was a lot of backlash, people saying Hasan was platforming a terrorist, people honing in on that whole One Piece comparison, saying that's brain rot. It's actually one of the most viral reactions to that being from political commentator Destiny.
Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Okay, so what do we have to do here? We got to get something ready, right? All right, so what does Lance do? Can anybody confirm this for me? Because I saw like a Lance was covering Jackson Hinkle. Obviously, Lance streams on Twitch. Jackson Hinkle's banned from Twitch. How do you handle that? I think that what Lance does is something like Not that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, is this okay to put a... I mean, this was for Pierce Morgan, just like to understand where this comes from. Hasan called Pierce Morgan a baboon in a suit, but... Baboonstony? I don't know, Chad. Is this offensive? Somehow, I feel like a baboon is not like the best image that you could use if you... Like you're gonna run. Okay, we got a ukulele. Wait, how about the baboon is playing the ukulele? Yeah, like just some jams there, right? Like jamming out on the ukulele. What else? We got the angry NCC. QR code. I don't think we need the QR code. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do that. How about that? All right, we'll just be like the Colleen Ballinger baboon is playing ukulele while Destiny speaks, so it's not a problem, right? We're not platforming this guy. I'm not trying to, support him, because really what Twitch is worried about, right, is like say like I'm a Destiny orbiter and Destiny gets banned, right? Twitch doesn't want me to be bringing on Destiny, talking to Destiny, and basically letting Destiny have de facto presence on Twitch, even though he's banned. Like, that's the big thing that Twitch is worried about, right? Not that, you can't show these people, but you don't want to be, because it's ban evasion, right? They don't want me to be helping Destiny with ban evasion. That's not what I'm doing. That's why we got the baboon face. That's why we got the Colleen Ballinger ukulele. I think we're okay. I think we're cool.
Tell him that.
God, he's so crazy.
No, okay, no. You moved.
Loser. I would pay so.
You moved, Destiny. You're not supposed to do that. Let's try again. There we go. He switched scenes on me. Who told him he was allowed to do that? You've sent me a pic? Ooh, nice. Vamps has sent me a pic to what, cover up Destiny? Yo. This is awesome, Vamps. I'm so here for this. Let me download. I mean, this is kind of what Destiny looks like when he's angry, right? When Destiny's going off on Hasan. This is what he unironically looks like. You're about to see. Add a little image. Okay, and there we go. So can get rid of that. And get rid of that. And we're just gonna bring this image. That's what Destiny looks like. All right, there we go. We're good.
We'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then
so raise it. Yeah. So this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about, right? Is this a Hasan fan stream? I hope not. Jesus Christ, I'm wasting my life if I'm a fan stream. You come in here on the day of the marriage of my daughter and you insult me like this? You call me a fan stream? Okay, it's okay. You just wandered in here. That's okay, right? Look, I know if you're used to Destiny orbiters, right? Like those are fan streams, basically. Not So Erudite is a fan stream. Cherry is a massive fan stream. Right? This is like we're not a fan stream, right? I disagree with Hasan. I have disagreed. I've gotten angry at Hasan over a few of his takes, right? And I just maybe disagree with Destiny a little bit more regularly, a little bit more reliably. It's not a Gnelf. Yeah, I know, it's not a Gnelf, it's a Gnome. This is an NCC. Yeah, I'm here for myself, right? I'm not here for anybody else. I'm not writing for Hasan. I'm not writing for Destiny. I'm calling them as I see it, and this is, this is something that's lit the internet on fire. So yeah, we're gonna. But no, we have to do this because we're on Twitch, right? We can't be platforming the likes of Destiny. We can't be platforming somebody who's done hate speech on Twitch before, right? That would be bad on me.
All of us would volunteer.
We're a Philly DeFranco hate. We're a Philly DeFranco fan stream. That's what we are.
Maybe. Holy shit, he's such a
We're here for Philly D.
cringe, LARPing loser. I cannot believe, like, no.
Wait, was that fuck? Is that what got? I don't think that Destiny's calling Hasan the F slur, right? I don't think Destiny generally uses the F slur.
Nobody in the history, no fact.
It's hard to tell there, but I'm gonna look at me. Look at me being good faith, right? Look at me steel manning. Look at me assuming the best about Destiny, right? That he probably doesn't use the F slur. I don't think he uses the F slur, right?
Just ever could have dreamed of such an amazing representation of socialism as the most anti-American, like pro-Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is like cheering on attacks on.
Again, I gotta disavow that because I feel like that's a little bit hateful. But like, right, you don't need to call him a Turkish immigrant loser. That sounds like you're kind of like like why mention Hasan's ethnicity and national background in calling him a loser? Like what does him being Turkish have to do with that? Unless you're trying to paint him as a terrorist. Unless you're literally trying to use this isn't just like, I mean, this is like a gross like Islamophobia against a guy that's not even Muslim, like, right? This what Destiny's doing here. It's pretty cringe.
Merchant ships as this multi-millionaire guy living in.
We gotta have, as Vosch said, we gotta have maritime trade. Come on, yeah, make those boats go. Toot toot.
On the other side of this, you had people defending Hasan, saying that Hasan is actually doing the public an enormous service by speaking to a regular Yemeni guy with regular hopes, dreams, and hobbies, and asking, where were you for the past 10 years when the Yemeni people lost lives and limbs just for the crime of existing? And others saying that the interview is actually amazing, with Hasan humanizing him and wanting us to understand that he is just a normal Yemeni teen. But with all that said, I gotta pass the question off to you. Where do you land on this? I know that—
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. If Hasan was talking to the leader of the Houthi movement, right? Some of this discussion might be merited, right? This is a 19-year-old kid on TikTok. I shouldn't call him a kid. He's a 19-year-old man.
Two camps. I don't know if there's a third where you're landing somewhere in between. What do you think about the platforming and interview? What do you think about the reactions? What do you think about any and all of it, and why? Let me know in those comments down below. And then there's even more news that we got to talk about today.
Okay, so that's Philly D's analysis of it. Now we got a short video here from Sarah Wants a Cookie. And then we'll watch the whole thing after that, okay? And then I'll get to play some Vampire Survivor. Aren't you excited, chat? I'm gonna play Vampire Survivor for you. So you don't have to, right? Because it's a very tough game. It's a very difficult game that I know not a lot of people have the skills to be able to play Vampire Survivor, but I do, chat. I can. Okay. Anyway, enough bullshit. Let's see what this interview's all about, right? Let's get a little taste of it, and then we'll dive right in.
And in general, how many supporters there are for Palestine. And
also, let me go ahead and copy the link. Guess what this is, chat? This is Sarah Wants a Cookie's channel, and maybe you should go give Sarah Wants a Cookie a follow, and you might just get a cookie. I don't know how that works. Do your subs get cookies? Sarah Wants a Cookie? I don't want to promise them something that Normie Jesus and Philly D are mastered. Yeah, Normie Jesus, you're talking about Moist Critical there. Normie Jesus, yeah. Pretty sure, yeah, he isn't really the Jesus of the normies, right? Pretty sure DeFranco told the Houthis to get wrecked in response to the bombing, and then so he did actually take he was like, terrorism bad, the thing. Anyway. We're done with Destiny. We're done with Destiny for now, right? Let's get the gnome off of there. As long as there's no banned people on my screen, I'm okay. We get metaphorical cookies, right?
he sends all his love to his supporters and the people in the chat.
Yeah. I mean, how are you doing, Geek Prime? Good to see you.
America, some of the leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
والله يعني صراحة أي واحد يدعم فلسطين إحنا معه.
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
Hell
So
yeah.
that-
That's
yeah.
good shit. Does he know who Donald Trump is?
تعرف مين
Okay, so that was the question, right? That was the question because of the Houthi flag and the fact that the flag has like curse on Jewish people or something like that on the flag, right? You know, they're and people were kind of putting words into Timothee Chalamet into Rashid's mouth, right? As far as, you know, calling him anti-Semitic. And like what look, let's talk about, okay, so accusation of racism, accusation of anti-Semitism. I'm glad that you care about that. Half of the time I feel like Destiny's community does not. Half of the time I feel like they see something racist and they're like based. Even when Destiny is like right about something, right? You know, or has a point or is arguing with somebody, you know, bad, like you'll see like a edgy nature of like him wanting to use a like burning cross meme like to make his point, right? So, you know, like sometimes you get the feeling that they don't care. I'm glad to see that they do care. They have some line. There's some you know, kind of racism that they see as wrong. But what they might not be seeing is that if your natural reaction, if your knee-jerk reaction, if your reflex to like there's a Yemeni guy on TikTok is that like, oh, this guy's probably a terrorist and he's probably anti-Semitic. That's fucking racist. That's fucking racist, dog. You want to call somebody racist? Look in the mirror, DGG. Examine that. Like you have no interest in that at any other time, right? Destiny, you know, can say whatever he wants to about dipshit protesters getting mowed down, right? But like, there's no real concern about racism unless it's like, unless we can use it against Hasan, right? And even in that, he doesn't just call him a loser. He doesn't even just call him like, you know, whatever he wants to call him, a tanky, whatever kind of name you want to throw at Hasan. He has to put in that Turkish immigrant loser, right? He has to throw that in. So I don't know. I'm seeing your chat right there, Robert G. So not on that one. I'm sorry. I should be reading more chat. Good point. The guy that platformed Fuentes, yes, Nick Fuentes, right? And I know that Destiny doesn't agree with Nick Fuentes. I know that he brought him on to, you know, have arguments with him. But what he did was he gave clout to Nick Fuentes. He resurrected a somewhat dead career, just like he did with Lauren Southern, right? Because at the end of the day, Destiny doesn't give a fuck about racism. He never has. It doesn't affect him, right? He doesn't care. He does not care, right? Does not care. It's all about his career. It's all about his numbers. It's all about, you know, his fucking business model, right? Of like, will me arguing with Lauren bring me numbers? Then like bring her on. Will me fist bumping Nick Fuentes bring me numbers? Then bring him on, right? He doesn't care. He literally does not care.
Trump أكيد.
Oh my god. والله هذا ترامب لا تدخلوه السالفة.
Yeah, doesn't fuck with him, obviously.
But what did he watch when he was younger? What is he like?
توم وجيري سبونج بوب السنافر.
SpongeBob.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob, Smurfs.
Nice. Okay. I don't think there's a case
That's what I was telling you. Is most of the like, not most of, but a fair amount of the discussion is like about One Piece and SpongeBob.
KFC in Yemen, dog.
بسألك إذا في
Is there KFC in Yemen?
تعرف شو
ايش هي؟
KFC.
أول مرة أسمع فيها.
عمرك سمعت بكنتاكي؟
أيوة في عندنا كنتاكي 2 مطاعم.
Wait, I captured Steve's inner self. Oh, with the gnomes to me.
He says they have two.
Oh, the knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
والله هذيك يعني أهميتها هذيك عندنا إذا طلعت ما.
Moe, nope. That's a good question, right? Does anybody else get that? Does anybody else have trouble finding my channel? If you type in no comment check, does it like not suggest my channel right away?
ترجع له في دم.
He says if one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh shit. Okay.
Wait, what was that?
I mean, I think it's cool though. Americans, because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity
Until it.
knives.
والله هذيك أيوة في عندنا كنتاكي 2 مطاعم.
He says they have two.
So there's a question of like he was talking about like, what do you like to eat? And he was like thinking like fast food. And he's like, wait, I don't think they don't have like Kentucky Fried Chicken, do they? And so he asked, and it turns out, yeah, there are two Kentucky Fried Chickens in Yemen.
Oh, the knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
The curved knives, okay.
يعني أهميتها هذيك عندنا إذا طلعت ما بترجع إلا في دم.
He says if one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. Americans, because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people.
صح والله يعني في أجانب كثير يعني شفت من الأجانب في أجانب كثير يعني تفاعلوا معي بالمنشورات حقي يعني وكلهم مع فلسطين يعني والله شفت يعني جمهور كبير يعني وأقول لهم I love you يعني لهم كلهم.
He knows that a lot of the people that are
Yeah, the one thing that like comes through when you speak in Arabic, right? The one thing that comes through in English that I keep on hearing is like I love you so much, right? And like I mean, I don't know, like it's like a little bit of English like interspersed in what he's saying.
him online are foreigners. He reciprocates and sends back the love to them.
That's cool. Yeah, we love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love
He's saying that right now there's no animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like he's saying, like he acknowledges that there was a war, but right now, like he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and that he was treated normally. So I don't know, he's not tying the American and Saudi involvement together.
So yeah, I mean, like we'll see in the whole interview a little bit better, like you know what's going on here, right? But like it's basically a question of, since like Saudi Arabia has been intervening in the Yemeni civil war and ostensibly, you know, doing a lot of military acts in Yemen, like how is the, you know, how do you feel about Saudi Arabia? And he was like, oh yeah, no, I was there recently. It's
Okay.
and in general, that's like, I mean, I don't know, it's a weird thing that Americans do, especially with Middle Eastern countries. I shouldn't just say Americans, like, right? It's not just Americans, but of assuming that if like there's a conflict between countries, that like everybody in this country hates that country, hates everybody, like that these sort of all or nothing things are not usually the way that anybody feels about, like, I mean, you look, it's a country like Vietnam, which the United States absolutely decimated, which the United States used chemical weapons against to, you know, that have caused birth defects, right? You know, people, you know, were getting birth defects in Vietnam because of the U.S. Vietnam War. And, you know, you don't generally have a lot of people that, even though there's like a real reason to hate the United States, that you know that still bear that hate, and even less so of people who, like, you know, hate Americans or hate all Americans, right? That's just not like a realistic thing.
That's interesting. It's like
Yeah.
he seems as normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up, you know?
والله الصدق يعني إحنا يعني باحترامنا وأخلاقنا يعني نجذبهم إلينا يعني خلاص نكسبهم يعني خلاص يكرهوا
Yeah, Rashid said he eats whatever we eat.
أمريكا يكرهوا الحكومة الأمريكية.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. Okay, that doesn't probably take much to be fair. What does he think about America? Not just Americans, but what does he think about America? When you think about America, what is the first thing that comes to his mind?
والله الصدق يعني أنا ما أفكرش في أمريكا أصلا.
He's saying he doesn't think about America.
I like that. Okay. American media in general keeps claiming that the reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely belligerent reasons and not for Palestine. They don't talk about that at all.
والله يعني صراحة يعني هذا هو الصح يعني إنهم يوقفوا السفن عشان هذا مؤثر عليهم يعني لو ما كان مؤثر عليهم ما كانوا نزلوا بالتواصل الاجتماعي وقاموا بضرب اليمن.
He's just saying basically that like he's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the like the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate.
Wait, Moinop saying, I only know the Speaker of the House uses it with his son. Yeah, you're talking about the there's like an app that lets you, like, if you sign up for this app, right, then you can check up, like, you know, you sign up with like family members or ostensibly, right, and like you can see their internet history like on their phone and they can see yours, right? So the idea with Mike, what is this, Mike Johnson or something? Is that his name, Mike Johnson? Yeah, Humega Lol Johnson, right? But he and his son have this app, and they're just supposed to be checking on each other to make sure that they're not looking at any pornographic images on the internet, right? And it's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy, actually.
What does he have to say to dumbasses?
It's called Covenant Eyes. Okay.
Consider him to be a terrorist.
His son is 17. Oh my god. See, the thing is, like, oh my god, like, here's what's gross about that, right? Knowing how, like, deprived of that kind of stimulus, like, evangelical Republicans tend to be, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, there's parents who have checked out what they're finding in that search history, like, with interest, right? Like, ooh, what's this? Like, right? I don't know. Watched 3 of their YouTube videos, and it's why I think NCC's channel is hard to find for me. Wait, you watched 3 YouTube videos from Covenant Eyes? I'm not sure I understand. If anybody else is getting that, though, let me know, right? Because there are really funny things, really non-transparent things that happen with YouTube from time to time in terms of a creator's, you know, findability. And if that's going on, we need to know. We need to know. Right? I need to light them up. I'd look at weird stuff just to mess with them. Yeah, I know, right? That was my daughter and I utilize. Oh my gosh, Jordan Peterson, how are you feeling? Jordan Peterson is coming to us from the Gulag, right? The Canadian Gulag that he's forced to live in for his re-education, right? Being re-educated in order to retain his license as a psychotherapist, right? After some of your online activity, the board was not too keen on that, right, Jordan Peterson, and so they've had to send you to the Gulag. Is Acrobatus there with you in the Gulag? Is it the same Gulag that I send people to, or is it different?
What does he think about that question? I just banned one of those stupid fuckers in the chat just now.
بيقول لك شو رأيك بالمتخلفين اللي بيحكوا عنك إرهابي؟
منهم.
Okay, so we'll say this is like our sizzle reel. This is our sizzle reel here.
Fucking dumbasses.
He's like dismissing them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Respect.
ايوه كلهم جربوا القات حتى قبطان السفينه خزن.
He's saying they've all tried caught, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes.
So are we familiar with khat? Khat's a substance that's chewed and apparently produces kind of a relaxation effect, right? That's what it, I guess, common in Yemen and
immaculate.
No fucking way.
Did he say vibes are immaculate?
He's saying he wants us to visit.
I could probably get my hands on some if I wanted, right? I do know some people. I do know some people that would be able to get it for me.
Oh, dude, I would love to one day. I am afraid of
Are the vibes really immaculate though? Can we get that confirmed? That people have tried and it's we love khat in Ethiopia. Yeah. This is
America bombs though. That's what I'm.
Okay, there it is. So, oh my God, why is the Red Scare? Chad, I swear to God, I've not been watching Dasha. I've not been watching Red Scare. Wow, why is that popping up? Probably because of some other podcasters that I watch from time to time. So let's get, like, that was a nice little sizzle reel. Everybody go follow Sarah Wants a Cookie if you want more cool stuff like that. There's a lot of editing that went into making that, just getting you the kind of the real key moments in the interview, so that functions as a sizzle reel. I want to watch the whole interview though, because we're going to be talking about it. The whole internet's talking about it. Destiny's talking about it. Vosch is talking about it. Everybody's talking about this, and Hasan's talking about them for once. Like it is a legitimate back and forth, which Hasan a lot of times does not get into. But I don't know. I mean, this is, look, if you're gonna lend your clout to an issue, I would say that a ceasefire in Gaza. Oh, that's the other thing. We want to watch this Johnny Harris. Johnny Harris has a pretty good video for once that we need to take a look at. Oh, look at the Hill. The Hill is covering this. The Hill. Of course the Hill is covering this. Okay. I'm just curious. Okay, so yeah, like, there it is.
I'm trying to interview the young Yemeni, in quotes, pirate who's a TikTok.
And chat, I know that sometimes like interviews, you know, can be a little bit like lacking in visual stimulation. I'm gonna try to help that, right?
And need help.
And at the same time, help my own brain get good chemicals in it by playing a little Vampire Survivor.
Are you going to interview him? I'm going to interview him by having someone who speaks Arabic on. Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down. Okay? Here, this is the guy. Yeah, Timothee Chalamet. Brogan is definitely going to...
Can we Haz streamer mode? I don't know if we can Haz. We'll have to put the... We'll have to find like a... You know, some meme to put in front of Haz's face too, but... we can watch Hasan watching Johnny Harris. That's true. I mean, that's 2 levels deep though. I'm not sure, like, are you here for that? For the 2 levels deep reacts? Right? And oh, like, look, watching extra content like that, because we've got a lot to get to, it's all dependent on hitting the sub goals. So if you wanna see the Johnny Harris video, if you wanna see like all the rest of the stuff that I've got, like, I feel like there's even more stuff that I need to, like, yeah, there's Tim Pool pooping. Like, who doesn't want to see that? There's Steven Crowder trying to hide his shame by getting his followers to delete all social media. We got a bunch of that. We got a lot of stuff that we could go through. I'm trying to keep a track of the content that I want to cover so that we don't lose it. It doesn't slip through the cracks this time. Oh yeah, here we go with...
Find someone. Wait, you are not posting this in the Discord. That's crazy. I was wondering why I got a notification. Thanks, Frogan. You're doing brilliant work back here. Let me just DM him again and say, I am trying to find someone to translate our conversation. What platform is best to talk on? Is that a good way to say it? He said Instagram. Okay, that works. He said Hasan.
Oh wait, just a second.
Until I set up the lighting.
Just a second though.
This dude is a professional, dude. He said wait a few minutes until I set up the lighting, dog. Let's see if this works. I'm calling now. Oh my god, it's working. All right, so what do you want me to call you? Foda? Is that how I say your name?
No, it's Fuad.
Fuad? Oh, Fuad.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuad. What's our friend's name here? I don't know. Can you ask him?
Rashid. اسمك راشد صح؟
أيوة راشد.
Rashid. Okay, Rashid. How old are you? Where are you from originally in Yemen?
قد ايه عمرك ومن وين انت في اليمن؟
عمري 19 من محافظة إب.
He's 19 and he's from Ib Governorate.
Okay, nice. Okay. How is he taking everything? How is he taking in everything so far? Because he's seen the news articles.
يعني شو إحساسك هلا إنه هل شفت التغطية على الأخبار؟ هل قرأت المقالات عنك؟
والله يعني شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي تأثير يعني.
Okay, so Twitch chat. I'm gonna play this, but there's something that you can do, right? This game is special. This game is special in that it allows Twitch to interact with my game. So I'm going to be playing Vampire Survivor. I hope somebody out there knows that. If not, you'll probably catch get the gist of it really quickly. But you can decide both like what power-ups to give me, as well as what like monsters to send at me and what kind of events to like, right? So if you're in Twitch chat right now, you can play along with this. You can either fuck up my game or you can help me out. Yeah, whichever sounds better to you, right? We're gonna play a little of the Vampire Survivor here, and what's going on? Oh yeah, I gotta click this again. So yeah, as we play this, as we watch this, we're gonna play some Vampire Survivor.
أهم شيء إن إحنا نوقف مع القضية الفلسطينية، هذا أهم شيء.
He says he's fine and everything is normal, and the most important thing is that they stand with Palestine.
Yeah, absolutely. What is the mood in Yemen overall since America started?
So here we go.
Positions in Sana'a and other places.
كيف معنوياتكم في اليمن وكيف الإحساس يعني بالشعب هلا باليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي خوف ولا أي.
I need more
يعني
characters.
أصلاً متعودين على هذا من قبل 11 سنة.
Oh,
يعني
okay,
شيء
I see what you're
طبيعي،
saying.
ما في أي شيء.
He's saying that it's pretty usual. They've been used to this for 11 years now and they're not scared.
That's crazy. Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
أول شيء
Oh my god, best question ever.
شوي أهبل بس بسألك تعرف شو هو One Piece؟ عمرك سمعت ب One Piece؟
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Okay, so I gotta say something here.
He said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes.
Okay, so I will confess that, like, I don't know how I feel about asking somebody in like a real life situation, right? And I get the One Piece connection. It's because of pirates. It's because of pirates, right? But the one criticism I have of Hasan is that, like, oh my god, it's so much easier to joke about One Piece when you're not in a war zone. Like, right? I don't know. I wasn't sure about this, right? I mean, I kind of want to know too, but like just the way that Hasan like goes into this whole One Piece that thing, I thought it was a little bit cringy, but that's kind of my, criticism, is that there's like a disconnection between like living these events in real life and the sort of, romanticization of like how much like One Piece is, because it goes further, right?
Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think
You can see the free items on the map.
is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن إنه اللي
Okay, so chat, you gotta pick it for me.
لوفي اللي بيسويه لوفي.
يعني والله الصدق يعني إحنا يعني أهم شيء إن إحنا
You can vote. Twitch, you got a limited time to vote. Oh, you missed it. I just get the knife.
احتجزوها عشان القضية، عشان فلسطين، بس عشان إيقاف الحرب في فلسطين يعني ليش.
You gotta help me out more than that, chat, or else no vampire survivor.
The only motivation that they have is to their solidarity with Palestine and to stop the.
I know that Twitch chat is like
any kind of
has gotten a bad name for itself recently through a lack of
I understand. So that's what he's saying, that the reasons as to why there have been any sort of intercept.
Okay, it's your time, chat.
is due to
Twitch chat,
the
1, 2, or 3.
genocide in Gaza. Tell him it's
Let me move Hasan out of the way so that you get it, that this is your responsibility here.
توقف السفن عشان تاخذ منهم شيء. بيعرف إنه سبب
No,
إنه حجز
I lost it. Ah.
ضد الإبادة الجماعية اللي عم بتصير في فلسطين.
أيوة صح.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
I'm at a loss. I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like,
Okay, 1, 2, or 3, chat. This is Twitch chat. Twitch chat, you can press.
You know what I mean?
You have to type it in chat. You have to type 1, 2, or 3.
I feel like we can ask it pretty directly.
Okay.
راشد حسن بدي أسألك أنت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات، يعني أنت بتعتبر حالك من أنصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك، ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله؟
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني، يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
What led him to go to one of the ships personally? Like, what were some experiences that he had that caused him to want to go?
حسن بده يعرف شو هو اللي دفعك على زيارة السفن هاي، وشو التجارب اللي
Okay, 1, 2, or 3.
تهتم بهذا الاشي، وإنه يكون جا بالك إنه تزور هاي السفن.
والله أنا أحب المغامرات، وطبعا هذا كله لأجل فلسطين يعني، وإن شاء الله في أشياء بتكون جديدة وأشياء مثيرة أكبر.
He says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine, and he's looking forward to bigger and more exciting things.
Well, one, tell him that this community of mostly Americans raised more than $1 million for Palestinian charities. So he knows that I'm not, some Fed or some.
حسن بدي اقول لك انه هو كمان من داعم الفلسطينيين، وهاي الجاليه اللي احنا بننتمي لها في امريكا كمان داعمه لفلسطين، وجمعنا اكثر من مليون دولار يعني تأييد للشعب الفلسطيني، فبده يتاكد انك ما
Oh no, we're on an ad break. Nobody's voting. Nobody's voting. You moved Hasan to cover up the event? What?
والله
I moved.
يعني شكرا الله يعني، ويعني كلنا لازم نحن ان شاء الله يعني تنتصر فلسطين ان شاء الله، يعني النصر قريب لها، واحنا يعني واقفين معاهم لاخر لحظه.
واحنا واقفين.
I don't see what you're talking about, Zara.
He's saying,
Please explain.
He just wants a victory for Palestine, and he acknowledges
The event voting
solidarity as well.
block.
What does he think about the fact that American media?
I'm not sure what you mean, Zara. Are you talking about like 5 minutes ago?
That the reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine. They don't talk about that at all here. How does he feel about that?
No?
شو رأيك بتغطية الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية للمواضيع
No, I messed something up.
المعلقة بحجز السفن بالبحر
Can I
الأحمر؟
explain?
يعني حسن بقول لك إنه الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية.
Okay. Is that better? I don't see what's there though. I don't see what I was covering up. I thought I had it in the one area of the stream.
There's a blank space there right now. However, whenever it gives the chat something to vote on, like if they get a swarm or if you get
Oh,
like,
you're
the
right.
things
You're
in the
right.
business,
You're right.
it
Yeah.
appears in that space, so we can't see what there is, and if we don't see it, then it just automatically picks something random for you.
Okay, so it's not the like items, it's the random
It's the
events.
event. Yeah. So I'm so sorry. I know it's hard while you're like multitasking. But yeah, that takes care of it up there. Or if you move it to the left, you can do that as well. Like where it was originally wasn't blocking.
Where it was blocking one of the, you couldn't see the one on the whatever when it
I
was
see.
giving, yeah, so
Important.
I'm gonna go with Laurel because that protects you, or garlic.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
we need garlic.
Both of them are great choices. You have so many hard choices to make. All right,
Okay,
well, good
thank you
luck.
for
I'm so
explaining that to
sorry
me. I
for,
never would have understood that if had you not explained. Like I forgot about the events because like since I don't choose the events, I never look at them. Oh my god, it's looking bad. It's looking grim. It's looking grim. Okay, I'm gonna
another
pause it
luck boost
again.
coming, I think.
So does everybody understand this? In Twitch, if you're in Twitch, right, you can control my game, right? You can, you know, like every now and then I earn enough XP to get an extra weapon or an extra level up, right? And it'll give you options 1, 2, or 3, and you'll be able to choose those. Now, right now, what Zero's explaining to me is right. Twitch select, luck boost, dragon swarm. Oh my god, the last one you almost can't see though because of the
It's true.
ecto swarm is
Because of the overlay.
right. So we're trying this out for the first time. This is supposed to be a game that like is good for stream. I hope it makes it more interesting and not more confusing or distracting. I'm not trying to distract but away from the content. I just thought that since we're doing an interview and I noticed that sometimes my numbers drop while I do interviews because it's just, you know, two people talking and me commenting on it. Maybe it's not as visually stimulating. I thought that I'd put this up instead of Subway Surfers or Kinetic Sand or any of those other things that people put to make the stream more interesting. I'm sorry to YouTube that this doesn't have a connection to YouTube, and I'm not trying to tell you what platform to watch me on, but I will say that while I'm playing Vampire Survivor, if you want to both control like what boosts I get, as well as, you know, you can send a Dragon Swarm at me if you want, right? If you're angry at me, if I'm posting cringe, if you're an NCC hater or you disagree with me, you can let me know by sending Ecto Swarm, Dragon Swarm, or something bad at me right in the Twitch selection. So we're going to try this out and see how it works today. I hope this adds something to the stream rather than taking it away from the stream. That's the last thing that I want to do because I'm only here by virtue of your support, which, oh my god, I keep on forgetting to mention. The other thing that I need to mention on Twitch is that every 30 minutes, we get a minute and a half ad break, right? And some of you have already experienced that. Some of you have experienced it multiple times, right? It's only a minute and 30 seconds, but it happens twice every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of it by paying Twitch $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile to buy yourself a sub, or you could possibly get out of it if you are lucky to be given a gift sub, and it is an act of generosity, but it's an act of generosity that's more likely to happen to you if you're actually active in chat. So here we go. ADHD squad, let's go.
All right, good luck.
Put Hasan back on. Thank you, Zara. And put the game back on.
احتجاز هاي السفن انه ما لها داعي او ما لها اي رابط بفلسطين، شو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني هذا كله بسبب عشان يعني يوقفوا الحرب في غزة، يعني خليهم يعانوا عشان يحسوا في غزة.
بس يعني اللي قصدي اياه انه الوسائل الاعلام في امريكا بتدعي انه يعني الحوثيين عم بتدخلوا بمرور السفن في البحر الأحمر أو عم بيحجز السفن لأسباب غير معلقة بفلسطين، فشو رد فعلك لهذا الإشي؟
والله يعني صراحة يعني هذا هو الصح، يعني إنهم وقفوا السفن عشان هذا مؤثر عليهم، يعني لو ما كان مؤثر عليهم ما كانوا نزلوا بالتواصل الاجتماعي وقاموا بضرب اليمن.
He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has the response from Yemen been since the bombing?
Do you mean like what's the response like from the people or from the government?
Can I still pause this? Yeah, I can. I can still pause an obby. Yeah, so like I want people to notice that like what we're talking about here isn't like an endorsement of child slavery or whatever kind of like the worst thing that's going on in Yemen. You know, it's not an endorsement of the entire the Houthi flag or the Houthi regime, right? He's saying he's a Yemeni and he wants they're doing disruption of the shipping right now to put pressure on the United States and Israel to negotiate a freaking ceasefire and stop the carnage that's going on right now in Gaza, right? So I just thought that was an important point to drive home in case anybody's gotten confused by a lot of the discourse that's out there that would make you think that you've got to be like, fuck this guy, fuck these people, like, right? Otherwise you're signing on to like all the bad things that the Houthi regime has ever done, and it's not so. All right, so 1 2 3 Twitch vote.
What's the response of the people, the government, like both? I mean, is the people separate from the government?
راشد عم بيسألك حسن إنه شو هي ردة الفعل تاعت الشعب والحكومة في اليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله يعني قلت لك يعني إنها شيء طبيعي، يعني حتى يعني بعض الشعب اليمني فرح لأنها أمريكا قصفت اليمن، يعني فرحوا لأنهم بنواجه أمريكا يعني مواجهة يعني ضدها.
He's saying that again, like it's nothing new for Yemenis, and actually some Yemenis are like this is a weird way to put it, but he was basically saying like they were almost like honored to be like targeted by the US because they're confronting the US head on, like directly.
No, I understand that. I want to ask him questions about.
So I mean, like that's an answer I think to the question of like how do you feel about the US response? Because the US response has been, let's bomb Yemen. Now, if you ask some sources, you'll get something like, oh no, these are targeted strikes. No civilians were harmed. They're just taking out the hardware that they use to, disrupt trade, and that's all that's going on. But oh my God, chat. I don't know if I chose the right way to do this content today.
Saudi Arabia and UAE, and like do the people of Yemen recognize like Saudi involvement or UAE involvement in Yemen as it's an extension of American involvement or American proxies, or do they separate that?
حسن بدي أعرف إنه هل أنت يعني بتعتبر إنه التدخل السعودي أو الإماراتي في اليمن، هل أنتم إنه باعتباركم هل تدخل السعودية والإمارات يعتبر امتداد للتدخل الأمريكي، ولا هل تعتبروهم أشياء مختلفين؟
والله يعني ما فهمت السؤال، لكن يعني السعودية يعني إحنا معها والسعوديين أخواننا كلهم يعني، وحتى اللي ينتشر عبر التواصل الاجتماعي يعني ما في منه، ولا السعوديين والإماراتيين يعني أخوتنا، يعني ما شفنا منهم أي شيء. يعني صح إنه كان حرب يعني ضدهم، لكن إحنا الآن إخوان يعني، وما في أي حرب بيننا وبينهم، يعني كل شيء تمام. يعني حتى إني دخلت السعودية عمرة يعني احترموني السعوديين يعني ضيفوني وكل شيء والله تمام يعني.
He's saying that right now there's no like animosity between, like to him there's no animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like he's saying like he acknowledges that there was a war, but right now like he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and that he was treated normally. So he himself doesn't, I mean he doesn't, I guess, I don't know, he's not like tying the American and Saudi involvement together.
That's interesting. That's good. That's probably why it's like more. Oh, whoa! What has happened to? Does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they tried. Wasn't it called cat? The chewing the
قات.
lead.
yeah.
Caught.
بدي اسالك انه شو صار للطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن. بيقول لك انه
Are they
سمع
having a
انه
good time? Are they okay? Does he
ال
know?
بيقول لك انه الطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن انه كيف حالهم وايش عم تعملوا معهم، وانه هل انه عم بيستمتعوا بوقتهم.
والله الصدق يعني مستمتع.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right now.
عايشين الوضع الحمد لله يعني.
All right, Twitch chat is lurking today. Okay, so here's what we need to do. I guess I will do this unless there is a mod in Twitch chat that feels that they are confident to do this themselves, but we're gonna change the game. Okay, no, we're not gonna change the game. We're gonna keep it on just chatting, but I'm gonna change the what do we call this? What is the name for this? Like, what do you call this? What do you call the fact that Twitch can affect the game? Like, is there a way to? Is there like some? Like, I'm trying to put something in the title to let people know what we're doing in here, and that they can, like, normally it'd be like an exclamation point command, right? You know, if you're like, you know, doing something that somebody can hit an exclamation point command to access. But what is this even called? Besides like just killing my stream by trying to do something fun. No, it's okay. No, don't Twitch chat. Don't worry. Don't wait. Oh my god, I just realized how disruptive this is. Cuz it's interactive. Okay, so Vampire Survivor interactive. Okay, hopefully that will let people know that they have a part to play. That this is the time that Twitch chat can feel special, right? And you have been special lately, right? You have been actually killing it. The last few times we actually unlocked the sub goal was through Twitch. So, you know, it's kind of a reversal of what we'd had before, where it was like always YouTube chat, and now we're having a resurgence in Twitch chat, and kind of a little bit of a slowdown in the YouTube chat, right? So we'll see what we do today. Like I said, there's a lot of other content to unlock. Other than that, it could be a very short stream today if we don't hit the sub goals. And, you know, essentially, you know, this is like a small little feedback loop that illustrates like the larger feedback loop of, you know, supporting, you know, your streamers is the way to keep your streamer coming, and keep your streamer engaged, and make it so your streamer actually has time enough to be on stream, and to still exist, right? So yeah, hopefully that is, you know, taken in the spirit that it's given, which is that like I am only here through your support. So
جو خرافي واتمنى انتم تزوروا الجو هذا كلكم.
يعني انت شفت الناس اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن وبسألك انه جربوا القات، هم جربوا قات؟
ايوه كلهم جربوا القات، حتى قبطان السفينه خزن.
He's saying they've all tried qat, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No way.
He's saying he wants us to.
There we have kind of a highlight, kind of a key point of the. Wait, now what? Like, here's what I want to know. Any Hasan viewers, can you tell me, like, vibes are immaculate? Does that mean like? is that actually what he's saying, or is that something that's getting like transmitted? Is that something that's getting translated? Did he say something else, and like the translator is converting it into, yeah, it's kind of like vibes are immaculate. Like, I just want to know, is this somebody that's familiar with that meme? I think that was just the translation. Okay, I'm curious about that.
Oh, dude, I would love to one day. I am.
All right, we'll try again. We'll see if this works.
بقول لك
See if
انه بده انه يزور السفن بس بيخاف من القصف
wrong button.
الامريكي.
لا عادي يجي والله، بنخليه يزور السفن كلهن ويعيش حياته يعني كون بيس، يتخيل نفسه انه في ون بيس.
He says if you go visit there, you'll feel like you're in One Piece and you can visit all the boats.
That's good. Okay, so what does he think about Americans? Because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people. How does he feel about that? Is that shocking to him?
شو رأيك بالشعب الأمريكي؟ وهل تعرف إنه في يعني فئة كبيرة من الشعب الأمريكي اللي هي إنه بتدعم الشعب الفلسطيني وبتتضامن؟
I'm trying to look at this through through his eyes, right? Through Rashid's eyes. And you're talking to like an American streamer, ostensibly about a major news issue, like a conflict, military conflict that's going on between the United States and Yemen right now, and you get questions about like One Piece, like, right? You get like the cringiest thing Hasan said was like, you like that essentially Yemen is like Luffy, and that like. And that right, and I get the metaphor, right? If you don't know, One Piece is a pirate anime. It's kind of like it's not like a traditional pirate thing. It's like a reimagining of pirates, in a magical world, right? And Luffy is the protagonist, and Luffy is a good-natured pirate that protects people and defends them against bullies. Essentially, some of those bullies are the Navy, right? Because the Navy doesn't like the pirates. The Navy wants to shut down the pirates, right? And so I get the comparison, right? I get that, and I'm okay for the memes there, but like it's just like it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird imagining being Rashid and like going on to talk about, because Hasan's a political streamer. He's not Aiden Ross. He's not, some streamer that's just like, trying to, shit the bed and get clicks and attention for that, right? Hasan is, he's a politics streamer, right? So it's a little bit weird to get asked about that. It's even weirder when there's kind of like an obsession on that, and like, yeah, see, you all in Yemen, you're like Luffy, and the United States is like the Marines, right? It's kind of weird, but like, I mean, that's the only complaint that I have, right? A little bit of like a little bit of obliviousness as far as like what he's saying is going to be received. But as you can see, Rashid is rolling with it, and he's like, yeah, you come to Yemen, you'll feel like One Piece too. I think he's maybe even making fun of Hasan a little bit. So that's
معه.
صح والله، يعني في أجانب كثير، يعني شفت من الأجانب في أجانب كثير يعني تفاعلوا معي بالمنشورات حق يعني، وكلهم مع فلسطين يعني. والله شفت يعني جمهور كبير يعني، وأقول لهم I love you يعني لهم كلهم.
Yeah, he says he knows that a lot of the people that are supporting him online are foreigners, and he reciprocates and sends back the love to them.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love
Does he feel?
Yeah, because a lot of the like, I mean, do you remember the Israeli there was some Israeli like parody of like American college students like celebrating what happened on October 7th, being just like, right, like there was like that whole depiction where the college students are talking to an actual Hamas member, and all the Hamas member is saying is like, yeah, we can't wait to kill you and people like you, you're fucking scum. And they're like, all right, cool, we support Palestine. Like, right, that's the depiction, right? Is that like everybody in, I don't know, like a Muslim country is just like, got like, got hate, nothing but hate for Americans and for Israelis, and it's not true. It's not. It's a cartoon notion. It's a notion that comes from racism. Unfortunately, racism is kind of like the prevailing winds, right? So like a wind on the seas, right? And if you just got your sail open, you're going to go to wherever the winds blow. Now you can like tack left and tack right. You can do a bunch of stuff, you can like manipulate the sails, and that's the rudder. And when you're sailing, and that's what you want to do, because you don't necessarily want to go where the wind is blowing, right? But if you go where the wind is blowing, right? If you're just passively consuming this, destiny type entertainment, right? You might be tempted to think, oh yeah, that's right. They're all a bunch of terrorists over there. They hate our guts. They want us dead, right? And it's not true. It's not even close to true. And most of the people in chat, like, I don't have to tell you this, but like these are the brainworms that are active. These are the unserious, cartoon-like ideas that are actually way too pervasive. And you're going to see that all over Twitter when we look at what's trending on Hasan's hashtag.
The war leading up to this last thing that occurred, the last bombing campaign that occurred, does he feel like he lost out on years of his childhood? Like, are there things that he does he know a time? Does he know of a time? Can he remember a time when he wasn't in some kind of war? I guess because this is like relatively new for him as experiences goes.
Yeah. So راشد عم بسألك حسن إنه هل بتحس إنك خسرت سنين من طفولتك لأنك عايش تحت الحرب، وهل تتذكر وقت قبل الحرب؟ هل تتذكر إنه يعني عندك ذكريات من طفولة وحياة قبل الحرب، ولا هل شكلت الحرب كثير من ذكرياتك؟
والله احنا الصدق يعني حياتنا كلها مغامرات. هذا يعني باختصار.
He just says their life is full of adventures.
Okay, that's a positive way to look at it. Tell him there's 25,000 people watching him live right now, by the way. I don't know if he knows that.
بيقول لك في 25,000 واحد عم بيتابع هذا المباشر.
والله اقول لهم كلهم I love you so much، وان شاء الله كلهم يجربوا الجات ونخزن لهم كلهم على حسابي.
He says he loves all of them and he wishes they could all try qat soon, and he's treating them to it.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We're going to Yemen and we're getting qat. Yeah. So what does he watch other than One Piece? Because he watches One Piece. What else? Because he's like a normal 19-year-old, right? Mm-hmm. So ask him what other stuff that he watches. Like, does he play video games? Does he like FIFA?
بده يعرف ايش كمان انه شو كمان في برامج بتتابعها غير ون بيس، وايش بتلعب العاب، يعني انه بتلعب فيفا او اي شيء، انه شو بتحب تحضر او تلعب؟
والله الصدق يعني كنت يعني زمان قبل 5 سنين كنت اشاهد مسلسلات تركية، افلام امريكية، لكن يعني الان ما اشاهد ولا اي شيء، لا العاب ولا يعني حتى ون بيس كملتها. يعني انا احب الانمي، يعني بشكل عام انا كنت اشاهد مسلسلات اطفال كثير يعني، بس الان بطلتها.
هلا ما يعني ما بتتابع شيء هلا؟
لا هلا يعني ما يعني خلاص يعني انشغلت، ما فضى يعني اني اشاهد.
انشغلت هلا؟
Yes.
Used to like watching Turkish and American TV shows, and he also used to love anime a lot, but he says that he's been very busy recently, so he hasn't been watching or doing anything else.
Yeah, what does he watch Turkish?
So yeah, I mean, again, like this is like a little bit like, I mean, Hasan didn't know that he was doing this interview. This all kind of came together at the last moment, and like I don't really like, hardcore. Oh my god, okay, you just killed me, chat. You just killed me. Did I say something? I got the crabs. Of all the shit to get, chat, the crabs. You gave me the crabs. A giant swarm of crabs. Somehow I'm surviving. I'm vampire surviving. I'm vampire surviving all of this. But like this is, kind of like, like Hasan's like I get what Hasan's trying to do, right? Because like from everything we know, it's a 19-year-old, right? And people, especially the response to people, to Hasan talking to Rashid, like from neo-lib Twitter has been, pretty ridiculous, of like, oh, why are you platforming a terrorist, my dude? But Hasan is trying to be like, hey, listen, like normal people live in Yemen too, right? But at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, like I've been a little busy. Do you like to play video games? Do you like to do? Oh no, what just happened? That's not good. What just happened? Did everything freeze? Everything froze. And it unfroze. That's probably my fault. I probably have too many things running at once. Let's see if we can shut a few things down. All right, that's a pretty good catch. Did I freeze there for a second? But I mean, not in a way that like okay, so because sometimes when we say humanize, like right when Destiny fist bumped Nick Fuentes, that was humanizing. That was taking somebody that's been talked about. Usually, you hear about Nick Fuentes, the Nazi, not a great guy. You know, Nick Fuentes like said, you know, this racist thing, said that racist thing, right? So you know that's an area that maybe you don't want to humanize. But in this case, we've got ostensibly a 19-year-old Yemeni. Doing TikToks, you know, I mean, he's going out to the boats and stuff like that. But from this interview, we get that he is not a militant. Now, there's going to be some discrepancies later, and we'll try to, if we have time, if I can stay on long enough today, if we hit that sub goal, like I'll try to go in and parse those out, because there's you know, there's a lot being said right about like this guy and who he is and how he feels about, you know, various groups, right? But you know, we're getting a sense that, you know, this is not what you would. You're getting a very different picture than the media is sort of playing it out for you. Oh my god, this is hardcore. This is really hardcore. Okay, let's see.
What is he watching Turkish?
بسألك إذا كنت تحضر محمد ونور.
محمد ونور أول مرة أسمع فيهم.
برنامج تركي كان مشهور من زمان. مش من زمان يعني قبل 10 سنين.
لا ما شفته الصدق.
Oh, no, he hasn't watched that one, but I watched that one.
No, you watched that one? Yeah, Ertuğrul.
Wait, that one is Harim al-Sultan. Sorry, not Nur al-Muhannad.
Harim al-Sultan. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we remember.
Kurtlar Vadisi. No, he's not watching Kurtlar Vadisi. Okay, so he doesn't have time to watch stuff now, but what did he watch when he was younger? What is he like?
بيقول لك لما كنت صغير لما لسه كنت تتابع برامج ايش كنت تحب تحضر؟
توم وجيري سبونج بوب السنافر.
SpongeBob.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob, Smurfs.
Nice. Okay, so you watch SpongeBob and whatnot. Does he?
SpongeBob.
How does that work? I don't know.
Yeah. هل انت هلا يعني مسجل بالمدرسة انه بتروح على المدرسة ولا لا؟
والله يعني أنا خلصت الثانوية.
He says he's done with school.
He's done with school?
Yeah, he's 19.
So what does he want to do? What are his aspirations other than go on adventures?
شو عندك طموح او احلام انه بدك تحققها؟
والله الصدق يعني ما فيش.
ولا إشي؟ ما بدك تعمل إشي؟
لا والله ما في أي حاجة أفكر فيها الصدق يعني صراحة أنا أعيش حياتي كل يوم أعيشها بيومه ما أفكر باللي بعده.
He's saying that he just lives every day as it comes. He doesn't really have any long-term goals.
This guy's a himbo, bro. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, is this appropriate? I don't know if this is appropriate or not. Is he Shia or he's Shia, I assume, right?
بسألك إذا أنت شيعي أو سني. آسف على السؤال.
Is that no?
يمن صدق يعني أنا لا شيعي ولا سني يمني مسلم يعني نفس دينكم أنا نفسكم.
حبيت جوابك صراحة السؤال ما له داعي. He says that he's not Shi'i or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained, surprisingly. But okay. What else? I mean, I have so many. I don't know what. I'll ask him stuff from the chat if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
But there's Palestinians in the chat saying the Palestinians love him and thank him for everything that they're doing.
بقول لك حسن إنه في فلسطينيين إنه عم بيكتبوا لك تعليقات إنه كلهم بحبوك وبدعموك.
وأنا أحبهم كلهم و I love you لهم.
What does he know about Turkey?
بقول لك شو بتعرف عن تركيا؟
عن تركيا كل شيء. اسطنبول ان شاء الله نجي اسطنبول قريب ان شاء الله اقول له.
He wants to visit Istanbul.
Nice, one day. Inshallah. Okay, so ask him what made him record the video. Yeah, I mean, he already said it though. He already responded to it. Ask him if he knows Western women are comparing him to a very famous actor.
Yeah, again, like it's just like like the whole like, are you Shia or Sunni? I get that like Hasan is just like, you know, curious. It's been brought up before. It's a dynamic that's at play, given that like Iran is a primarily Shia country. They're allies of the Houthis, and have connections with Hezbollah, right? And then most of the people in Gaza are Sunni. Some people use that fact as a way of denying the possibility that there's any real compassion, that there's any real camaraderie or solidarity between the Yemenis that are disrupting trade to put pressure on Israel and the Palestinian people. But he doesn't seem to like. I mean, the feeling that I get is that like he's saying it's immaterial. Like, right, that's not like right. And Hasan's reaction to that is that it seems very media trained. I know there won't be any lives when my ass hits the passenger seat. It's like 5 stream overlapping and then nothing.
Oh yeah, does he know who
I don't know what that means.
Chalamet is?
بيسألوك إذا بتعرف
Okay, so there's a question. You know Timothee Chalamet.
Famous actor.
عمرك سمعت عنه؟
Does chat know Timothee Chalamet?
لا ما في. No, he doesn't.
Say people in the West are comparing him to a very famous actor.
بيقول لك إنه في ناس كتير في الغرب عم بيقارنوك ب.
Does chat know Timothee Chalamet? Do we all know like who we're talking about? I'm sure most of you do, but maybe not everyone. Oh my god, so much leveling up in this game, huh? Extra lucky chest? Yeah, Zara is right. I know Chalamet shimmy, yeah, yay. Oh my god. I don't know what's going on. I'm just getting I'm doing pretty well in the game. Only I was doing as well in the streamer game as like this. I don't know, chat. I'm trying to figure out a way to get through interviews without making it boring for you all. So let me know what you think about this, right? This is and I wish YouTube could play along. They don't have integration for YouTube. They only have it for Twitch. Somehow people think that everyone on Twitch plays games and everyone on YouTube is not playing games, even though neither of those things are true. It's this kind of all or nothing, mentality that like sort of pervades, like I'm talking about before, like the all or nothing mentality. When you talk about like other, countries, there's people out there, in Destiny's audience acting like everyone in Yemen, like, has this undying hatred for Americans and for Israelis when that's not the case. And you've also got this whole all or nothing mentality about how people view you. That's a weird metaphor, chat. That's a really weird metaphor. I don't know why I even bother sometimes.
تيموثي شالامي واحد ممثل مشهور كتير.
الله الصدق يعني هذاك أمريكي وأنا يمني يعني في اختلاف.
He says that he's American and I'm Yemeni. That's it.
Okay. All right. Fair.
He doesn't know who he is.
No, it's fine. It's fine. What does he?
Yeah, he's actually French.
America? Not just Americans, but what does he think about America? When you think about America, what is the first thing that comes to his mind?
بده يعرف إنه لما بتفكر بأمريكا إيش أول إشي بيخطر ببالك يعني مش بس الشعب الأمريكي بس لما بتفكر عن أمريكا كبلد إنه شو أول إشي بيخطر ببالك.
والله الصدق يعني أنا ما أفكرش في أمريكا أصلاً.
He's saying he doesn't think about America.
I like that. Okay. Does he have any questions for me or for Americans in general? If there's anything that he wants to know as well, like we can,
حسن بسألك إذا أنت عندك أي أسئلة لإله أو إذا عندك أي أسئلة للشعب الأمريكي.
والله الصدق يعني في أمريكيين يعني كثير يعني فاجئوني إنهم مسلمين. والله الصدق يعني I love you لهم يعني والله إني حبيتهم يعني عكس ما كنت أسمع عنهم يعني في ناس كثير يعني طلعت محترمة و I love you للشعب الفلسطيني و I love you للي بالبث كلهم يعني وإن شاء الله غزة يعني وفلسطين إن شاء الله تنتصر قريب.
وعندك أي أسئلة؟ يعني بتحب تسأل إشي؟
والله الصدق يعني شرفنا والأسئلة يعني خارج نطاق التغطية ما في أي سؤال بعقلي لا. يعني يقول لها شرفنا وعلى راسي كلهم I love you so much وإن شاء الله لنا لقاء آخر.
He's saying that he doesn't have any further questions, but he was surprised to see how many Muslims there are in America and in general how many supporters there are for Palestine, and he sends all his love to his supporters and the people in the chat.
Oh, that's a good question. Ask him.
So again, some like you know, some like just as much as there's a lot of misperceptions about the feelings of like normal Palestinians or normal Yemenis, you know, in the United States, you know, there's like maybe some surprise in like how much support there is for Palestine, despite the fact that the U.S. government is doing fuck all to pressure a ceasefire.
Things about the fact that in America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
بدي يعرف حسن شو رأيك أو هل سمعت إنه في عديد من المجموعات بأمريكا أو المنظمات اللي يعني بتأيد فلسطين وبتأيد القضية الفلسطينية اللي يعني بس هي منظمات يهودية، يعني هل سمعت هذا الشيء إنه بتعرف إنه في يهود في أمريكا بيدعموا فلسطين؟
والله يعني صراحة أي واحد يدعم فلسطين إحنا معه.
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine we're with.
Hell yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know if I can ask that. Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
I feel like that's just not like interesting. I don't know. I mean, I can ask him if you want.
No. It's fine. You're right. I mean, I don't know. I don't do any of that stuff. So
I don't either. I'm not gonna ask.
I know. I'm just wondering like what dudes in Yemen are doing. Are they going to Jummah prayer or are they not? You know what I mean? Are they pulling up? Well, I have a question about what is it that there are so many Yemeni music videos. We've watched it. We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You could tell them that, and there are so many of them that we watch on the stream. Like, what's up with Yemen? Are they like a specifically musical people? What's going on?
بقول لك حسن إنه كتير هلا صار في شعبية للموسيقى اليمنية وللأغاني اليمنية وللفيديوهات اللي بتطلع من اليمن. بسألك يعني إنه هل الموسيقى إشي يعني الموسيقى اليمنية يعني أنتوا كتير بتحبوا الموسيقى في اليمن ويعني بتحبوا الرقص شكلكم هيك أشياء؟
والله يعني احنا يعني الرقص حقنا يعني اكيد تعرفوا يعني بالبرع اسمها هكذا، وان شاء الله عقبالهم ما يخزنوا ويسمعوا اغاني يمنيه كلهم.
يخزنوا يعني لما بتحكي يخزن يعني بياخذ
يعني يحط داتا.
اوكي اول مره بسمع هاي الكلمه. He said that means قات. That's what he's doing. He's saying that like that yeah they love music and dancing and that he wants everyone to with him and dance and listen to music, I guess.
What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What does he think about that? Ask him that question. I just banned one of those stupid in the chat just now.
بيقول لك شو رأيك بالمتخلفين اللي بيحكوا عنك إرهابي؟
No, I gotta say something here. I gotta pause this and take a minute here. Okay, let me stun lock for a second. Okay, because this is important. The amount of Destiny's community, the amount of debate perverts that are knee-jerking reaction to a guy from Yemen as if like, no, this is a terrorist, is sickening, right? The fact that that's the response with no, because like, check this out. Like, this is a community that is known for its high standards of burden of proof whenever anybody is accused of anything, mainly whenever any like male streamer is accused of something like sexual harassment or, you know, like with the Chud Logic and his weird like screenshots with that 17-year-old, right? You gotta like, do you know for sure 100% that Chud Logic knew that person was underage? Do you know that Chud Logic doesn't have like the kind of lack of discernment for when somebody's like constantly dodging a question like what's your age, that maybe that person is not of age, right? Because if you can't 100% prove it, then not only are we not going to pay attention to what you're saying, but you're the one that's getting fucked over, right? If you say that you got death threats, does that death threat have 1 pixel out of place? Well, then maybe you made it up. Assholes! Absolute fucking monsters, right? So so easy to defend any dude streamer that's accused of anything, right? Such a high burden of proof on that front, and such an absolute knee-jerk response to just like, oh, fucking Yemeni, are you a terrorist? Like, right? It's sick. It's sick. There's no real consistency. This is a community that cannot stop talking about moral consistency, and yet it has none. It has absolutely none. It is riddled with double standards.
Dumbasses.
He's like dismissing them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Respect. What else do I want to ask? So, like, has he ever had like Western food?
بسألك حسن إذا عمرك جربت أكل أجنبي؟
جربت لا ما جربتش أكل مصري، بس إيش الأكل الأجنبي يعني؟ هو أكل زي أكلنا يعني، كيف أكل أجنبي؟ يعني بالإنجليزي أكل
إنه أكلات يعني ما بعرف زي الأشياء اللي بياكلوها بأمريكا.
يعني أكيد في عندنا أكلات زي الأكلات حقهم، يعني فيها أكلات يعني كلها مواد غذائية، يعني كلها نعمة من الله.
بس يعني إيش إنه يعني إيش بتاكلوا عادة يعني أكلات أجنبية إذا عندكم؟
أكلات أجنبية والله الصدق يعني أنا ما قد يعني زرت الأجانب عشان أكل من أكلهم، لكن الأجانب يأكلون نفس الأكل أتوقع يعني، ومدري الله أعلم.
He's not really like answering any specific like foods. He's just saying like he's just saying it's the same food that he eats is the same food that we eat.
Okay. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
بسألك إذا في KFC باليمن.
أول مرة أسمع فيها.
عمرك سمعت بكنتاكي؟
أيوة في عندنا كنتاكي 2 مطاعم.
He says they have 2.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen?
I wonder if it's like, I feel like it's off-brand.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be, right? Like what the that's crazy. Okay, that's sick. That's wild. They have KFC in Yemen. There you go. What does he do for day to day in Yemen? Like, tell him to walk us through a day, like a normal day in his life. Does he have a girlfriend? What does his parents think about this? Like, I got a bunch of questions like that.
عنده كثير أسئلة لك، بس رح أحاول إنه يعني أسهل الموضوع. فبسألك أولا يعني شو إذا بتقدر توصف لنا إنه كيف اليوم العادي عندك باليمن، إنه إيش تعمل باليوم العادي، وهل أنت إنه في وحدة مصاحبها هلا بحياتك، وكمان إيش رأي أهلك بالموضوع؟
والله يعني ما فيش ولا واحدة يعني، ولا أعرف أي بنت في حياتي الصدق يعني صراحة، ولا راسلت بنت ولا كلمت بنت ولا أي شيء.
He's saying that he doesn't talk to any girls, he doesn't DM any girls, he's not talking to any girls at all.
Sure.
Wait, that's the answer?
Okay.
Wait, that's the answer to what's a normal day in Yemen like?
طب شو بسألك كمان إنه إيش كانت ردة فعل أهلك للفيديو اللي انتشر عنه؟
الله يعني طبيعي، شيء هذا عندنا شيء طبيعي يعني.
Yeah, he says like his parents' reaction was normal, like there is no big reaction.
His parents are just chilling. Why are they? They're so chill about
everything. Is chill. Everything is chill.
Vibes are immaculate.
No, nothing is like we're overreacting. It seems like.
Yeah, this is why Jeremy Scales said out of all of his travels, the people of Yemen are the chillest people he's ever met.
Really?
Well, I mean, it's like he said. So it's the
really.
Yeah.
It's the
yeah.
Okay, respect. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is normal when it's like that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved.
What does he mean by the just? Wait, does he literally just mean like what's the fact that what's up with the fact that like traditional like swords in Europe, they're like straight and then like, you know, like on the what is it like on the there's just some flags like with the curved, like is that literally all he's asking? Like what's up with the curved knives? Like right? Like, I think you need to ask a weapons expert about that. I don't know. Interesting how I got back to following you years back. It's been a while since you've been on Twitch. Oh, your followage of me. Yeah, I don't know, Ace Manix. That's a good question. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you followed me before I got in a fight with a huge streamer, and you know, a lot of people lost touch with me then. Like I was, you know, you were in trouble if you were in here. Like people would harass viewers of mine, right? We went through some tough years. So maybe it has something to do with that. Following since 11/27/2020. That's a long time. I had some controversy. Well, anyway, I'm glad to see you back here. We're just watching Hasan and his interview with this 19-year-old Yemeni that's being called Timothee. Chalamet, right? He kind of looks like Timothee Chalamet. He's a Yemeni, and he's just famous for making some TikToks, right? And there's this whole controversy now of like, did Hasan platform a terrorist? It seems like a weird question, like when it requires this sort of knee-jerk reflexive response that anybody from Yemen, they must be a terrorist. They must support every bad thing that's going on in Yemen. They must support the entirety of the Houthi regime. Like, it couldn't just be that he's a 19-year-old Yemeni who has some solidarity for people in Palestine, like he says, right? We'll look into that later. We'll look into some of the allegations, some of the screenshots that have been shared. But it's good to have you here. I probably had a controversy. I feel like people that support the Houthis, well, I mean, nobody's talking about supporting the Houthis here, right? The real question is, do you support the like wholesale carnage that's going on in Gaza? So
جنبي اسمها باليمني.
right, because what have the Houthis done? They fired on a few ships, right? What's going on in Gaza? 20,000 plus no longer alive, up to 100,000 injured or missing, right? That's kind of what's going on right now. I've got priorities, like, right, in terms of, you know, what I think is right and what I think is wrong. And like number one on that priority of what I think is wrong is genocide, is ethnic cleansing. That is literally what's going on in Palestine right now. So
جنبي ايوه جنبي.
بدي اسالك عنهم، يعني هل انه شو اهميتهم عندكم؟
والله هذيك يعني اهميتها هذيك عندنا اذا طلعت ما ترجع الا في دم.
He says if
yo, this is amazing. This is amazing. Wait, is he also a femboy now? Are we calling him a femboy? Look, from what he's saying here in this interview, he's not a militant. He's not anti-Semitic. He doesn't have any child slaves. Like, you know, like all this shit that people are putting on him. It just feels like racism. It just feels like stereotypes. It's like, oh yeah, no, I heard something about Yemen. They've got this or that going on, and like they're putting it on poor Timothee Chalamet here, right? That's just trying to make some TikToks and get a ceasefire in Gaza, which you all should want, right? Even if you don't give up about people in Gaza, right? Just for the question of world stability, you should care about that, because what's going on right now with the United States responding to a blockade, or not even a blockade, right? With the Yemenis making it difficult to get maritime trade through that all important strait of the Red Sea, right? The response to that is to bomb Yemen, right? When they're saying that they're doing this because of what's going on in Gaza. Some shit that should have been stopped months ago. Some carnage against civilians, right? That should have stopped a long ass time ago. And so bringing pressure to bear on Israel, to bring pressure to bear on the United States, hell, bringing pressure to bear on China, right? China depends on that passage too, right? Nobody's doing anything about the massive amounts of civilians that are being that are losing their lives in Palestine. And somebody, like, you know, but the response is like, oh no, let's just bomb them into submission. You know, the country that's been in a civil war. Like, I mean, do you see like what kind of brainworms you might have picked up, right? Because there's a lot of brain. I gotta say, the brainworms are very active. The brainworms are very active on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube, on everywhere. And I'm hearing a lot of people just talk bullshit about what's going on that has nothing to do with the primary driving factor of all of this, right? We need a ceasefire in Gaza like yesterday, all right? And anything else about like somebody's flag or, you know, whatever you want to bring up is fucking secondary to that.
Knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. Does he watch TikTok or
see? No, there's a real question. Like, how was that question actually like taken? Right? Hasan asked about the curved knives. I wasn't entirely sure what he was talking about, right? Like, the only thing I could think of is the fact that, you know, if you see like a typical like, you know, Middle Eastern sword, it's going to be curved versus like a knight medieval Western sword, it's going to be straight, right? Is that what Hasan was asking about? And then how was it taken you know, by how was it taken by Rashid? Because that part's not clear to me.
او بتتابع اي حدا على التيك توك او على اليوتيوب.
ولا تابع شيء الصدق يعني صراحة أنا الآن ما فضي يعني ما تابع أحد إلا إذا أشياء مهمة يعني تابعها.
He's saying he doesn't really have time to.
Oh my God! Look, for like you're not a first time chatter, but this is your first time in here for a long time. And I'm not trying to make you the subject of derision, but you just asked me, didn't we have a ceasefire up until 10/6? I'm sorry, but please educate yourself about what's been going on in Israel since the 40s. God damn, that is like the most ignorant question I've heard in a long time. Didn't we have a ceasefire? Didn't we have a fucking ceasefire? No, we had an open air prison. We had Israeli officials literally talking about mowing the grass, and they weren't talking about grass, they were talking about people. They were talking about the Palestinians that they had to kill off periodically to quote unquote mow the grass. We're talking about literal calculations of calories that people in Gaza were able to consume and putting the Palestinians on quote unquote a diet, right? If you call that a ceasefire, there's something wrong with you. There's something massively wrong with you. You should go back to Dylan Burns' stream.
Do it.
Actually, I don't even think Dylan agrees with that. I don't even know that Dylan buys into that.
Like what? Like Al Jazeera? Like what's he watching?
بقول لك يعني ايش شو هي الاشياء المهمة اللي ممكن
I think you'd have to go to Eris for that shit.
يعني هذا الأيام الصدق يعني هذا الأيام الوقت يعني ما فيش أي حاجة يعني تستاهل عشان نضيع وقتنا عشانها.
Oh, here we go.
Saying nothing is more important than Palestine right now, so that's like what he's spending his time on.
He just graduated high school, Chatter. What does he think about China? Does he know anything about China?
شو رأيك بالصين؟
There we go.
الصدق أنا ما الصين يعني في مسلمين أكيد في كل مكان في مسلمين وفي يعني أكثر شيء يعني المسلمين في كل أنحاء العالم. يعني الشعب الصيني أنا ما قد جلست معاهم ولا بس الصدق يعني قبطان السفينة كان صيني وخزن واندمج معنا وكان يغني ويصور ستوريات. والله عجب الجو.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing. So he
again vibes. We're back to vibe. It's a vibes-based stream here.
That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand. So America's like blowing them up while they're just like doing cat and chilling with the captains. Like, how does he feel about that? Isn't that crazy?
Wait, now that's interesting, right? Because are we talking about the captains as in like the captains of the vessels that are being, commandeered or the vessels that are being disrupted? Like, I mean, that's the feeling that I get. And like, if that's, that's a very different perspective than like, these are terrorists and they're doing bad things and it justifies any sort of bombing that the United States wants to do, right? And look, even if you're the kind of person who's like, yeah, fuck them for disrupting international trade, right? That's what's important to you, is getting your Amazon order. Even if you're that kind of fucked up person, you gotta admit that bombing a country that has been in a civil war since 2011 into submission is not the best strategy. It's a pretty fail strategy.
It's normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up,
بيقول يعني انه شو رايك انه انتوا قاعدين انه مع يعني بتسولفوا مع القبطان وبتخزنوا معه وبترقصوا معه وبنفس الوقت امريكا قاعده بتقصف باليمن، انه كيف هدول الاشياء عم بيصيروا بنفس الوقت؟
والله الصدق يعني احنا يعني باحترامنا واخلاقنا يعني نجذبهم الينا، يعني خلاص نكسبهم، يعني خلاص يكرهوا امريكا، يكرهوا الحكومه الامريكيه.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the US government.
That's
so
okay.
What I'm getting from this is that the interaction with the trade that they're disrupting, with the ships that they're disrupting, is not like, fuck you infidel, like you shall face justice in the like, right? That's the feeling that you get. That's the feeling that you get when you talk about like, what's going on. When you talk to people who are justifying the US's actions, the US's bombing of the Houthis, which, like I said before, even if you agree with that, you got to admit it's a bad strategy. Even if you're like, fuck the Houthis, you know, get me my Amazon shipment. Let's make those boats go toot toot, get them back on the going through the Red Sea. Even if you're that like sad person, right? You gotta say that like bombing a country that's been at war since 2011, right? That's like, you know, you're talking to a 19-year-old here who was what, like, oh my God, they were like a baby. They were like a baby when the civil war in Yemen started. And you're thinking that, yeah, no, we just need a few well-placed bombs. We can, you know, just, you know, shoot some of their infrastructure and they'll stop. They'll be like, oh shit, well, we wanted to disrupt the trade to try to put some pressure on the US and Israel to do something about what's going on in Palestine. But I guess if you're going to bomb us, then maybe we won't. Boats can go free. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And if you're watching a streamer who's been telling you that, you have not been served well by your streamer. If you're watching this for entertainment, I guess, right? It's a pretty weird thing to watch for entertainment. I would suggest that, you know, like there's a lot of things more entertaining than fucking politics, especially like geopolitics. But if you're watching this to like know more about the world and to, you know, get your, you know, opinions, get your facts from somewhere, you know, like be a more informed person, be a more intelligent person, you are not being well served by that. If you're watching Destiny or any of these jokers, right? Because, you know, you got to continuum. Yeah, Destiny's had some really bad opinions. Destiny's literally justified genocide and ethnic cleansing on stream, right? But even people like Lonerbox are, you know, sort of soft pedaling, you know, some of the same bad ideas, albeit at a much lower volume, in a much less egregious way. I'm supposed to be watching a debate involving Lonerbox pretty soon here, so hopefully we can get, because we haven't really heard, the last we heard of Lonerbox, he was denying what's happening to trans people in the United States of America, which has gotten unbelievably worse since that conversation, since that debate went on. But there's a lot of fucking jokers out there that like play smart, that act like they're adding something to the conversation when all you're doing is you're getting your perspective out of the ass of some dumb fuck debate bro that doesn't know shit. And I don't see how that's like really serving you, right? All it does is make you look like an idiot when you come in here and try to talk about some shit. But anyway,
It doesn't probably take much to be fair. What does he plan on doing once Palestine is free? You know what I mean?
لما انه بعد ما فلسطين تتحرر شو
yo, that's scary.
يعني اهم شيء انها تتحرر. بعدين لما تتحرر ان شاء الله
That's scary.
فلسطين، وفلسطين اهل فلسطين يجوا عندنا واحنا نجي عندهم، وهكذا يعني الحمد لله يعني بنرتاح.
He's saying that once Palestine is free, then he can rest, and he would like to visit Palestine, and he would like Palestinians to visit Yemen as well.
Me too, brother. Me too. Ask him his thoughts on Sean King. Okay, chatters. So stupid. Wait, what?
King واحد اسمه
Yeah.
شون كينج.
لا لا
Oh my God. That was okay. Jesus Christ. Does he know who Donald Trump is?
تعرف مين ترامب أكيد.
اوه ماي جاد. والله هذا ترامب لا تدخلوا هالسالفه.
Yeah, doesn't with him obviously.
Tell him to teach us like
Not a fan of
not
Trump.
a bad word in Yemen, but like how to say like you. Like in Turkey we have this, right? What
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay.
like something like that that's unique.
Okay.
Okay, so
Finger, does he know that?
Well, I mean, in like Arabs do this. Like, have you seen this?
okay, so like I said, like, you know, I'm not hating on Hasan for the substance of this. I do think there are some parts of this that are a little bit cringe, right? The part that Destiny zeroed in on, cringe for a very different reason than he's thinking. My issue is like the disconnection that Hasan has of making that one piece comparison to somebody who's actually, you know, seeing like real violence. Like I thought was a little bit, you know, a little bit unaware, right? But like here it's let me just rewind this slightly.
Yeah, doesn't with him obviously.
Tell him to teach us not a bad word.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to disagree with, right? If you're learning a new language, and you know he's not, like, right, his viewers, they're not learning Arabic in here. This is not like, you know, talk with Hasan and learn Arabic hours, right? But like seriously, okay, if you are learning a language, take the curse words and the offensive words and like learn those last of all. Like preferably after you've been in that country for a while and you know a little bit about the culture and you know a little bit about the social mores and stuff like that, because learning to curse somebody out in a different language, learning how to be offensive in a different language is actually kind of dangerous. Like imagine this, you're in a place, there's conversation going on around you, there's information being exchanged, people are conversing, right? You are not privy to what is being said, but you know, you might catch some feelings at some point. I know when I've traveled abroad, I've gotten pissed off at certain times, and like, you know, I've known some bad words in you know, various languages of countries that I'm traveling in, and I've been tempted to share those bad words, right? Bad idea. It's better off if you don't, like, one of my friends had like some book called like Spicy Spanish or something like that. It was like, the idea was like, you're gonna learn you know, how to fuck with people in Spanish, and it's like, yo, maybe learn Spanish first, maybe like understand the culture of the countries that you're traveling in. There are so many things that you need to do before you even consider like learning to do. Now, like, I know that's not what Hasan is doing, but I just wanted to say that because like it's something that like I'm the same. I want to know the bad words to say, I want to know the spicy words to say, but it's like you actually don't want to know those, like, right? Even if you think that you're mature enough that you can like not use them in a situation where it might get you in trouble, right? If you get pissed off, right, you might just say something. If you know like one curse word, right, it might just come out.
Remember like how to say like you, like in Turkey we have this, right? What do they have that in Yemen as well? Like something like that that's unique.
Okay.
Do they do the middle finger? Do you know that?
Well, I mean, in Arabs do this. Like, have you seen this?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, this, right?
عم بسألك إنه عم بقول لك إنه بتركيا لما إنه عندهم حركة نورية هيك إنه بعملوا
Yeah, we do this in Turkey. This is Turkey.
لما بدك تحكي لحدا إنه خرع عليك أو شيء هيك إنه هيك تعمله بإيدك. إنه هو عم بسألك إنه في إشي باليمن تعملوه بإيديكم لما بدك إنه تهين حدا، كيف بتأشروا لبعض؟
والله هذا شيء كبير.
بده يتعلم حركات شو اسمه، بده يتعلم حركات سيئة.
سيئة والله، يعني نفس هم كيف يسووا هم هكذا، كيف يسووا كيف
هيك.
والله هذا الحركة عندنا، يعني حتى احنا هذا الحركة عندنا، وفي حركة ثانية يعني اللي هي
What is he saying? He doesn't want to be bad.
He's getting shy. ايش هي الحركة بده يشوفها؟
ها؟
شو هي الحركة بده يشوفها؟
عيب قول عيب.
عيب. He says عيب.
Ayib. Wait, is the same word in Arabic as well? In Turkish?
Yeah, like it's like it's like
shameful. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know Ayib. Okay, that's so funny. Why is he being so respectful, bro? He's okay. That's hilarious. Oh, do they do this?
بتعملوا هيك.
Do you know what that is?
أيوة عندنا هذا وعندكم.
Yeah, he says they have that too. He says they also have this one, by the way.
Oh, they do this too? Okay. Do they do this like that? Like that? Like the
I mean, he clearly recognizes it. So
yeah, like the you gotta lick it and then do it like that. That's how you do it in Turkey.
Yeah. This is crazy.
What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing, dude.
No, I know. This is the dream blunt rotation right here.
Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time. Okay, this is the international language that everybody understands. Cursing.
Exactly. Okay, we gotta go to the right.
And
we gotta go to the right here.
I don't have any time to watch anime, so I don't know what else to ask about. Is he getting tired? He can leave whenever he wants to.
عم بسألك عم بقول لك إذا تعبت تقدر تترك إمتى ما بدك، يعني ما تحس إنك لازم تضلك موجود.
طيب عادي، إذا باقي عنده أسئلة يعني يوم ثاني إن شاء الله بجاوب على أسئلتك كلها إن شاء الله، وأعلمه حركات يمنية وأعلمه طرق يمنية وأعلمه أكلات يمنية، كل شيء إن شاء الله، بس يوم ثاني.
He's saying that he like if you want anything from him, if you want him to answer any questions later or teach you any moves or anything.
Moves? Any dance moves?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Tell him if he wants to hit us up from the on top of the ship. I mean, we could do that too.
بيقول لك اذا بتحب انه تتصل فينا لما تكون على القارب او على السفينه، تقدر تتصل
تمام.
يعني
تمام. نقول له ان شاء الله بعد يومين ان شاء الله بحط له صورته فوق السفينه واتصل له ان شاء الله.
اذا بتقدر تاخذ صورته معك على السفينه وتتصور معها ممتاز.
ايوه باخذها. تمام.
He's saying that he'll take your picture with him to the ship and take a picture of you with it like this.
Okay, sure. Does he have any idea what I do? Like, he has no idea, right? Like, how would you describe to him? Like, I don't know if there's anything, like, any parallel that you could use, like example that you can use to be like, this is like, does he know who Mr. Beast is? Ask him that.
تعرف مين مستر بيست؟ عمرك سمعت فيه؟
من هو؟
مستر بيست.
اكيد مستر بين ما كنت اكل الا لما شاهد مستر بين.
لا no, he thinks you're talking about Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean?
Mr. Bean? Oh shit. Oh shit.
ثاني اسمه مستر بيست على اليوتيوب.
مستر بيس اللي ما يتكلم ولا ين.
ايه؟
مستر بيس اللي ما يتكلم صح؟
لا هذاك مستر بين، هذاك ممثل. هذا احنا عم نحكي عن واحد على اليوتيوب.
عارفه.
ما بتعنون doesn't.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
بشكرك. بقول لك شكرا.
قول له عادي العفو والله وشرفنا واحلى حسان والله شرفنا.
He says you're welcome and it was an honor to be here.
Hell yeah. All right. Bye. Bye.
Bye. I love you.
That was crazy. I bet you didn't think that was going to happen today.
Only one choice. Only one choice here.
This is the most goated political broadcast. You're not going to get anywhere else. By the way, Fuad is the
Okay,
GOAT,
here we go.
Okay, for doing that, for participating on that in the interview. That was incredible.
Okay, so there we go. That's the discussion. That's what set the world on fire. That's what everybody's upset about. I see people in chat talking about not wanting to send aid to militant groups. Understand that that's like not even on the table. That is so far removed from the realm of possibility. I don't really understand why people are talking about it. Like the idea of the United States sending, aid to Yemen rather than what we're actually doing, which is like, bombing the fuck out of people, right? It's a little bit of a strange thing, but I understand there's like the brainworms. Oh my god, I'm gonna die here, chat. Like you're supposed to get, there's a vampire this way. You're supposed to get the vampire. Oh yes, thank you. Somebody just saved my ass. Somebody just saved my freaking ass. Get that chicken. Get that chicken. We gotta get the chicken. The chicken gives you your health back. Oh my god, chat, I'm gonna crash my computer here. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, they are coming for me. They are coming for me just like the Destiny fans, right? Just like the debate perverts, just like the brainworms, right? I'm having to fend them off from all sides, and sometimes it feels like a losing battle. But luckily I've got the support of my community to rely on, and that's like the only thing that keeps me going through all of this is the support that you muster up for me. Oh my god, we're gonna die here. Yeah, fuck. We're gonna die here. So what did we get to? We got to level 61. That is not as well 25 minutes and 26 seconds. That's not the record that I have on this level, but it is the record that I have with Twitch deciding what kind of weapons I get. So thank you for helping me out with that. But yeah, I just hope people understand and can keep your we're talking about we're talking about what takes precedent, what's more important, like what's the important thing to concentrate on right now, what we should be, thinking about. And in this situation, we're dealing with a humanitarian crisis on top of an attempted ethnic cleansing, on top of a event that's been going on since the 40s. On top of a bunch of lies that have been told to Palestinian people since the 90s in terms of a path to statehood, in terms of a two-state solution, right? And that's been lies. That's been bullshit, right? We're Trump takes precedent. Yeah. No, I mean, like I think here what's going on in Gaza kind of takes precedent, to be completely honest. But how are we doing? I'm sorry about that. Like, I didn't really realize what playing that with Twitch participation was gonna be like in terms of getting the chat spammed with a bunch of 1s, 2s, and 3s, A's, B's, C's, and D's, and all the rest, and like having to, have people come in here and try to talk to chat, try to de-brainworm some people that maybe just like, I don't know, that have been breathing brainworms for years and years and years. And if you're getting your news, if you're getting your perspective from the likes of Destiny, Dylan Burns, Lonerbox et al., right? Then you're swimming with brainworms, like, right? You are like literally like a demon from Vampire Survivors at this point. And I don't know if I can do much for you, but I will try. I will try to get your perspective in order in some way. It was fun. The only thing about it though is that, like, okay, so it like makes the game go slower because there's that thing's on the screen for a really long time. B, it disrupts chat because the people in YouTube, like, they're seeing the chat up here and they're seeing a whole bunch of Twitch, activity it's not actually anybody saying anything. It's just like, people spamming stuff for a Vampire Survivor. Yeah, there's a few things that disrupts. I kind of see why people don't play it as much with the Twitch integration. But let's see. I'm gonna go back here for a second. Yeah, as you can see, we got a lot to get through. I don't have a lot of hope for being able to get through like any of these topics. I'm gonna be lucky if I get through most of the Hasan stuff, because we are cruising for a very early. Oh, in fact, you know what? The chat gets spammed hard. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. We are kind of at a crossroads here between being able to go on with the stream and not and having to get back to some of this, even the Hasan stuff, like tomorrow. I didn't realize how long I had been on for. This is generally where I would stop the stream. Let's give it another hour, right? If we get some support, if we make some, if we hit those the sub goals, not an hour, sorry. Let's see. It's 47 minutes, 45 minutes, right? We'll give it another 45 minutes, and then I will probably stop the stream at that, barring some giant out of nowhere show of support in terms of the sub goal, because this is longer than I anticipated being on without that happening. So anyway, Texas border is very important. Yeah, Texas border is very important. There's so much. Okay, so while we're talking about, let's just put on Johnny Harris for now, and there's more stuff I want to get to with Hasan, but we're gonna have to. It's looking like we're gonna have to come back to it, right? I can't really justify streaming longer than this at this point.
Do the Palestinians have a right to a separate state?
No, I don't think they do, but...
In 2007, the head of military...
In fact, at this point, I really got to consider that I might be doing something wrong in terms of, how I am conducting the stream, in terms of how I'm spending my time, and I might have to take some time off, honestly, just to be all right financially and to be able to...
Intelligence for the Israeli army had a meeting with the US ambassador in Tel Aviv. We're looking at the classified cable that summarizes what was talked about in this meeting. The topic of discussion was Iran, Syria, the Gaza Strip, and Hamas. Hamas had just won the Palestinian elections, which kicked off a fight with the other Palestinian group, which ended in Hamas taking over Gaza completely. They controlled it. And if you're an Israeli citizen or the US government, this is a terrible set of events. Hamas is a violent extremist group known to commit heinous violence against civilians in Israel, and they were now in power. They controlled the Gaza Strip, an hour away from Tel Aviv. But look at this leaked document. In this leaked cable, you see that the Israeli official says that Israel would be happy if Hamas took over Gaza, because it would mean that Israel could now treat Gaza like a hostile country.
Okay, so this is Johnny Harris. Johnny Harris is not known for anything other than just like relate. Also, Zara, thank you for the the 10 gift memberships. That's very generous of you. It's so yeah, so we're talking about Johnny Harris here, right? People joke around about this guy being Johnny CIA Harris, right? Because his viewpoint, like, you know, he presents these like well-researched seeming videos that are just, you know, kind of you know, they're slick, they're well put together, right? They feel like television documentaries, right? His production value is way the fuck up there, and it shows, right? But like his viewpoints are often just like, you know, well, you know, that's why the US is doing what it's doing, that's why the UK is doing what it's doing, that's why NATO is doing what it's doing. There's not a lot of questioning of those assumptions in Johnny Harris's video, right? This one seems to be a little different. And, you know, granted, right? It's been a long time since October 7th, since everything went down. There has been a lot of just carnage going on in Palestine ever since. A lot of innocent people, you know, losing their lives, being buried alive, being, you know, injured and dismembered, a lot of families being separated. There's been a lot, you know, like going on. A lot of people, though, are coming to the viewpoint that I think Johnny Harris is, in that there needs to be a reevaluation of how we think of the U.S. Israeli relationship in terms of how much pull the United States does have on Israel, and how reticent it is to use that pull to combat like a humanitarian crisis that's going on. How slow to the uptake, you know, the Biden administration, for instance, has been, right? So like, yeah, a lot of people are coming around on this, and I'm glad to see that Johnny Harris is coming around on this. I want more pressure to be brought to bear. That's why this Yemen thing frustrates me so much, right? Is that there's two different responses that you could have, right? One of the responses is like, oh shit, international trade, better not fuck with that. Let's you know, bomb Yemen and try to, you know, bomb them into submission to stop them from disrupting international trade, make those boats go toot toot. If that's your priority, then you're kind of fucked up, because the shit that's going on in Gaza right now is intolerable, and no one should tolerate this stuff, right? Because the other way that you could take this is say, okay, that is a little bit more pressure on Israel, that is a little bit more pressure on the United States, that is a little bit more pressure on you know, even countries like China, who has recently come out for a ceasefire, who's recently, you know, spoken up to actually call an end to this, right? Because the government that's in power right now is the Netanyahu government. It's the you know, I want to call it like a Likudnik government. Netanyahu is in the Likud party, but there are actually further right forces than Netanyahu and the Likud that are in this coalition, really, that are in this government, right? It is a far right government that is enacting these fucking, you know, what, you know, South Africa is calling, you know, crimes against humanity, what South Africa is calling, you know, a genocide in the international court, right? So, you know, the other way to take this is to say, this is more pressure. Let's join that pressure. Let's get a ceasefire. And if the Houthis are full of shit and they're going to keep attacking boats, you know, no matter what, then fucking call them on their bluff. If that's what you think, right? I don't see any reason to necessarily believe that. I don't also like see them as being good faith actors or anybody that, you know, it's not about like supporting the Houthis. It's about supporting a fucking ceasefire that needed to happen months ago. And when you miss the chance to use this pressure to bring about an end to this violence, and also understand it's going to be an end to the Netanyahu regime in Israel, right? Israel has largely decided that they do not like Netanyahu at the head of their government. There were problems before October 7th. There were problems with October 7th that Israel blames on Netanyahu, and rightly so, right? In terms of their dispersal of the IDF forces, they were in the wrong place to be able to protect Israelis from what went on October 7th. So Netanyahu's goose is cooked, but what they're doing is they're saying, okay, well, this is a conflict. It's got to be pursued. We don't want to change horses in midstream. So, you know, let's wait until the conflict is over and then get a new government, right? So keeping this shit going is literally, putting keeping Netanyahu in the government for longer and allowing the chance for Israelis to change their mind and to say, no, we kind of like what he's doing. It's like, right. So, like there's so many reasons why this video needs to come out now. Now, what this video is talking about is something that doesn't get discussed nearly enough. It is the way in which far-right governments in Israel, like Netanyahu's current government, utilize the existence of Hamas as an excuse for what they're doing in Palestine, right? And, this isn't anything that Johnny Harris has like discovered himself. This isn't new stuff. This isn't like an exclusive, he's got the scoop or anything like that. He is just transmitting what is known about Israel's relationship with Hamas, which is not as simple as an antagonistic relationship. In a lot of ways, there is there's a synergy, right? Between a government like between the reason why the vote even happened in the first place, as we're going to get into in 2006, where Hamas was elected the government. That's why half of the anti-ceasefire crowd out there will use that as an excuse. Well, Gaza voted for Hamas themselves. They obviously want this. Like, how can I feel sorry for them when they voted for these terrorists? And so of course, like this is an election that happened in 2006 before most people in Palestine that are currently living were even born, and B, an election that happened under the most fucked up circumstances that you can imagine, and C, ignoring the complicity that that far right forces in Israel like Netanyahu bear to the rise of the ascendancy of Hamas, right? So that's what we're gonna get into with this.
3 days post the ceasefire and there's unrelenting bombing in Gaza.
This document is a view into a strategy that right-wing factions within these...
Also, Zara, thank you very much for the gift subs. Like, understand, like, this is like, I don't ever want people, spending money that they need for other things. Like, take care of yourself first, right? That's I'm sorry,
government have used for decades in an effort to win one of the most divisive conflicts.
Shit, Vosch just put out an hour video, like an hour ago. Sorry, yeah, like an hour-long video called "Hasan actually brought Houthi militant on stream." Oh my god.
In the world today, in which two groups are fighting over one piece of holy land, and one side is winning by
not a One Piece reference,
using a very specific tactic, one that the world says is illegal and immoral, and one that worked for a short time.
So we're talking about the settlements here,
but that recently has been shown to be a recipe for even worse violence and conflict and suffering. In this video, I want to lay out what this strategy looks like and show you how it failed. I know this is a topic that is full of deep emotions that has real stakes in people's lives. Please know that I am earnest in my efforts to tell this story with clarity and with accuracy. And also, please note that this is not a full account of the conflict between Israel and its neighbors. But I do hope that it sheds light on a view of the conflict that sometimes gets lost in all of the yelling.
I mean, what this essentially represents is, like a YouTuber that's fundamentally known for his like liberal / neoliberal, outlook on the world, platforming some ideas that are coming from further left, right? And although, like, take it for what it is, right? Because this is happening way late, but I hope it represents certain people getting something that they have been resistant to understanding for a very long time.
For 2,000 years, Jewish people around the world have been persecuted and segregated and ostracized from society. That is a fact. By the time the 1800s came around, it became clear that wherever the Jews went, persecution would follow.
So yeah, we're going back all the way, right? We're going back to the roots of Zionism. We're going to talk about Herzl. We're going to talk about the mandates. We're going to talk about it all. Some of this is like review. Like a lot of people in chat, you've probably seen some of this stuff before. You're aware of this, right? This is understand that some of this is probably new stuff to Johnny Harris's audience. Like understand that some of the debate adjacent people that have come in here to bitch at me, right? Some of the giant like horde of like demonic monsters that I've been fighting while I'm playing Vampire Survivor, right? Are just unaware of this shit, and they don't care to know because their streamers don't talk about it, and they just make it like really simple. Well, we had a ceasefire before October 7th, so looks like Palestine kind of messed that up. Well, they voted for Hamas, all this bullshit, right? That only works when you're fucking ignorant of the history behind this. If you think that they had a ceasefire until October 7th, right? I've got a Trump university to enroll your dumbass into, because that is pure brainworms, pure fucking brainworms, right? And you only get that if you have no perspective, if your head has been shoved up Destiny's ass for the last 5 months, okay? You only get that if you are in a vacuum where no facts are allowed to fucking permeate. And I'm about sick of it. I am so sick of this shit, and I have got to take a pee. I will be right back, chat.
This is when a movement emerged, calling for Jews to come together and to create a country for themselves, where they could govern themselves and be free from all of this racist hatred. The creation of a Jewish country would have at the top of its priority list the security of the Jewish people. But the big question was where? Several places floated around in proposals: Argentina, even modern-day Kenya, which back then was Uganda. But most people in this movement wanted the Jews to return to their historic homeland, a place called Palestine, where Jews built their temple and their culture 3,000 years ago, but then were exiled. And now there was this call to return, so that Jews could feel safe after 18 centuries of Jewish suffering. So as the 1900s came around, tens of thousands of Jews, mostly from Europe, flocked to Palestine, which eventually came under control of the British. The British were getting ready to leave this region and were struggling to contain the growing conflict between native Arabs and all these Jewish immigrants. Then in the 1940s came a horrific genocide against the Jewish people in Europe, led out by Hitler and his Nazi regime. This created a wave of international support for this idea of giving the Jewish people a homeland where they could be safe. Before they left, the British asked the UN to determine what would replace them in Palestine. And the UN decided that Palestine would become two new countries, one for the Jews and one for the Palestinian Arabs that had already been living in this region.
The Jewish state colored light, the Arab state dark, Jaffa to go to the Arabs, Jerusalem internationalized.
But as happens when outsiders draw lines on old land, there was a problem here. Within these borders that were meant for the new Jewish country, hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs were living, who would soon have to leave their homes to move to their side of the line. Okay, wait, I'm gonna pause there because, as I said, this is not a full history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. We actually just made a video on our new channel, Search Party, which focuses on what happens next, the conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors. You can go watch that, links in the description. It'll give you some useful context. For now, just know that this led to a horrific conflict. Jewish militias forced over 700,000 Arabs out of their homes, turning them into refugees. The proposed borders shifted around, turned into ceasefire lines, and after all was said and done, the Jewish people did indeed get their own country, the State of Israel. And the two important points here are that, number one, the very foundation of the Israeli country is for security of the Jewish people after nearly 2,000 years of persecution. And number two, the location they chose to set it up was becoming, as a result of this conflict, not much safer than Europe. That's a tension that follows this whole story.
Okay, I'm back. And if anyone, like, I know nobody's saying it, but if anybody needs, if anybody's thinking that I need to chill the fuck out, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. I need to, like, the pressure was getting to me. And like, you know, lashing out at brainworms is probably not the right answer either. I need to fight this strategically. That's what I always recommend to the rest of you, you know, to fight with your brain and not with your anger. And I need to take my own advice for once. So yeah, we're back, and I'm gonna try to chill the fuck out, because like between the game and everything else I was dealing with, I just got a little heated, right? Got a little heated there. I am pissed off by this. There is way too much force behind supporting the injustice that's going on. But I know how to fight it. I've been at this for a long, long time. Lena says it was never about a safer place for Jews than living in Europe. It was about using them as an excuse for colonialism. In terms of the British, right? In terms of the driving force, like behind the mandate, yeah, that is, you know, understand that the British were an empire, and in a lot of ways that empire has been like handed down to the United States, right? The United States is more than just an empire. The United States is a global hegemon. They are the, you know, unipolar, not to quote infrared here, but like the unipolar you know, power in the world today. And these countries are involved in a grand game. Some would call it a grand chess game, right? For global dominance. And they don't make any decisions where they're like, you know, this group has kind of been traditionally fucked over, and we should do something nice for them for once. Let's help them out, right? That's not how, you know, the British were thinking. That's not how the United States were thinking. These are not people, although like the institutions which comprise the United States, like military and the, you know, diplomatic, the State Department and all that stuff. Yeah, it's made up of people. There's people in it. There's people enacting these things. But overall, it's not the decision of a human being that's making this. It is the decision of a giant controlling influence. And so nothing, you know, even if it seems to be done out of like empathy or done out for the right reasons, like, right, it's Henry Kissinger logic, right? That's what motivates the US empire. That's what motivates the British empire, right? And so in terms of like, oh my God, who was it that said this the other day? Joe Biden. I'm trying to remember what video this was in. Yeah, it's the Second Thought video. We watched this the other day, right? Joe Biden said that if Israel did not exist, we would have to invent them because they serve a useful purpose geopolitically for the United States project, right? The project of global hegemony and dominance, right? He said it as cold and as unmasked as I've heard, like, from anyone. The actual, you know, mechanism, the actual reason behind U.S. support for Israel.
Okay, so now let's fast forward to 1967. Israel has its country, and they fight a short war with their Arab neighbors, and they win that war, and they take over all of this land. It's a huge victory for them. I'm going to take away the Sinai Peninsula from here because they did give that back to Egypt as part of a peace deal a few years later.
What I'm saying is that the British making that move of the mandate in you know, Palestine, right, is done for the same logic as a chess player moves a pawn on the board, right? No more care, no more concern, no more like moral rationale than that. That's literally what it is. It's a, you know,
controls important pieces of land that enlarge their Jewish country. Many saw this victory as a sign from God that they were actually entitled to be here. But once again, Palestinians, nearly 1 million of whom had been kicked out of their homes, were living here in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which Israel now controlled, but they weren't really sure what to do with it. And it's this territory that would become the stage for the strategy that is the topic of this video, where over time this land would be sliced up with roads and checkpoints, walls and other military infrastructure that would control the movement and lives of the Palestinians. Soon, even Israeli citizens would start to move out here in large numbers, building full-on towns and further dividing up this territory. Moving citizens into occupied territory like this is something that the world has deemed illegal and immoral. So this occupation starts in 1967. And
Operation Chill the Fuck Out, Irene, shall now
goes
commence.
on for decades, till eventually the Palestinians living here can't handle it anymore, and they start fighting back. This is known as the first uprising, or intifada. It started with boycotts, but escalated into mass protests, where Palestinians of all ages would throw stones and sometimes Molotov cocktails at much better equipped Israeli.
Has he mentioned the Balfour Mandate yet? That's what we're talking about, Donald James, like, right, in terms of, so just because I guess he didn't go through all the history, right? But you got World War I. At the time, there was this thing called the Ottoman Empire, which controlled, like, not just, you know, we think of the Ottomans as like the Ottoman Turks, but they didn't just control Turkey. They controlled Turkey, Palestine, Iraq, right? A lot of the places that fell into British hands post World War I, right? So then all this, you know, territory is under British control. They don't want to just be like, yeah, this is like Greater Britain here. This is part of the UK now, right? They don't want to do that. They, you know, they maybe learned their lesson in India, maybe not, but so they start to divide it up, and they divide it up in a way where they don't want like a great power such as the Ottoman Empire to arise in the future. They want to, you know, they want to keep it divided. But you know, there was also like an interest in terms of you know, what they did in terms of the Balfour Declaration in, you know, establishing like a, you know, a friendly ally government there, and then later on in the Cold War, you have some complicated diplomatic relations actually for Israel. They had, you know, relations with the Soviet Union. They had relations with the United States. There was like a tradition of kibbutz, you know, in Israel. There was maybe some sympathy in the early with the early Zionists towards like Marxism. But you see that getting supplanted more and more by this sort of, you know, nationalist force that would eventually metastasize into what we know as the Likud party and the far right in Israel.
Soldiers. It was Palestinian rage exploding against Israeli occupation.
Well, yeah, I mean, like risk. I mean, in terms of like how much like moral import that's put on it is like the same kind of moral import that you'd put into a chess match, right? But yeah, the chess match you want to win, maybe for your ego. This, you know, this grand game, and you can look that term up. It's, you know, been used to describe geopolitics for a very long time. This grand game that the you know, British Empire and then later the United States is involved in is for control. It's about control.
And it went on for years. The Israeli government would respond by cracking down, killing many Palestinians. Another important thing that happens around the same time, down in the occupied Gaza Strip, is that a new movement forms, promising to fight back against this occupation, calling for the destruction of Israel.
Okay, but we're in the 80s now, right? So we're the first we're coming up to the first Intifada.
The group is called Hamas. The first Intifada showed that this wasn't going to work. Chopping up Palestinian land, oppressing them, keeping them in this occupation was only going to produce more violence. It wasn't going to fulfill Israel's promise to provide security and safety for the Jewish people. They had to switch course.
The security of the Israeli people will be reconciled with the hopes of the Palestinian people, and there will be more security and more hope for all.
So in the 1990s, they start getting serious about peace talks with the Palestinians, and they come to this agreement called the Oslo Accords, which for the first time established
now we're in the 90s.
Palestinian government authority and giving it power to govern pockets of land in the West Bank. It also gave the Palestinians some authority over almost all of the Gaza Strip, though there were still settlements in all of these places.
He's also oversimplifying this, like, right? I feel like Hasan's probably been through this in more detail.
This was a big deal for this conflict. Like, both sides were talking to each other and coming to agreements that was giving like authority to the Palestinians. But another theme of the story is that hardliners can use violence to derail peace. And that's exactly what happened here. Right-wing Israelis.
So in the same way that this happens in the United States, right? If you propose like the Soviet Union as an evil empire, then you justify outrageous military spending. You justify a disgusting arms race where at the end of the end result is that humanity has the ability to destroy itself like multiple times over, right? Anytime you paint this image of like this, like, great danger from outside that we have to rise to the occasion to defeat, then you enable a great danger from inside in terms of authoritarian nationalist government, which is exactly what Israel is dealing with now in terms of Netanyahu and his coalition.
Start holding rallies, calling their prime minister a traitor and a Nazi for giving land to the Palestinians. Some of these rallies are led by a now familiar character, Benjamin Netanyahu.
The people of Israel want a real peace, and real peace means peace with security, peace they can trust, with a partner they can trust, and they don't feel they have it here. We want a real peace, not a fake one.
But the peace talks continue.
With all our neighbors, a comprehensive peace.
And shortly after signing the second part of this deal to give Palestinians some land, the Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin is assassinated by a far-right Israeli. Hamas conducts bus bombings, and the next year, Benjamin Netanyahu is elected as the Prime Minister of Israel. Netanyahu is a key figure in this story because his worldview embodies a way of thinking that has taken root in Israel in recent years. The idea that the only way to give true security to the Jewish people is by doing whatever is necessary to stop the Palestinians from having a state anywhere in these borders.
Look, I'm 28 years old. I've had to defend my country in 2 wars and in many battles. Nobody wants...
Yeah, Donald James, you're getting it, right? It's or maybe you've already got it, but like, it is, there's an interplay there, right? That like, violent actions on one side enable violent actors on the other side. And there's a synergy. What am I trying to say? Like, there's like a synergy between, well, I mean, like, he's going to get to it, right? He's going to get to, like, the kind of forces that nurtured a group like Hamas in the first place, right? And it's pretty fucking ironic considering how much they've used Hamas as a the existence of Hamas as a rubber stamp for any of these actions pushing towards ethnic cleansing of Palestine.
Peace more than Israel. But the stumbling block to the road for peace is this demand for a PLO state, which will mean more war, which will mean more violence in the Middle East.
PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, group behind the Intifada. This is, a militant group, right? In the face of, what's going on in Palestine, a resistance, right? And what he's trying to do is sell that resistance as this great evil that must be opposed by equal, militancy, by equal callousness, by equal inhumanity or really, if you look at the numbers, greater in humanity on our side, right? So in the same way as the war on terror was sold to Americans, right? We got to go into Iraq. Why? Well, because Saddam Hussein is somehow responsible for what happened on 9/11. Well, he wasn't connected to that, right? If you want to connect any government to that, it is a government the United States very much does not want to take on, that being the government in Saudi Arabia, which, any United States intervention there is just going to spawn maybe a more hostile state to rise up in its wake. And so instead you have priorities by the People for America, a New American Century, like a think tank that George Bush was connected to, where they have Iraq, they have Iran, they have Afghanistan, they have essentially the axis of evil. Like, these are nations that this group has intentions on doing military action against, right? And so this selling of the of the Middle East as being inherently hostile to the United States, and the selling of the idea that hostility came from nowhere. They hate us because of our freedoms. Well, we've either got to give up our freedoms, which we don't want to do, or we've got to destroy them, right? And so that's why when October 7th happened, the conflation was made between Hamas and ISIS, and ISIS was a group that was essentially eliminated, and so then their justification for the actions in Palestine being that Hamas, just like that, must be utterly wiped off the face of the earth.
And I sincerely believe, if this demand is abandoned, we can have real and genuine peace.
That's Bibi Netanyahu, yeah.
28-year-old, but
oh my God, that's him at 28. He looks 38.
When he becomes the prime minister a couple decades later, he spends his term sabotaging the peace accords that his predecessor had worked so hard to create, claiming that the occupation of all this land and its people wasn't actually conquest, but rather the key for security of the Jewish people. They had to do this. Security was the one and only justification for all of this. So under his watch, settlers continue to move into the West Bank. We found this leaked video of Benjamin Netanyahu talking to some settlers in the West Bank.
Okay, so this is the important part, and I think I've shown this before.
The cameraman does turn off the camera for a moment, but then turns it back on moments later.
Okay, why does this matter? Oh my God. Sorry, I gotta turn off the YouTube captions so we can read the captions on here. Why does this matter? Netanyahu says, because at that moment I actually stopped the Oslo Accord. So the peace process, right? I stopped it. I put a stop to it. Right? The roadmap to peace.
He is admitting to sabotaging the peace accords that the Israeli government had signed with the Palestinians. That because he disagreed with them, he wanted to sabotage them because he was so against a Palestinian state or any form of Palestinian autonomy in this land. And then he goes on to explain what his real thinking is on the situation. Netanyahu is a fantastic politician and statesman, and he's able to sort of cover up a lot of these policies in the name of security. But here we see what he really thinks as he's talking to these settlers, thinking he's not being recorded. So, unsurprisingly, the appetite for peace breaks down on both sides. Palestinians come to the conclusion that the Israelis aren't really serious about giving them any kind of autonomy in the West Bank or Gaza, that their situation will never change. And once again, they rise up in a second intifada, this one much more violent, much more coordinated. Hamas becomes a major player in the violence with suicide bombings and attacks. Israel responds with great force, and during the fighting, 1,000 Israelis and 3,000 Palestinians are killed. At this point, the Netanyahu way of seeing the world is starting to look a lot better. Peace talks didn't work. All they did was produce more violence. And so maybe the only way to ensure security is to go back to full-blown occupation of controlling every move of the Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. So at this point, the occupation gets more and more suffocating. More walls, more barriers, more checkpoints, more settlements. Then in 2005, Israel withdraws from the Gaza Strip, letting the Palestinian Authority have total control there. They turn their attention entirely to their historic homeland of Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank. The next year, an election is held in the Palestinian authorities, and the winner surprised the world and would create a new chapter for this conflict. The winner of these elections.
So understand, right? You got like, you've got like a perception, right? And you're gonna have this, right? Anytime people are being subjected to conditions like the Palestinians have been subjected to, and you've got one authority that's trying to negotiate on their behalf and is seen as negotiating with people that are hurting them, that group is going to lose legitimacy, right? And a group that's got a more militant stand is going to take their place, right?
Hamas.
It is a very, very bad result for the Palestinians and for Israel.
The incumbent Palestinian party that had lost the election tried to forcibly hold on to power, and soon the two Palestinian parties were fighting with each other. And it results in this split between the two Palestinian governments. It turns into violence. And when the dust settles, there's suddenly a bitter divide between these two Palestinian groups, Hamas completely taking over the Gaza Strip. And this gets us back to our leaked document that we started this video with, where an Israeli official is saying that they would actually be happy if Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, because now they can treat Gaza like a hostile country. Now that they're not occupying it, they're not responsible for the 2 million civilians building supplies. But there was another reason why Israel was...
Sorry, I have to make sure that we're not showing anything that's against the terms of service on Twitch.
Now controlled the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian government was now deeply divided, Hamas ruling Gaza and the West Bank being run by a more moderate, secular Palestinian faction. And crucially, neither considered...
Yeah, moderate, but also the problem with this is that they are perceived as, and indeed, you know, this is somewhat true, as being collaborators with the occupying force, right? That undermines their legitimacy.
The other to be legitimate, which weakened their ability to negotiate for any kind of state, for any kind of country, especially when Hamas still refused to recognize Israel's right to even exist. This division played right into the hands of the Israeli right. And this gets us back to Benjamin Netanyahu, that enemy of the earlier peace talks. He gets elected once again in 2009, declaring himself Mr. Security and promising to provide safety to Israeli citizens who are still shaken from the Second Intifada and are now worried that Hamas now controls the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu's playbook was already made clear. He had said it point blank. It's what he had been doing for years, sabotaging peace talks that would give Palestinians any kind of authority over this land and continuing to build settlements, while continuing, in his words in that leaked tape, to hit the Palestinians hard, to make it unbearable for them, a complete assault on the Palestinian government, dividing and slowly conquering the Palestinian people, making life hard and desperate for them, controlling their lives, watching their every move. And this is where we get to this paradoxical alignment, almost alliance, between Benjamin Netanyahu.
This is what I'm getting at.
And Hamas, the enemy of Israel. As long as Hamas held control over the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian cause would remain weak and divided. Netanyahu would feel justified in imposing this crippling blockade of the Gaza Strip, which in turn gave Hamas legitimacy among the people of the Gaza Strip, showing that their armed struggle against Israeli oppression was justified, provoking them to launch rockets.
Do you see the symbiosis that's going on here?
Into Israel to show that they were actually doing something, unlike the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, which in turn bolstered Netanyahu's narrative that the Palestinians...
And do you see how disingenuous this focus on Hamas is? From the political forces that helped bring them into power in the first place? And now seeks to like demonize them as ISIS? Do you see how this works, right?
Actually don't want peace. They want violence and the destruction of Israel. And the only way for security is more occupation.
For the peace process to go forward, you have to have partners in that peace. And because of the transformation of the PLO into away from militancy into an organization that was seen as a partner, a potential partner in peace, right? They needed to be supplanted in order to derail that peace process. That is what the right in Israel has enacted. That is the symbiosis that's going on between these two supposedly antagonistic forces.
Oppression.
And the fact that Johnny Harris gets it, and not only gets it, but is making, a video on this is I'm encouraged, right?
So,
oh crap,
instead of try to
my lighting sucks, doesn't it?
Netanyahu overtly supported them by approving huge transfers of untraceable cash, literally delivered in suitcases, into the Gaza Strip, cash that would inevitably end up in the hands of Hamas to be used against Israel. He legitimized Hamas by negotiating with them, releasing 1,000 Palestinian...
this should be a huge scandal.
...prisoners in exchange for one Israeli.
The Israeli soldier held captive by a Palestinian...
This current regime needs to end.
...militants for 5 years.
And keeping this conflict going is keeping Netanyahu in power.
Is expected to be freed within days.
The more Netanyahu could keep Hamas in power in Gaza, but keep them contained, the more he could ensure that Palestinians remained divided. He could keep peace talks from ever happening, which in turn gave him time to continue to pursue his expansionist project in the West Bank.
Piers Morgan finally came around. Yeah, it's hard to tell with Piers.
And indeed, since 2009, when Netanyahu became the prime minister, the number of settlements in the West Bank has only gone up. And if you look at this map, you can see how these settlements just weave through and carve up this land, making it impossible to even fathom what a Palestinian state could look like, which is precisely the point of the strategy. I actually reported out here.
Yeah, so you know how like the whole discussion that gets going about displacement, right? The settlements are a displacement. The settlements are a way of actually kind of corralling the Palestinian people into like smaller and smaller areas. And like, I mean, you've seen how like travel in the West Bank is really difficult because it's not like one continuous like Palestinian like area. It's carved up by settlements, right? And those settlements have to be secure. So therefore there's, checkpoints and all this, right? Your license plate, where you live determines where you're allowed to go, what roads you're allowed to use, et cetera, right? And putting all these settlers in place there makes it so that, any sort of deal that would give Palestinians autonomy over that land now has another area of negotiation of like, hey, well, there's these people, living here now, like, what are you going to do about that? And then, the argument makes, well, are you asking us to displace them?
Visiting the settlements back when I was at Vox. I did a series talking to the settlers, trying to understand why they live out there, what it's like to live in these settlements that are strangely peaceful and banal and just mundane. People living their lives because they're protected by the army. If you want a deeper dive on settlements, you can go watch that series.
Wait, what's going on with Owen Morgan?
But if you're Netanyahu over the last 16 years, you think your plan is working. Like, you see all these settlements going up. The international community can't do anything about it. They keep supporting you. Every once in a while, there's some flare up in the West Bank.
God, okay, we gotta skip this because of terms of service.
As they put it, cut the grass. Less feasible.
Yeah, cut the. That's literally the phrase that gets used. Like phrases like "cut the grass" when talking about like reducing population numbers, right? And you're gonna tell me this isn't a genocide? You're gonna fucking gaslight me? You're gonna point to like overall population numbers and see line go up, therefore no genocide, right? You're gonna fucking gaslight me about that?
This is one reason.
When they're talking about putting the Palestinians on a diet, limiting the number of calories the average Palestinian resident can get access to, really?
Why a far-right Israeli lawmaker called Hamas an asset.
Wow. Wow. Okay, there we go. Let's see that again.
And less feasible. This is one reason why a far-right Israeli lawmaker called Hamas an asset. So
the Palestinian Authority is a burden, and Hamas is an asset.
Divide and conquer has been the name of the game.
This is from the far right, right? This isn't
Israel for a long time, but especially in the last 16 years under Netanyahu. And again, to the people in charge, they think it's working. Maybe this violent status quo, this equilibrium can hold, and the far right can get exactly what they want. Security for the Jewish people and expansion into all of this land. And maybe the occupation will break the Palestinian spirit, and they would give up on their dream of having a state. But that's not what happened. On October 7th, 2023, we saw how wrong-headed this theory of security was.
In an unprecedented surprise attack, the militant Hamas rulers of Gaza sent dozens of fighters into Israel by land, sea, and air.
This deadly attack launched by Hamas showed us that while Netanyahu's strategy of divide and conquer might be good for taking over more land, what it's not good for is making good on the original promise of Israel, which is ensuring the security of the Jewish people. In fact, his strategy has produced exactly the opposite. Now, the responsibility for what happened on October 7th lies with the people who committed those acts of terror, Hamas fighters and their leaders. There is no excuse or justification for their actions. But the point I'm trying to make with this video is that there's also others that need to stand accountable here. Those who used Hamas as a pawn to continue this divide and conquer policy, who are now engaged in a campaign of mass bloodshed on civilians. They deserve to stand accountable as well, to the Israeli people and to the countries that support Israel. I believe in the need for a Jewish state. I do. I think that's a very reasonable proposal, that Jewish people should feel safe somewhere in this world. And yet, what we're looking at isn't it. The Israeli project, the way that it's been wielded in its current form, produces the exact opposite of security for the Jewish people. Thanks for watching, and I know that you probably have thoughts, and I'm sure a lot of you disagree.
I'm sure you will
here, and that's okay.
Share them in the comments, right? But yeah, I mean, like, this isn't like I said, Johnny Harris, just kind of, people call him Johnny CIA Harris. He's no one's, radical. He's no one's leftist. He's he's coming from a place of real, he really is a moderate, right? As these discussions go, and even he is starting to talk about this stuff that just doesn't get talked about. Like, he has brought up the symbiosis and the desire on the Israeli far right to have an antagonist rather than a partner in peace. If you have an organization that you're expected to negotiate with, you're expected to negotiate. You're expected to, draw up a roadmap for peace and stick to that plan, right? You're expected to, like, the current iteration of this is Saudi Arabia wants to renegotiate its relationship to Israel, wants to normalize relations, but it's contingent, they're asking now, on a roadmap for Palestinian statehood. This is something that Netanyahu has said is a non-starter. Anyway, chat, this is like... And this doesn't make anybody safer. Like, no matter what your goal is, no matter what your priorities are, right? Allowing these far-right policies to go further and further is putting everybody in danger. The whole world in danger, right? This escalation that where instead of taking like what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea as a moment to take a break or take a breath and think about like bringing this conflict to a close, if they are full of shit, if they're going to disrupt trade no matter what, then call them on their bullshit, right? They've said that this is contingent on what's going on in Gaza. This is contingent on there not being a ceasefire. At the very least, use this opportunity to put pressure on the parties involved to negotiate a ceasefire, right? Instead, the United States' answer is to bomb a country which has been in the midst of a civil war since 2011 in some hopes that that's going to change their actions. Like, right? They've been bombed, they've been attacked, they've been at war, right? That's not a successful strategy. So it almost at this point doesn't matter what your priorities are. If your priorities aren't the same as mine, the action that we need to take is the same. The place that we need to put the pressure is the same. We need a ceasefire, and we need a ceasefire now. We needed a ceasefire months ago, right? For everyone's good. Donald, oh, let's see. Sorry, I thought I was reading something else. So I don't know what like I feel like we got to stick on this. I feel like we got to stick on this topic. I just don't know what to go. Oh yeah, let's see. Like so, like I said, Hasan did the interview. You got responses from Destiny. You got responses from Vosch. You got responses from Lib Twitter. You got some brainworms, right? You got some absolute just like ideas that can only be formed in a vacuum of understanding, in a vacuum of historical knowledge, right? That only exist in these fucked up these fucked up echo chambers of like online streamer communities, right? And then you got Hasan's response to that, right? And like I said, oh my god, why am I, no, not watch later, we want for stream. Not Miku covers. Oh god, so chat, help me decide, okay? What do we want to go to for first? We got Vosch coping about people disagreeing with him. This is prior to Hasan's... Oh shit, that's the whole that's the whole interview right there. And then we got Hasan reacting to like the backlash from reacting to the Philly DeFranco video, reacting to what Destiny said. What do you want to do first? Do we want to like? I feel like I've done enough Vosch lately. I feel like I've had some people actually complain about like how much I end up covering Vosch, but Vosch is just wrong. No Vosch, he stinks. Okay, so I got one vote against Vosch. Yeah, let's keep on going from Hasan's perspective, right? This is him reacting to the reaction of his interview with Rashid, with Timothee Chalamet. Let's start with that.
Real fucking thing, okay? This is not a real argument. It's going to become one now because it's like growing into a larger momentum, but that's because people look at accounts like fucking this guy, okay, and they go, this is a real valid concern. I'm sorry, but if you look at a fucking meme like this and go, well, this is real, genuine, contentions here, it's like, come on. How do these guys always lap up AstroTurf drama from motherfucking anime avatar accounts, dude? Jesus Christ. Oh, it's like one Discord server that gets to manipulate literally half of liberal online journalists. Like, how is this possible?
Timothee.
As you can see, I'm not the only one losing their shit over this, okay? And again, like, it's not the right thing to do. Like, lashing out in anger, expressing frustration is not helping anyone here. So I'm trying to avoid that. But I guess it's understandable.
Chalamet. Right? We've talked in greater detail about the Houthis and TikToks, even in yesterday's show and others. But the oversimplified TLDR, in case this is the first video that you stumbled upon where I'm talking about it, is that they're a Yemeni rebel group. And they recently attacked ships in the Red Sea in response to Israel's attacks on Gaza. And very notably, that has included US vessels. So actually, as of this morning, Biden has redesignated the Houthis as terrorists, which is very big because he previously removed them from that list. But this, as the Houthi leaders have defended their actions, saying they're doing what they're doing to support the Palestinian people and to pressure Israel and its allies to end the war. And so all of that brings...
Never mind, it's not too bad actually so far.
But you might actually recognize from his viral videos like this one, with one person sharing it on Twitter with a caption, Yemeni pirates posting casual TikToks while the...
Rashid didn't say anything anti-Semitic. I want to clarify, too. I checked the Arabic. So, Shakespeare, are you talking about the TikTok? Are you talking about the screenshot of there's a screenshot of one of the TikToks that Rashid did where there's one translation that people are sharing where he says something about like sons of Jews, like, right? That sounds like a weird, it sounds anti-Semitic, but I have heard a lot of opinions on what's actually being said there in Arabic, and Hascourt has been over this. There's some Arabic speakers there. Katie talked about, or like I think Katie looked at it too. And that is what you mean. Okay, so you looked at the Arabic, and it's not because it gets translated in different ways. It's not here, right? We'll look at that later, right? We want to see what Hasan's reaction is first, but I do want to look at that because that's that's the smoking gun according to like liberal Twitter, according to Destiny fans and everybody else, is like they've got this TikTok with this writing that they're translating into being something anti-Semitic, despite the fact that I don't think that any of them have the understanding of Arabic to be able to really, they're doing a Google Translate is what they're doing, right? They're relying on Google Translate for this, which seems like not a good idea. I asked if you wanted to talk about that on stream. Yeah, I'll talk to that, Katie, and Shakespeare, if you want to come on and talk about it too. Yeah, we're gonna get through this, and then we'll look at what's going on Twitter. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll show you what the controversy is all about, as well as the different takes on what's going on what's actually being said in the TikTok. Now, Hasan did ask him, like what he thought about the fact that a lot of the pro-ceasefire groups in the U.S. are Jewish led, and he was like, yeah, that's I mean, he seemed to he seemed to be happy about that, right? He wasn't saying, he wasn't like being anti-Semitic in reaction to that. But like, I love what I want to point out first of all is how easy it is for somebody like Destiny to sell this bill of goods, this bill of bullshit, right? How easily this knee-jerk reflex is to elicit, where you say, you know, Arab person, terrorist, anti-Semite, bad person, like, right? And he's even doing it with Hasan, right? His reaction to Hasan wasn't just like Hasan's a fucking loser. It was, for some reason, he decided to, you know, include Turkish. Did he call him like a Turkish immigrant? This guy's born in Jersey. Whatever. We'll get to it.
The entire Western Imperial Corps having a meltdown about their blockade on their ships is the funniest shit of 2024, surely. You advise actually doing a piece on it, identifying him as Rashid al-Haddad, noting that in that clip, he's on the Galaxy Leader, which is a cargo ship seized last year by the Houthis. Though they also said that there's no clear evidence that he was actually part of the raid that captured the ship, but he did post photos of him in gear and carrying weapons, so people online have called him a pirate. And yesterday, political commentator Hasan Piker actually interviewed him on his stream, and saying in a later post, I interviewed the Yemeni, quote, pirate yesterday.
Turkish immigrant loser, what the fuck? What the fuck?
And all he cares about is freeing Palestine. Turns out he's not part of any militancy, according to him, and is 19. Spent most of his life being bombed, says he welcomes all who defend Palestine no matter their background. And right off the bat, with the way that Hasan's...
Yeah, that was his response. That was his response to, like, what do you think about the fact that, like, a lot of the U.S. movement for a ceasefire is Jewish-led? You know, he's welcome everybody who...
The interview, you had people accusing him of trying to baby girlify a terrorist. Because Hasan asks him if he's seen the anime One Piece, and then actually comparing the Houthis to the show's main character.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Hasan also asking if he's part of a militancy or just a TikToker, to which he said through his interpreter.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Hasan then asking him what compelled him to...
I think that's fair.
Actually go on the ships, as well as other questions about news coverage about the situation and motivations behind it.
Says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine. He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't.
No, this is not bad. It's just clickbait title. Or unless it like takes a heel turn. Oh, it's gonna take a heel turn. Never mind. He's fucking framing Destiny as a decent interlocutor. And
what do you think? Like with Philly D, I get the feel like I didn't get a real good sense of where Philip DeFranco actually comes down on it. If you know anything about Philip DeFranco, you know that generally his commentary, his opinion, like that he'll render at the end of discussing anything, is like, well, what do you think, chat? Put it down below in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. Some people say this, some people say that, right? That's a classic Philly D, but Hasan's like sensing, I guess, a little bit more antipathy from, or a little bit more, you know, of an antagonistic, you know, siding with Destiny. I don't know. I didn't get that out of what Philly D was saying, but
the subject, liberal Philip DeFranco, you're putting a fucking person who has routinely said, "I am Osama bin Laden."
Really,
like one of the most Islamophobic people,
really,
in liberal media.
Yo, I didn't know this about Philly D.
Retaliate on Yemen.
And in this, there are also other bits unrelated to the conflict, or things like what is life like in Yemen, what other TV shows that he watches, stuff like that. And so with all this, depending on where you went online, you had people having drastically different reactions. There was a lot of backlash, people saying Hasan was platforming a terrorist.
Like the people that he's
I gotta admit, chat, I wasn't really around for like when Philip DeFranco was like a larger figure on, he used to be huge on YouTube. He was like one of the biggest people on YouTube back in the day. But I didn't really pay much attention. I wasn't really, you know, paying attention to this stuff. I was playing Minecraft, right? I was playing Minecraft back then. DeFranco strays dreadfully close to whatever corporate media says. I mean, that's generally what he wants. Is like the feeling that I get is he doesn't want to take a side. He wants to maximize his audience. He wants to, you know, he wants to talk about the controversy, but he doesn't want to take a side on the controversy. And you know, yeah, I mean, he's kind of, I don't know. I feel like I've seen him recently be better on like trans issues, but yeah, that doesn't mean that I expect him to be better on this. I just thought he was taking a complete like neutral line on this, but from what Hasan is saying, like he's not a fan.
Platforming in this,
he looks like Gilbert Gottfried. Wait, is that the guy that does the parrot in Aladdin? That's Gilbert Gottfried, right? He's a summarizer of articles, and he always takes the safest side of the center. He is bad on most issues. Okay.
Destiny, who are absolute psychopaths, okay? I'm sorry, this is not like valid coverage. This is not real. Okay, I mean, maybe he'll show like the other side of the story.
People honing
as
in
well.
on that whole One Piece comparison, saying that's brain rot. It's actually one of the most viral reactions to that being from political commentator Destiny.
Dude, we
wait, we got to get out our gnome. We got the gnome stiny. Here, I'm gonna put the gnome stiny up here because we gotta make sure we're not platforming this guy. Like he's advocated violence before, so we don't want to platform him. Right? It's funny that like somebody like Destiny is leading the charge saying that Hasan is platforming terrorists. Hasan, I don't know if he's called for Hasan to be deplatformed or anything like that yet, but he's basically, you know, making the argument that Hasan has platformed a terrorist. Let's get that gnome stiny out here just in case, right? And just in case Destiny shows up, right? I feel like if he shows up, it's going to be... Oh, there he is. Boom. Let's make that gnome stiny nice and big. There we go. There's gnome stiny. There, that's what's in his heart. It's like the... I love that the Destinoids, though, that came in here, right? When they saw this thing, they didn't take this as like, oh, she knows who Destiny is. Like, the gnome shit's kind of old school, right? If I know about the gnomes, like, I'm aware of... I'm not just somebody that's like, oh, I don't like that guy because, like, Keffels told me he was bad 2 years ago, or because, you know, right? I know a little bit about this guy. I've talked to Destiny twice. I've talked to him twice. I know what he's about, generally.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Okay, so that was the only thing that he said that was like, okay, that's fucking cringe. Like, why? Like, I get asking about One Piece, right? I get that there's like a little bit of piracy and, you know, what's going on in the Red Sea, like, or a little element, a little motif of piracy, but actually being like, yeah, we think that this side is like Luffy and the other side is like that. I don't know. That's too much for me, but it's just cringe. I don't really have any deeper criticism for Hasan than it's a little bit cringe, right? Destiny, though, is going to take it way too fucking far, as he always does. See the orbiter in the background there? I don't know who that is. Who's that orbiter? Who's that orbiter?
God, he's so fucking cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay so...
Dude, it's so sick. That's a... I hadn't seen this clip, but I do love, personally, that this is what stands for political commentary. That's awesome.
We'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe, LARPing loser. I cannot believe, like, nobody in the history, no fascist ever could have dreamed of such an amazing representation of socialism as the...
Okay, so let me check in with you for a second here, chat. Like, I don't, at the risk of interrupt. No, let me, oh, God. Like, okay, I need to check in. We'll go back. We'll go back. Okay, so here's the deal. Like, I didn't expect myself to have the kind of emotional reaction that I'm having. I apologize for that. You don't need to be subjected to like my, you know, inner turmoil. I am a professional. I need to act like a professional, and you know, not get too much into my head about these kind of things. Because at the end of the day, it's not really about me. It's about like a lot bigger things than me. What's up, Dylan CIA Burns? Destiny Mad. We just watched Johnny CIA Harris, by the way. And he's maybe coming around. I don't know. People say Pierce Morgan is coming around too. We'll have to see about that. Shakespeare says, I feel like Destiny is an Afroforum enjoyer. This is like, so yeah, I just wanted to check in with you a little bit, right? This is a shitstorm, okay? Like I talked about, you know, people trying to deplatform Hasan. That is a real thing that is probably on the table, right? It shouldn't be. He had a conversation with a Yemeni 19-year-old, but they are spinning a very different narrative, right? That involves Hasan platforming terrorists somehow, right? And, you know, you can see that we're going to go over in a second a TikTok that Rashid did that's got a little bit of Arabic in it. It got mistranslated, apparently, as being something anti-Semitic. We've got some people who know, you know, Arabic, or, you know, have a decent amount of familiarity that can give us a little bit of a better perspective on that than the literal Google Translate job that they did on this to, like, you know, to find anti-Semitism. So we're going to look at that. But I anticipate myself needing to cover this at least today, tomorrow, and Saturday, if not today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, right? And I gotta, this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. I need to calm myself down. I need to chill the fuck out. I need to be a little bit more professional about this. I apologize for freaking out earlier. I really do, right? This isn't about me. I don't want to make it about myself. I need to cover the story. But yeah, it looks like we're going to be covering the story for a while going forward. I'm not going to just cover that. Like, right, we'll get into some other things. Like I said, I've got a lot for you. Let's see, like of just this stuff. And that's not even all of it, right? There's more than, you know, these items that are on my agenda. And we'll try to cover, especially like the Tim Pool pooping story. Like that's pretty easy. That's pretty quick, right? That's not a big thing. That's just like a palate cleanser. Can you imagine having your palate cleansed by Tim Pool's bowel habits? That's how we're gonna do it. How we're gonna do it. Please don't apologize. It's all good. I just don't. Yeah. Okay. Well. Anyway, I've apologized too much already, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm in this for the long haul. I care about this. And it's not getting covered right, and it makes it so that you know, my coverage of this and being a little bit more even kiltered in my coverage is extremely important. Like, right, I don't want to I don't want to Tim Pool's dad says, what the fuck? I don't know, maybe you can offer some insight, right? But there was a moment where Tim Pool had Donald Trump Jr. on, and you know, Ian Moonlord was there, and Tim had a little something, like something happened. We don't know if we don't know what it is necessarily. Tim Heidecker had some opinions on this, so we'll check on with Tim Heidecker, see what he says, see if other people can offer. You saw the Tim Heidecker clip. What do you think about this? I know Tim's poops. I clean it up. Oh my god, you would know. Yeah, everybody poops. It's the great equalizer. It's the least offensive thing he's done. If he did in fact have a bathroom emergency, that's the most humanizing, understandable thing that I've seen from Tim Pool in a long time.
Most anti-American, like pro.
Wait, so his political commentary is that I should go to Yemen and get blown to bits? That's
it. That's what we started off today talking about. That's what my tweet was about, right? And I provoked. Oh my god, chat. Do I need to check my tweet again and see what's even going on? Maybe so. Okay. People are still arguing with the Destiny fan. It doesn't look like anything's too out of control in this thread. But again, if you want to help me out, if you want to help the stream out, you can do so by giving some love to this thread on Twitter. Here it is right here. If you're still on the hell site known as Twitter, it's, yeah, kind of like the quartering in Walmart, except this was on stream. And Moonlord was no help at all. That's the one thing I've got to say. The one complaint I have is Moonlord was not helpful. Moonlord, you know, sometimes Moonlord is helpful, not this time. Right, but there's the thread again. So yeah, looks like we're doing okay. I don't think anything is too out of control. Destiny himself hasn't shown up. We haven't gotten brigaded or anything like that. So I think we're all right. I love that picture of Hasan squishing a watermelon. Y'all big mad today. Oh god, we're getting some good feedback on this. But just from a few Destinoids, right? We haven't gotten, it's not too bad, chat. It's not too bad. It's all over the place, right? So anyway, let's get back to the gnome, see what the gnome has to say. Yeah. So not only is he like wishing death upon Hasan, right? Not only is he talking about like fantasizing about doing the act himself with his community, right? Like, you know, sending Hasan to Yemen and then they all join the Navy, right? Now, I know that's a fantasy. I know that's not real. I know Destiny's not going to join the Navy. He wouldn't even be accepted into the Navy, right? He wouldn't last, right? I don't know what the Navy training is. I don't know what the requirement is. I do know that your average DGGer is going to flunk the fuck out of that, okay? There's no way. They're not up to it physically, okay? Destiny is not up to it physically, right? That's not a real thing, but he is fantasizing about it, right? That's where his mind goes, is fantasizing about unaliving Hasan in some kind of asymmetric warfare. How fucked up is this? It's like he's perfectly illustrating the point. Like, it's like this is a little like shadow puppet show going on in the midst of what's actually happening, and it's like demonstrating in some way the two different sides, right? That Destiny fantasizes about unaliving Hasan in some kind of asymmetric warfare between the United States and a militant group, right? And he also calls him a Turkish immigrant loser, right? He's got to be racist too. He's got to bring in the racism. So
that's the retort that he has.
Hasan fans are definitely getting into the Navy SEALs. I think they're getting into the Navy though. I don't know about the SEALs. The SEALs is hard, right? That's some serious. Have you seen SEAL training, Astro Magix?
And that I'm cringe.
I mean, you are. No. So that part I agree. Like, Hasan was being cringe there, right? I don't think Hasan is like all like, look, I have criticisms for Hasan. I don't always agree with Hasan. I didn't really like the way that he approached, this Rashid's like real like life experience of like warfare and violence with like One Piece, right? I thought that was indeed cringe, but like, Jesus Christ, like I don't have to be racist about it, and Destiny doesn't have to be racist about it either, right? Look, Destiny, you've already been kicked off one platform, right, for shit like that, for talking about like dipshit protesters and how you want to see them get, lawnmowered. But don't make it two. Don't make it two. Oh, we're going to get to that. Astro Majax, yeah, you're bringing up the next point. We're actually going to talk to some people who know Arabic. Unlike the people presenting you with that screenshot, right? The people that use Google Translate to try to lie to you about what was actually being said. I have consulted some people that are familiar to, varying extent with Arabic, and I've got some of their perspectives on what Rashid was actually saying. So I know that it's really easy to like get hit in the knee with a hammer and your knee automatically goes up, to have that reflex of like, yeah, Yemeni guy, probably a terrorist, probably an anti-Semite, but in that case, you're the one bringing racism to the table here, right? And it's okay. I'm racist too. Hasan's racist, like, right? Racism is pretty fucking pervasive. The thing that makes racism bad is when you're not aware of it, right? And you start reacting reflexively out of a racist perspective. So when you find yourself doing that, don't beat yourself up. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm not saying that you're Nick Fuentes, okay? But I am saying that you need to take a look at that and see where that comes from. Because, well, I don't know. Like, how do I say that? It's not a good look, and it's not helpful either, right? And the world's got enough of that shit already, right? So please take this as a time, when you see that you've got these unconscious beliefs, take this as a chance to examine those unconscious beliefs, to acknowledge those unconscious beliefs, and hopefully, if the stars are in alignment, we can move past those unconscious beliefs together, because racism is pretty fucking pervasive in this country, and the only way to get past it is first to acknowledge it as it exists implicitly in ourselves, right? If I can own my racism, you can own yours, right? So let's do that together.
Take on the One Piece comparison is, one, partially a joke, but two, to try to open up more conversation.
Okay, so again, I think that Destiny's right in calling that cringe, right? I mean, where he goes with it is totally like unhinged and racist and fucked up and shit. But like, you're talking to somebody that's actually like that's lived in a country that's been at war since 2011. It's been bombed by the Saudis. It's been droned, by Obama. It's been fucked up, right? Somebody that's when you ask him about like what shows does he watch, what games does he play, you get the feeling that not much at all, because there's bigger things going on right now, right? So maybe take that into consideration and realize that this isn't like a game for him. But I get what Hasan is trying to do. He's trying to break the ice. They got this common thing. They're both One Piece fans, so he kind of wants to talk about that. And Rashid is not mad at him for it, right? Rashid is joking along with him. I do think that was a little bit cringe, but that's my main criticism for this interaction, right? And then it's also with the understanding that Hasan, this interview kind of came upon him suddenly. He didn't anticipate being able to have this interview. It just kind of manifested. And he's dealing with it the best he can. He's on stream for 10 hours a day, which I can attest to, right? Even like half of that does horrible things to your mind. And after 5 hours on stream, I am not always in my best like mindset either. So
immediately assume that this is a hostile audience. If you guys noticed in that interview, I also asked if he had any affiliations. Okay. How dare you relate to people through shared interests? Exactly. Great take, man. Thank you. Thank you for your political commentary on this matter. I'm cringe, and I should get blown to bits, and you should join the Navy with your fucking loser 38-year-old.
I agree that Destiny is right in calling that a little bit cringe. I disagree with Destiny's weird like fantasy about unaliving Hasan in asymmetric warfare in the Red Sea. I don't think that Destiny would last a minute in the Navy, and I think that's more cringe. That's like that's orders of magnitude more cringe than anything that Hasan said in the interview. And again, I'm fucking cringe. You've seen me interview people? It's hard. It's hard. I'm fucking cringe when I interview people. I say some cringe stuff, right? Sometimes people clip it. Sometimes people clip it and they show me how cringe I can be. Yeah. I will own my cringe, just like I will own implicit racism that I probably still carry, right? So I'm not holding myself above, Destiny fans and saying that I have like absolutely worked out all of my implicit bias. No, I haven't. There's probably more. But that doesn't excuse them at all.
IT specialist brigade of cyber stalkers. I love his commentary being, I hope American empire kills you. And Philip DeFranco's like, well, I think these things are valid.
Okay. I see what he's saying about Philly D.
Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant.
Exactly, Computer Bailey. Cringe is normal.
Loser that is like cheering on attacks.
An Islamic terrorist Turkish immigrant loser.
What? Did he actually say that? I almost don't think that, look, chat, this is me being good faith, right? If Destiny didn't actually say that, I want to know. If Hasan misheard something, I'm going to call it out here, right? Did Destiny actually say that? And also, if you're a Destiny fan in chat, what the fuck? What is with your dude? Right? I'm calling y'all out on your implicit bias, right? But with the understanding that I have that too. I feel like this is a little bit explicit on Destiny's part.
Loser 38-year-old IT specialist brigade of cyber stalkers. I love his commentary being, I hope American empire kills you. And Philip DeFranco's like, well, I think these things are valid.
Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is like cheering on.
Are you fucking kidding me? He called him an Islamic terrorist? Destiny, what has gotten into you? My dude, at long last, have you no decency? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're calling him an Islamic, you're calling a freaking, I don't know, what is Hasan, like agnostic or atheist or like secular, right? He's not. What the where do you even get this from? I'm telling you that Destiny Steamboat, it runs on racism, okay?
Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is like cheering on attacks.
An Islamic terrorist Turkish.
Did I miss something there? Did he really say that?
Immigrant loser.
On merchant ships as this multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood.
Wait. Now he's talking about Hasan, multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood. Was the Turkish, was that about some, was there something lost in the clipping? Like, is there context that I'm missing? I just can't believe that Destiny would actually say that. Did he literally just call Hasan a fucking Islamic terrorist? Even Destiny, I don't.
On the other side of this,
I mean, he's being racist with the fucking Turkish immigrant loser shit already, but like, Jesus Christ, like, did he call him an Islamic terrorist?
people defending Hasan, saying that Hasan is actually doing the public an enormous service by speaking to a regular Yemeni guy with regular hopes, dreams, and hobbies, and asking, where were you?
I like that the people defending me are being like, hey man, it's normal to humanize a regular 19-year-old that's like grown up being blown to bits. And then the people who are attacking me are like, hey, this Islamic supremacist Muslim terrorist loser should go to Yemen and get blown to bits by the Navy. I can't wait for all of us to go and join the Navy so we can kill him. That's good. That's good. Like, I love the liberal framework here. It's like one side is like, oh, you interviewed someone whose experience has been death and destruction their entire lives that we are currently justifying to kill. Okay. Well, I hate that. You're a Muslim supremacist terrorist fuck from Turkey who we should kill ourselves. Will there be a punishment for these racist remarks? Of course not, because people think that that is scathing commentary. They think that that is insightful, because a lot of people can lean on pre-existing structural forms of oppression, like Islamophobia. That is precisely the reason why, and I will show you. There is a, I believe it was a Wall Street Journal article that featured the Biden administration's opinions on what should happen in Gaza. Okay? Let me see if I can find it. I wonder if he deleted it or not, but we'll see. John Podhoretz, like the guy in question was born in 2005, which means he was like 9 when the war in Yemen started in 2014. I think people don't realize this. Yeah. Do you guys remember the John Podhoretz tweet? Maybe you guys saw it. Maybe you didn't. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if he deleted it or not. Here. Yeah, by the way, people interview those with opposing viewpoints all the time. Opposing viewpoints to you all the time. So if you interview him and put it on YouTube, you'd be a journalist, but since it's on Twitch, you should be killed. Yeah. Exactly. Hold on. Do you have the Treat King John Podhoretz's tweet about the Arab reporter from, I think it was Wall Street Journal or Washington Post? He quote tweeted this guy openly saying that here, if I can find it. Is this it? Yeah. Akbar Shahid Ahmed wrote about the Biden administration and what the Biden administration and what the Biden administration's plans were for Gaza, which was a continuation of the Trump administration's opinion on what to do with Gaza, right? Completely wrote off Palestinians entirely. The Biden administration turned around and said that this was fake news. This was actually good journalism, the reporting from Akbar Shahid Ahmed. John Podhoretz responded to that by saying, I am going to call you Hamas boy from now on, Hamas boy. Now, John Podhoretz is literally the editor of commentary, the columnist for the New York Post, and he used to be the co-founder of the Weekly Standard. This guy is a right-wing shithead that gets a lot of coverage in mainstream media, okay? This is a legitimate person of notoriety. Why does he feel so comfortable saying that about a Middle Eastern reporter, an American reporter of Middle Eastern descent? Because Islamophobia is perfectly allowed. Anti-Arab sentiment, anti-MENA sentiment in general.
Okay, so for people that are saying things like America bad, right? The straw man of Hasan, the straw man of, like, frankly, anybody to the left of Vosch, right? You're just America bad, America bad, America bad. Please tell me, which is the stronger current? Which is the stronger pull? Which do you think are more people going unthinkingly towards? Like the idea that America is bad, or the idea that America is good? Which shit are you inculcated with from like grade 1 in the United States, right? What perspective are you more pushed towards, right? America bad or America good? Because, I mean, this shit is just brainworms, right? And it's brainworms that's just kind of putting you back where you started. If you ever took a history class, if you ever took a, sociology class, and you learned some things about the United States, if you ever read like a Naomi Klein book, right? And you found out about, what happened in Chile, right? And the United States' involvement in that. And you questioned the America good that you were born with, right? What this shit is doing is just putting you back. Oh, I don't want to be one of those dumb leftists that just says America bad. Maybe America's good. Maybe I need my treats from Amazon. Maybe I need the maritime trade to continue, and that should take precedent over putting an end to what's going on in Gaza, putting an end to the carnage that's going on there, right?
Is perfectly allowed. Okay? And liberals have no way of going, wait a minute, this guy's just being a fucking racist piece of shit. Okay? He's not even Middle Eastern, he's Pakistani. Okay. Regardless, it's all under the same umbrella. If you are Muslim or if you have a Muslim name, I mean, look at me. This is a great example. I'm not Arab. I'm Turkish. I'm pretty white passing. Right? But all of a sudden, you're a fucking terrorist, dog. You're a terrorist. I have a feeling that Podhoretz might be describing a Pakistani writer as Hamas boy for reasons other than his actual writing. Pretty amazing how just blatantly Islamophobic these men can be, says Elad Neharai. It's pretty amazing just how blatantly Islamophobic these men can be without any professional repercussions. It's just the way their world works. It is the exact same reason as to why that dude who worked in the Obama administration on Israel-Palestine in the State Department felt comfortable being so overwhelmingly racist that halal cart guy. Because that's normal. He's like, what do you mean? I do this all the time. Like, what? Of course I'm going to be fucking profoundly racist.
Yeah, which is more normalized? Like knee-jerking to the idea that anybody from the Middle East is a terrorist, right? Calling Hasan, who is not Muslim, an Islamic terrorist, right? Which is more normalized? That shit, following somebody around like the former Obama official was caught doing, or defaulting to America bad, when actually, shit's more complicated than that. And there are other bad actors out there, and America is, sometimes going to be in the right? Do you think that, like, that thing that I just said really easily without hurting myself, without getting canceled by my chat, indicates that maybe I have a little bit more flexibility of viewpoint based on the facts that I'm receiving than you do? Put it together, please. I would love to see you free yourself from this liberal mind prison.
To this dude, profoundly Islamophobic to this dude, because the reality is that this is a decent substitute for genuine political commentary and genuine retorts.
Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is Islamic terrorism.
I want to see somebody. We've got Destiny fans in chat. I want to see you defend this guy. How the fuck do you call Hasan a Turkish loser Islamic terrorist? Like, what is that? Come on. Was that a moment of weakness from Destiny? Did he not really mean it? Was he misspeaking? What's going on there?
The most anti-American, like pro-Islam.
Oh man, America bad.
Turkish immigrant loser that is like cheering on attacks on merchant ships as this multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood.
On the other side of the
Great.
That's why I want to know, like, did I mishear this? Is this clipped wrong? Is there more to this? Because, like, it is weird that he says like Turkish immigrant loser, and then he says multi-millionaire in LA or whatever, right? Is he not? Is he talking about another Turkish immigrant loser that's an Islamic terrorist, right? Am I missing something? Like, is there like I don't even see where like another Turkish person is involved in this. Like, what is he talking about? Like, this doesn't make sense. Even you know, even from what I know of Destiny.
But I gotta take a second to pay some bills. Because let's face it, after all the holiday indulgence, traveling, maybe not sticking to your routine, might be time to get back on track.
What the fuck?
So important.
That is Johnny Harris.
With all the viruses on overdrive right now, this is a great time to start a healthy habit with a fantastic sponsor of today's show, Seed and their DSO1.
Oh no, it's Philly D. Sorry.
Valid retort there.
Philly D.
Defending Hasan, saying that Hasan is like,
I think he would do a better job if he didn't just like.
We got the Philly D ad read.
With his anger, and once again demonstrate that he just simply cannot look at the situation from a decent moral framework that he supposedly is defending all the time. Isn't this Connor guy being responded to in the tweet here the counterpoints loser who was a cop who assaulted?
Oh shit! Oh shit! We got another orbiter. We got another orbiter.
Let's continue.
He's actually doing the public an enormous service by speaking to a regular Yemeni guy with regular hopes, dreams, and hobbies, and asking where were you for the past 10 years when the Yemeni people lost lives and limbs just for the crime of existing. Another saying that the interview is actually amazing, with Hasan humanizing him and wanting us to understand that he is just a normal Yemeni teen. But with all that said, I gotta pass the question off to you. Where do you land on this? I know there's two camps. I don't know if there's a third where you're landing somewhere in between. But what do you think about it?
You were kind of taking him out of context, even in that clip.
Okay, that's what I want to know about. Wait.
Wait, can you please...
If there's more context, I want to know. Because, like, I just don't see how Destiny gets off saying that, right? He said fucked up shit in the past. I disagree with Destiny a lot. But the fucking calling Hasan a Turkish immigrant loser Islamic terrorist, right? I just don't see what asshole Destiny's pulling that out of, right? That doesn't make sense.
Explain to me the worthwhile commentary of someone saying I'm like a cringe pro-Islamic terrorist loser from Turkey that should go into Yemen, and then you guys can kill, you know, your fan base can go and join the Navy so you can kill me. What's the commentary there? Oh, you mean just the beginning? You're kind of taking him out of context. You missed.
Astro, you got to recognize that this is fucking cringe. Right? Can you acknowledge the cringe of Destiny? I have acknowledged the cringe of Hasan. Do you have the capacity to do the same? Because that would be a neat trick, right? That would be an amazing trick. Tipster became a sponsor. I don't think this is real. Is this real? Are these real? Are these legit? Did somebody... I don't think these are real. I don't know what... Rich Piana? What the fuck? Yo, apparently Tipster and Rich Piana just subscribed. I don't think this is real. I don't know where these are coming from, but you're gonna see some fake. See, look, I'm not even like, I could be like, yeah, look at how popular I am. I'm getting all these memberships. Everybody loves me. No, I think this is an error or something. I'm not gonna claim that this is like legit, but here they are nonetheless. Thank you so much for gifting the subs. Yeah, if that's what happened, if somebody anonymously gifted subs, I do thank you. I am grateful. Rich Piano, right? Like, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Wait, is Rich Piano even alive? Anyway. Or am I thinking of somebody else?
The start of the sentence. I love the brainworms that people have where they're like, no, you don't understand. This is actually, I'm gonna sit here and intellectualize a racist screed that you've heard 1,000 times over from many different types of people, including in the right-wing sphere of influence, but certainly from liberal commentators as well. Like, the notion that there is some genuine, valid, principled stance here and not pure Islamophobia is hilarious, okay? It is no different than the Reddit debates that I read when, like, the two dumbest motherfuckers on the planet duked it out on the Trainwreck podcast, okay? Aiden Ross versus Destiny. right? Where Destiny's literal fucking argument, supposedly, was simply saying that one of Aiden's Muslim friends was actually a terrorist who died with a suicide bomb. He made a fucking suicide bomb joke, and then
So wait, this is like a thing. This is like, oh my god, I gotta keep flying. This is like a thing. Like I don't, does anybody know what Hasan's talking about? Can I get a confirmation of this? Is this really happening? Like, so we're talking about an interaction between Destiny and Aiden Ross. Aiden had a friend who was like Middle Eastern, and Destiny called him a terrorist. Because this shows you a lot, right? We've seen what that it doesn't like always, it doesn't take a lot to get somebody deplatformed, right? But the fact that Destiny is constantly on this fucking this anti-Islamic shit, and he hasn't had shit happen to him from it, it kind of shows you what is an acceptable form of bigotry. Like what seems to be sliding under the terms of service, right? It's a little sign there. And as much as like, you know, because you do have an agreement amongst like Trump people and amongst people on the left that the war on terror policies of George W. Bush were bad. Sometimes it's for different reasons. Sometimes they'll just call George Bush, he was a big spender, right? The war on terror was expensive. That's why it was wrong. But you do generally have an agreement between, like, you know, some scumbag chuds on the right and the left that, you know, woke up, I guess, in 2006 and tossed the Republican Congress out on its ass over the war on terror. You do have a certain level of agreement that those policies were bullshit, but you don't have a recognition of bigotry when it's anti-Arab or anti-Islamic in nature. On either side, either with the libs or with the chuds, right? That's sad. Aiden Ross was mentioned, and I thought it was Andrew Tate involved. Oh, was he calling Andrew Tate that? Even that, like, look, I hate, fuck Tate, absolutely fuck Tate, right? But I don't think I'm gonna call him a terrorist. I don't see like where you're gonna get off calling him a terrorist. Zero is right. What was Zero? Oh my god, I'm trying to read all your chats. What did I miss? No, not every single cat, each one? Did I misspeak? Maybe that was about something different. But yeah, if those were indeed gift subs from an anonymous source, I don't see that, you know, I don't see it like attributing it to anyone or even saying like, I don't know what's going on with the stream alerts. I hope they're not annoying, right? Because they do seem to give me more stream alerts than I'm actually getting members or subs. But can't call white people saltines, but you could, yeah, exactly. You gotta love TOS. You gotta love it.
Entire psychopathic fan base on Reddit were trying to moralize that and intellectualize that to be like, well, actually, the likelihood that someone who's of Muslim descent, a random Muslim person who probably would die by being a suicide bomber is actually quite high, which is precisely the reason why, you know, making that claim is perfectly valid. Now, of course,
look, it's bad enough. It's bad enough if Destiny says shit like that, right? It's already bad enough if Destiny says some shit like that, right? But what's worse is if you, his fan, defend that somehow and intellectualize it and be like, well, actually, you know, there's a lot of, actually, in Yemen, the Houthis did this and that, and child slavery, terrorism, look at their flag, right? If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna put that on a fucking 19-year-old because he's from Yemen, and try to intellectualize that and try to write your way out of this fucking hole that Destiny dug for you. Look, it's perfectly acceptable to disagree with your streamer. Like, people in here do it all the time, and they don't get banned. We don't have a problem with this. Nobody, I don't have like a rule where everybody has to agree with me. There's no like social pressure on people to agree with me, right? I can be wrong. I can be questioned. All of my viewpoints are questionable. Why is it that in the cult of Destiny, people have so much of a problem calling out his bullshit when it's so blatant? I called out Hasan's cringe. If you want to call me a fucking Hasan fan channel, I got no problem doing that. Why is it so hard for you? Andrew Tate is like a psychic terrorist? Yeah, I guess you could make that argument.
Of course, the other side of that conversation is not a valid one either. Aiden responded by calling him the F slur like a fucking million times over. They were having a mid-off.
A mid-off. Yeah, that's about right.
Whew. I mean, here. You want to know? You want to know what his fan base looks like? I hope he cries on stream when his new co-host is in multiple pieces. The #1 political pundit in alt media. In the alt media world is interviewing Houthi pirates. You literally can't make this shit up, lol. They deserve all the things I cannot say.
Yo!
When he sees his new co-host in multiple pieces, that would make me come, says the guy.
God damn.
Dubstep enjoyer.
Definitely a
Second Amendment. Sock them. Globe Twitter. DGG for life, which for those of you who don't know is Destiny's online community. That's what it's called, is DGG.
It's actually his website, but we'll forgive it.
40K. Las Vegas Sphere's strongest soldier, Ukrainian American. Just a real mentally stable guy. Clearly. Fantasizing about like some fucking 19-year-old Yemeni kid getting blown to bits by American weapons. Okay? Here's the thing. And I mentioned this before, and I'm going to be as charitable as I physically, humanly, possibly can here. I talked about this earlier without actually mentioning this person or the, thousands of other comments that I saw. Okay? I talked about this earlier. You only have this perspective because you don't have all the nice things that you're supposed to have. Okay? The thing is, we don't have healthcare. We don't have infrastructure. We don't have, decent prospects for education. Education being the most important step.
We don't have student loan forgiveness.
Our material conditions here in the United States are not great. Okay? So when you don't have any of those things, yeah, his location says Langley, Virginia. Shut the fuck up, chatters. When you don't have those things, I get it. Oh, he's a fed. Okay, you got it. You're great. You noticed that. Fine. That's why he's probably memeing. But my point is broader than this, okay? My point is broader than this. When you don't have any of those nice things that you're supposed to have, and the only thing you have to show for American empire is just more dead children, more dead brown children overseas, okay? That's the only thing that you get. That's the dying rattle of a the death rattle of a dying empire. It's the last thing that you can get excited about is like, yeah, well, at least we're killing.
We can kick their ass in the Red Sea.
At least we're killing people overseas. And it's kind of sad because a lot of people don't realize that if we weren't spending so much time and effort doing that, we could perhaps use some of those funds on saving ourselves, on making American lives a little bit better. Okay? Brother, please don't give these people too much credit.
Meow?
They're just racist.
Meow.
They don't care about all that. No, but
Can
where
I
does
ask a
racism
brief
come
question?
Sure.
Is it possible to turn the game sound
Okay.
off while
Where
the
does
sound's
that
going?
racism come from? The
Because
goal
a couple
as
people
a
in chat have
leftist-
mentioned.
Yeah, I just realized it was loud. Let me see. I might have to reset the game.
You might be able to just
the underlying material
turn the sound
conditions
off
Right, that sounds like a good theory, but I think that they're
you're not radicalized by your circumstances.
I think that it might not let me do that unless I'm quit out of the game. So
Oh no, I mean, if you go to your volume mixer in Windows, you should be able to mute
that's true
the game, and that should be enough to work for OBS and for you.
Sure.
Because I wouldn't want you to quit like your progress through this
American super profits that we all benefit from.
Sorry to be
make it so that
a little bit of a
radical supremacist
fun interrupter.
psychos rarely
thank you.
Become ISIS, right? Because we have the Westboro Baptist Church here, but what do? They LARP, and then they turn around and they go to Applebee's and they get $5 jalapeno poppers. That's what our radical fundamentalist religious psychos do. Okay? And then sometimes a mass shooting. But for the most part, that's what our radical fundamentalist psychos do, because the material conditions are relatively better. But it's not good enough. The fact that there are still reactionary weirdos out there implies that we have a lot of issues to solve. Okay? That is what I want to examine. That is what I want to work on. Yeah, no amount of bombing Yemen is going to cause you to get your job back after getting laid off. No amount of bombing Yemen or opening up new fronts is going to turn your life around. You're just going to, for a brief moment, feel like you dominated someone who has significantly less than you. And that's it. You think spiritually we've actually achieved something here, but we have not. Okay? And before people turn around and say things of this nature like, oh, don't you agree with these guys? Don't you agree with everything they're doing? Don't you agree with all of that? If that is your framework, we can have a conversation.
It's a false dichotomy. Do you see what that does?
You cannot come to me and...
Do you see what that does? Right? If our idea is that there's two choices, right? One is bomb Yemen ineffectually to try to attempt to exert influence over a country that's been in civil war since 2011 to get them to allow that that sweet maritime trade to go through, right? And the other option is like, oh, I guess you support the Houthis. You support their flag, you support the anti-Semitism, you support the child slaves, you support everything bad that's going on in Yemen. If you want a ceasefire, that must be what you're in favor of, because they want a ceasefire and you want a ceasefire, therefore you support them. You can fuck right off with that. You can fuck right off with that. And you're fucking cringe. Your inability to think and chew gum at the same time is showing. And I don't usually make fun of people for, sort of, cognitive failings like that, but holy shit. Holy shit, I don't know how you get anywhere like with that kind of mindset. If you're so stuck in the paradigm of false dichotomy that wanting a ceasefire implies signing off on every single thing that's going on with the Houthis, I don't know what to say other than you fucking suck. You fucking suck. And you're the reason that we can't have nice things.
Say you're an Islamist, fundamentalist, terrorism supporting piece of shit, go back to Turkey and the like, and then turn around and go, but actually I was simply making a reasonable argument about the motivations of this 19-year-old or Hasan's interest in interviewing.
It's not a...
Because that's not what you said.
That's inductive thinking.
The thing that you said. If you wanted to say something else, you would have said something else. But you didn't say those things. You said the thing that you said. So why? Why is it that so many of you rush to act as though there is an underlying broader point here when time and time again,
spicy garlic
demonstrated that they are genuinely Islamophobic? They've said it themselves. I mean, that's their perspective. Here, I'll run a quick, easy search here. Okay, Destiny addresses. I said Destiny Islamophobia. Destiny addresses the Islamophobia allegations.
Very, very clear here. I want to be very, very, very clear here because people seem to misunderstand this. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. I am Islamophobic and I hate Islam. I'm an atheist. Yes. I will make Islamophobic jokes because I do hate Islam and I am Islamophobic. Very, very clear here. I want to be.
It took me 3.5 seconds to come to this. It took me 3.5 seconds to find this. Okay? It's not that difficult. Like, this is a genuine motivator for his framework. That's it.
Oh shit, I am so fucked. I am so fucked here.
It's no different than the very same interlocutors that he used to own in the marketplace of ideas, the likes of the Sam Harris types in the past.
Wait, did Destiny ever come out against Sam Harris in any way? Like, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with what.
Don't come in here and try. It's out of context, Lamau.
It's out of context. Yes. That's right. Out of context.
He literally thought Erdogan was the Palestinian president. He's a fucking joke. I know.
Oh, geez, that's right. He doesn't know where Palestine.
Is there more so we can't claim that you're clip chimping? I don't.
Is there? Like, you think that's a clip? No, wait. I do want to know. Because that seemed pretty ridiculous. I want to make sure that's not a clip chimp. Like, I think I know what Destiny would say, though. Like, that, like, you know, if pressed upon it, he'd be like, yeah, you know, I'm an atheist. I'm against religion and...
Anyway. Schizo's live reacting, so there'll be brain dead? Sure.
About the platforming and interview? What do you think about the reactions? What do you think about any and all of it, and why? Let me know in those comments down below. And then there's even more news that we got to talk about today, but I got to take a second to pay some bills, because let's face it.
Anyway. Also, who cares? No amount of clips where he directly says Islamophobic things will convince those who defend him that he's wrong. No, I know, which is why I usually don't spend a lot of time on this kind of thing. Actual journalists like Ryan Grimm are retweeting your interview. Meanwhile, Globe Emoji liberals are speedrunning 2001 Islamophobia in your mentions. Exactly.
I feel like this is like, I want to pause here, right? I'm trying not to stunlock, but this is illustrative of what's wrong with Destiny's thinking, right? I am I just shouldn't repeat what he said. That's like borderline TOS. That's like borderline TOS what he said. So I don't want to repeat. I mean, you heard what he said. You heard what he said without me repeating it and getting in trouble myself because I disagree with it, right? This is like the point is that I'm against things that are irrational, religion being the foremost. Now, you don't hear him bitching about Christianity. You don't hear him bitching about other religions, right? But you do hear a lot about Islam. And this goes to the whole Sam Harris thing, right? Sam Harris called Islam the motherlode of bad ideas, right? So if your problem is with lack of rationality, then a knee-jerk position, like being anti-Islamic and like, you know, oh, he's from Yemen. Yeah, fuck him. He must be a terrorist, right? This is where it's at. This is where it's at. This is the seed of hypocrisy at the center of Destiny and his community, right? I'm against irrational thinking, and I'm willing to be irrational about that. Please recognize what's wrong with that thought pattern, because it's pretty fucking puerile. It's pretty fucking immature for a grown ass man to have that kind of that kind of take on something.
That's it. This is it? What is this?
Honestly, I'm pro genocide. Like it sounds really.
Oh God! Oh God!
Just drop its fucking borders about where it is now.
This is terrible. This is getting worse.
Go live in another place.
This is getting worse.
Really shitty, but like that's about.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that.
I disavow what he said.
If you are a supporter of Israel, you could say that as a joke, seriously, and you're not going to suffer repercussions for that.
Also, Destiny.
Bashar al-Assad, is that this guy? No. Fuck, wait, who is this? Who are these people? Fuck, am I just supposed to know? This isn't him. Oh, Erdogan. Is it Erdogan? Erdogan? I don't know what the fuck to pronounce this guy's name.
Why should he know? Why should he know these things? That's the whole point. If you are directly motivated by racist screeds, and that is your substitute for Middle Eastern policy, I mean...
I need to move that gnome? Do you see the problem with moving that gnome, though, Spark? Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah, the gnome is not completely encompassing the totality of the screen that it should be. I gotcha.
There's plenty of evidence that you can compile from mainstream media that you can use to justify your framework, but ultimately, it doesn't matter. You don't have to know. You think fucking Klansmen know the intricacies of black culture or black existence in America? No, of course not. They don't. Why should they? If they did, they probably wouldn't have those positions. That's my point. The difference, however, is that in the United States of America, there are a lot of people, as a consequence of the 20-year affair that is known as the War on Terror, and all of the media training that was necessary for people to either turn the other cheek, look the other way, or directly champion that war on terror, have been brain poisoned into thinking that every Muslim is this like barbarian freak that deserves ethnic cleansing. So my point is, there are a lot of people that agree with this framework, and they do not think about what they are saying, what they are defending. They think about this as, you know, haha, whatever, who gives a shit? I can't wait for his new Wikipedia research stream so that I can actually develop my positions, even though I'm just basically, you know, going to repeat whatever he's saying. It sucks. I just simply want charitability, okay? Charitability. That's all I ask for. Charitability.
When did he become...
Oh my god, wait, no. Why is he playing... Oh my, I didn't even get... Oh my god.
That's it.
All right, chat. I'm gonna have to cut this in 40 minutes now, because that is. Whoever cut this fucking video put copyrighted music in it. God damn it.
It's going to be so annoying anytime you pull up a page on Wiki. No, I mean, I use Wikipedia as well, okay? Please don't misunderstand me. I sometimes even look at Reddit. The reason he hates people like you because you're raising the quality bar as a musical. No, I don't even care. You can be a music school dropout, which alone doesn't mean much, but he's also profoundly lazy. I don't even think he's profoundly lazy. I don't believe those things. I don't agree with those things. Okay, maybe he's probably a little lazy, but being a music school dropout doesn't automatically disqualify you, okay? Oh, I fucking went to school for this. Who cares? Okay? That doesn't make me more knowledgeable automatically. I think that the inherent biases that one has legitimately causes one to see things in a very narrow focus, okay? Whether it be the personal biases that Destiny has towards me, which he has also obviously openly admitted way back in the day. Those Reddit logs or those DGG posts are still very much available for all that want to see it, where he's like, so...
Wait, I feel like there was something on Twitter. So we're talking about like why does Destiny hate Hasan? It might seem like a obvious question with an obvious answer and not really something that we need to go into and explain. But I feel like I saw something recently. Did I bookmark it, though? Did I have the forethought to actually bookmark it? Bookmarked the Noah Schnapp thing. Oh my god, somebody had like a really old clip of Destiny on Twitter. And... no, it was a clip of Hasan. Maybe, I don't remember, but it was like Hasan talking about Melina actually expressing some interest in him way back, right? And, Destiny had an open marriage, like, that's what kind of Hasan, said, but I don't know. It gave us another insight of the origin of the hatred that Destiny holds for Hasan. I don't know if I can find it. See, I'll click on the thread and see if I can drag it up here.
Upset about Hasan's success. I made him, blah, blah, blah. Right? But here's the thing. Before I get to the heated Israel versus Palestine debate with Bassem Youssef again, it's not the fact that he's a music school dropout that makes him bad or not knowledgeable. There are plenty of brilliant people that didn't go to college, and there are plenty of dumbasses who did go to college. I'm a dumbass who went to college, okay? Doesn't mean shit. The issue is, if you have these incredible biases, it actually neuters your commentary. It's ironic because many people say I have a bias against America, that I'm America bad and America bad only, and that's my only commentary on the subject. That's not the only commentary I have on the subject. There's plenty of historical background that I provide for why I make statements.
I can't find it.
When I do make said statements. Okay? And anytime I
can't find this old clip
of description, anytime I engage in a contextualization, people immediately go, oh, you're defending the bad actions and you like the bad actions because America decided they were bad.
This makes it impossible to have any meaningful conversation. Do you understand this kind of false dichotomous thinking, right? Which is, false dichotomy. A dichotomy is like, two different choices, right? There's very few things that are truly dichotomies, right? Most things are not either one way or another. Even the conception of like this one thing and the other, they're not exactly opposites, right? It's something that we impose on that. We impose the dichotomy. But when you have false dichotomous thinking where it's like either you are, sympathetic towards, people in Gaza and you want a ceasefire, or you like you can't be against the bad things that are going on in Yemen if you are for putting pressure on the United States and Israel, like what's going on in the Red Sea right now, right? That is fucked up thinking, and that is what keeps you in your liberal mind prison, and that what prevents us from having a real meaningful conversation about this stuff. And we need to talk about this stuff. We need to think about this stuff. Something needs to change fundamentally. We need to have a path to peace. We need to have a path towards a meaningful, real, like, Palestinian state, regardless of what fucking Netanyahu and those dickheads think about it, right? This needs to happen for not just for people in Gaza, not just for people in Israel, but for all of us, right? And as long as we're stuck in this idea of like any sympathy with, trying to put pressure on Israel for a ceasefire is tantamount to like wanting, child slavery. It just prevents any sort of progress whatsoever, right? It's fucked up. It's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed to be making these arguments. They are not good arguments. They are immature arguments that you should get past. That you should see like, oh shit, that was me being cringe. I believed a cringe thing, but then I figured out why it was cringe and I stopped doing it, right? It's okay to be cringe. We're all cringe from time to time. It's what we learn from it. It's how we change that
and you're bad.
Makes us who we are. You are Poo-Poo Sama.
There's so much more.
You are.
Anytime I give historical context, people say I'm rambling.
We got to take the.
It's just the way to.
Do we need to take the gnome off of there?
Dead in his tracks. Just agree with me. It's the same principle behind going. You're a terrorist supporter. You support terrorism. Why would you cover this conversation? Why would you have a conversation with a person? Why would you even humanize them? They're a terrorist. They love slavery. They love doing slavery. I bet they love doing slavery. And it's like, you don't know any of those things. You made this assertion. And the leading...
We got to cut through the brainworms, Chad. Are you with me?
An assertion.
Are you with me?
Was racism. Okay? That's it. It's a quick way to just immediately shut off.
Thought terminating cliche.
Remotely intellectually curious. And is the easiest way for you to see issues with a slant that causes you to not fully grasp the situation on the ground. Okay? Folks, if you're coming in here and you've never watched me before or you've only seen clips of me, I urge you to stick around because I promise you, okay, beyond the massaged narratives off of 8-second clips, you will develop a much better understanding of what I support and what I advocate for and where I'm coming from.
I feel like Hasan's kind of selling himself short here. Okay. Yeah, you'll get that. You'll get a better sense of what Hasan says, but you'll get more than that, right? The value...
First and foremost, going to be charitable, no matter what. And I do admit that over the course of the past couple of years, the relentless attacks have made me infinitely less charitable to those, and it makes me feel as though, sometimes, inappropriately, that any contentious chatter is actually a bad faith debater. Okay?
And I've been guilty of this as well. I will cop to that.
Man used 8 seconds of clips against them. So mad, Omega Law. I think that is a charitable and honest framework that I have withstood time and time again. If Destiny wanted, to present himself a little bit better, I assume he wouldn't personally say vicious things time and time again. But I don't think that there is any way that I can convince you that he is Islamophobic, for example. Okay?
Like, I feel like there's a value in Hasan's stream that he's not tooting his own horn here.
Because I think you agree with him. That's the point.
But I will, okay? As much as I disagree with him, just today I called him out for being cringe. I thought like a couple of things he was saying were cringe, right? I think there's a value in being in a stream like this over being in a fucking echo chamber like the colon known as DGG, okay?
Let's continue.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show.
Wait, okay, we just got...
about today.
Okay.
Hasan, Piker, Timothee, Chalamet scandal.
All right, so here we go.
We've got this
Shakespeare, are you still around? Are you still around? We are done with the Hasan stuff. If you would like to come on and talk to me about your analysis of, and I'll bring this up. I thought I had bookmarked this, right? What do we have? We have 30 minutes left. We have 30, and that's unfortunate, chat, because what happened is that the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme song got played on one of the clips that Hasan was watching, because I was playing video games. I didn't notice it. That's on me. That's my bad, right? But in order to cut that out of it, because I gotta cut that out, we gotta end stream in like less than 30 minutes now. So I'm hoping that Shakespeare is still around. I'm hoping that we can get a hold of Dat Katie or Shakespeare or some Arabic knower that can give me a little insight on what we're about to look at, right? Because I will admit, when I saw this at first, it looked bad, right? And then I found out it was a Google... It was a Google Translate, right? And if you don't know, Google Translate is not great. And it can sometimes yield not just like an imprecise translation, but like a misleading translation, right? So that's what we're interrogating. And I've reached out to people who, Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay. This is the tweet, right? So this is the tweet in question, and if we can get, I've talked to a couple of people who have some insight on what we see here. So here we go. This is this person saying, "Wonderful guide to platform. Great job, Hasan." Right? What are they talking about? They're talking about this. That sounds pretty bad. Like, I've never heard, this phrase, but it sounds, in general, like when I hear somebody that's not Jewish say the word Jew rather than Jewish person, my red flag goes up. And this, phrase, like, son of a, right? It sounds like, I don't know. It sounds anti-Semitic, right? But again, my understanding is that this is a Google Translate of what's being said in Arabic, and not necessarily something that we can count on. I'm really hoping we can get somebody to come on and give us a better sense of what's being said here, right? I've got two people that Dat Katie, we reached out to yesterday, and Dat Katie had a, I can also give you, they were talking about this in Hoscord, because they care. They care about that, right? They want to know, like, what this actually was. And oh, that's right, it's in a different place. It's in a different place than I thought it was. Okay, I'm gonna move into Bird Brains. Hopefully we will get a hold of somebody. That's probably the easiest place for me to be able to talk to but I hope the timing works out. If not, chat, I will bring one or more people on tomorrow to talk about this. Let's see. No, I gotta go in here, don't I? I think it's in here. Yes. Then you gotta move in here. Okay. We already watched this. He looks like he's gonna teach some French lit now. Wait, where did that come from? Ben Carson compared Trump to King David. People are losing their shit. That is, oh, I get it. Yeah, I've heard other Trumpies say this. We already watched this. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Spark That Blood, because we're looking at a tweet here, right? This is a tweet of a screen cap. This is our Yemeni pirate. This is Rashid, right? This is Timothee Chalamet, his Twitter account, which has been banned since, right? And I'm understanding that this is like a Google translation of what's being said in Arabic. And so we're trying to get to, from a really long time ago when I commented on Hasan's attire. Oh, okay, that's when you were saying that. Maybe I was reading in the past. Because my Twitch is absolutely dead now, and we were discussing Hasan's fit. Okay, but like as far as referring to the Philip DeFranco video, yeah, that's true. We were watching somebody else. We were watching Hasan watch the Philip DeFranco. You are correct. Okay, I thought you were saying this about the TikTok, but yeah, I'm hoping that we do have less than 30 minutes here, just so I can make sure to take out the copyrighted material, that being the Curve Your Enthusiasm theme song. I don't want Larry David to come knocking on my door and saying like, why are you using my music? Right? I don't need that. I don't need Larry David's ire. I don't need that, you know. Can't get a hold of Dak Katie right now. Shax BA just left for food for a moment. Well, this might be the moment that was lost then. I'm trying to think of what I could do, right? I could, I guess, end the YouTube stream and then start another one right after that. Oh my God, did something happen in chat? Larry's already locked onto my location. I know, I got it. That's why I gotta delete the copyrighted music off my video. I gotta delete it, I gotta mute it. Yeah, I'm starting to lean towards just doing this tomorrow, if we're not going to be able to talk to anybody about it tonight. Based on like how bad this how off to a bad start this stream got. Although I really want to, wow, I didn't even see what happened. It sounds bad though. Chat is not liking something that was said in chat. Damn. I'm glad that I was playing Vampire Survivor. Okay, so I think this is the Arabic. I think this is the same phrase. There's like a hashtag in here. There's two hashtags actually. But this started off a whole ass conversation. And then they're like, oh wait, no, sorry. Oh, didn't mean to go to Instagram. But they're verifying it somehow by showing the Instagram reel. What they're not verifying is the translation. And there's just a lot of bullshit like getting like I feel like there are some people coming in you know, even disagreeing with this person that are saying some shit that I don't agree with. This really got shit started. What's up, Zara?
Hi.
So, yeah, it looks like we might have to, yeah, you know what the situation I'm in, right, here is that I'm almost at 6 hours, and we got some copyrighted music accidentally on the VOD, and that means that I really need to end it before 6 hours is up, and that might mean that I either need to stop the YouTube stream and then start a new one, or maybe we just need to start fresh tomorrow and hope that I don't you know, flip out and ruin everything with Vampire Survivor tomorrow.
So
I did. I tried something experimental and it didn't. I don't think people were feeling it. But that's okay. That's on me.
There's a first time and there's a learning curve, and I think that some people were trying it out. It might be a special thing that we do when chat is really excited for it.
Yeah.
But either way, it's good to keep trying new things and innovating because that's a great way to find and discover new things. You do have a couple of moments, and so while we wait for Shakespeare to come back with her food, and while I hope that Katie has a chance to come through, I'd be happy to share like
Okay, so
what
you've
I've
talked to
come up
both
with.
Shakespeare
I've
and
talked to Shakespeare
yeah.
and Katie about this, and I've read through the translations from 3 Arabic speakers that were given the quote blind of context and asked to like explain.
So in
And
other
then
words, they're
and then
shown this
shown the
without
context.
any. Okay, yeah.
Right. Showing them without the context and hearing what they say, and then applying the context and seeing how they react now that they see what it was related to kind of give us like a good idea of what we're looking at here, right?
Yeah,
The first
that's
thing I want
exactly
to
what we want.
is all right, so it's not Yemeni. We're basically speaking about Arabic as spoken in Yemen, right? Sorry, just referring to your comment, Disco Wolf, quickly. But what we're looking at is people are seeing what TikTok and Instagram have for the translation, which is exclusively Google Translate, right? And who makes Google Translate? It's going to be like a word for word translation unless there is a phrase that can be applied. And anyone who doesn't speak English knows that like the translation for Google is atrocious. It lacks any cultural context. It lacks an understanding for euphemisms, figures of speech.
Which that very much sounds like it's some kind of euphemism, it's some kind of figure of speech, right? The direct translation doesn't sound good, but what does it mean euphemistically? What does it mean colloquially? That's really what we're trying to get at, right?
Right, and on a different level too, why is it important? And why and who is it important to? Like for what reason? And so a lot of people seem to be upset because they see a Google Translate and they assume that it's anti-Semitic because it references Jews in the Google Translate.
And I'll have to admit that was my like knee-jerk, reaction when I saw it, right? But go ahead.
Right. No, you're absolutely correct. And so as we're like seeing that, we have to look at like where's this referenced? Where could it be mentioned before like that? And so at least one of the Arabic speakers mentions that this is a similar way that people are mentioned in the Quran. So there is like an older significance of people using that kind of phrasing to refer to the people who claim to represent Judaism or the people who represent, like all of the Jews, the sons of the Jews. It could be like various types.
What you're saying is that instead of being an insult, this might just be a reference,
right?
Sort of?
It's a reference at the end of a quote, right? And so it was, we figured out that it was a quote from a Palestinian resistance leader. So someone had said that as a quote, likely referring to, can I say the M word? Is that
Wait, what word?
The M word?
Wait, the M word?
Yeah. Here, let me type.
Why am I like
Discord.
not?
Let me type it to you in Discord.
Can you say what it rhymes with?
I don't think I can.
Oh no. I'm trying to think of M words that would not be normally said.
Check your Discord DMs. It's not a commonly used word by me. And I've never said it other than speaking about like Call of Duty matches. Anyway, that's likely what it's referring to. Basically, like standing up to a challenge of what.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't say it if we could just kind of describe what's being gotten at.
But it's basically like saying that someone is not afraid of meeting the end of their like story or their their adventure.
Which in the context of resistance makes all the sense in the world, right?
Right, as a resistance quote, and it's a quote from someone else saying it, and then I don't want to take Shakespeare's translation because hers was similar and in line with the ones that I was able to put together from like researching through this, but basically there were some people that on initial look without context were like, well, if someone said that to a Jewish person, that could have been a threat, or it could have been like a roughly like put together kind of insult. Like but looking through, like in this particular usage, specifically as a quote, it's referred to as like a group of people claiming to represent the Jews or claiming to be like the representatives of them, which in the case of people who their entire life experience has been dealing with Israel and Israel, like Zionists, like conflating Zionism with all of Jewishness. I think it's really unfair to try to tone police someone who is, like working in a different language framework than the one everyone in the West here is getting a translation in. It's very clear looking at what this like young teenager who really cares a lot about people in Palestine. He's said very clearly that he doesn't have any issue with Jewish people, only people who like are against Palestine. And it's kind of a beautiful thing to see like how much he cares and how willing he is to like get involved. So tone policing that is just a means to an end for people to find a way to like pin him and get him canceled, but it's almost
and ignore what he's saying, right? Ignore an actual perspective, which is like the only perspective that we've gotten from anyone in Yemen, right? And just say this is what you think it is. If you are, if you have that, if you have that bias to think of, somebody from Yemen must be a terrorist, must be an anti-Semite, then that just reinforces that. And you can see what somebody from Destiny's community would do with a reference to that that word that we're gonna avoid saying on Twitch, because I'm pretty sure that they've banned people for less than that. But yeah, ACAB includes tone police. Nice.
It does.
Well, hopefully, yeah, like if Shakespeare isn't able to talk to me today, it is like completely just timing that didn't work out right. But Zara's talked to Shakespeare, and she and Dat Katie, who also is maybe somewhat familiar with Arabic and
actually, it's a funny story. Dat
Katie go ahead. Yeah,
does not speak Arabic. She got in touch for me because I was trying to find a variety of Arabic speakers. She knows a bunch of people who speak Arabic, so we were able to like get a variety of opinions pretty quickly on this. And then she dove into it. She actually found the translation to the word in Hebrew, which is where we had the breakthrough, because there is a similar word in Hebrew that is that basically describes the same thing, the same concept.
Because you said before that it appears in the Quran, and I'm wondering, is this like, like a phrase that goes back to like
that's an old-timey phrase in some ways.
Right, and there's the commonality of the scripture between Islam, Judaism, and Christianity.
Right, there are some deep similarities, at least in the scripture of their holy books, and the figures too. So it's pretty fascinating to see like up close, because once Katie found that like direct analog in Hebrew, like the Hebrew translation for the word, it was just like a lot more sense, because the context was able to be like shifted into a more appropriate space than like just guessing with Google Translate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's also how we were able to like
But doesn't this belie a little bit of arrogance on the part of like people that are looking to reinforce their inductive assumptions? The fact that they're like, oh yeah, look at this, Google Translate, case closed.
It does seem a little disingenuous. Like the idea that Google Translate is going to like give you some sort of gotcha win, but it's not a competition. And like the only people who are treating it like a competition are people who are using
people who have
like
gamified debate.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like there's a serious thing happening. There's a humanitarian crisis. There are people in great danger. Like there are children that need help.
And this is a great way for them to pivot away from that.
But instead they're trying to vilify like a very young man on TikTok and Instagram who wants to do something about it and wants to see that change and wants to see that change for the better for people. And they're using this situation to go after a streamer vendetta that their parasocial faves have.
It get a W. It's W culture.
It's
once
W
again.
Culture. Because there's no W if we don't do something about the crisis that's happening in Palestine.
Yeah, yeah, they're
in Gaza. Like there are people that are struggling, that are at risk, and like it's more important for people to tone police in order to get a W because they don't like a streamer or they like another streamer more than to do like the work of raising awareness and setting things aside until we can help people.
Yeah, like if the cost of the W for your streamer and your community is an overall L for humanity, what have you got at the end of the day? What have you gotten? What have you done with your limited time here on Earth, right?
Yeah, what type of politics is that where like you care more about getting some kind of like W on somebody who's never gonna care about the weird thing that you said on the internet or like how you were extra sweaty in that one Twitter thread. No, nobody's gonna care about that, but there are people's lives at stake. And it doesn't help to derail the message of one person trying to do their best to make a difference by turning that into a moment to be weird and extra sweaty.
Yeah, and the overall, nature of this is just reinforcing inductive logic that starts off with Yemeni bad, right? People are accusing Hasan of America bad. I'm going to turn that around on them and ask them about their underlying assumptions and where this shit actually comes from. Like, right? Because it sure as fuck doesn't come from rational thought.
Right. It doesn't make sense to look at this like person and be like, oh, well, he clearly said that like where his positions are, what he cares about, what his focus is, how he supports, anybody, including other Jewish people that are, working for the cause of liberation. Like.
And again, the point is like we don't know, right? Like what's anybody's heart of hearts, like what people's opinions are about these things that they haven't really answered on. But at the same time, like we don't know, and like these are assumptions that are being made based on implicit bias, based on an overall arching way of seeing Islam and the Middle East, and like right, this is not what we want to be informed by, especially if you're saying at the end of the day is that what you stand for, your anti-Islamic stance, as Destiny said, is based on a predilection for rational thought. This isn't rational thought.
Also, to answer a quick question in the chat, so Christy Z, parasocial is like a one-sided kind of social experience. For instance, if I was very attached to like, oh, thank you. I see that several of you have answered this already.
Yeah, essentially it's an illusion that goes on where, I explain it like that. I've been tempted at times to talk about things I've learned from YouTubers as like, instead of saying this YouTuber that I watch says, I'll say, my friend says, and I'll think about it for a second and be like, why did I think that? And the reason is because it's a YouTuber that I watch a lot. And like, you know, it feels like an exchange of information. It feels a little bit like a friendship. You know, you see your friends a lot, right? If you see a YouTuber a lot, you know, and this is, you know, just like unconsciously, like what I'm doing. Obviously, I don't think that YouTubers that I watch and that don't know me from Lilith are really my friend, but it's something that, you know, it's kind of like an illusion of content that sometimes goes on to like a more or less conscious extent. And you know, people, especially with streamers, tend to feel like an attachment that's similar to a social attachment, but it's not social because it's one way. Destiny doesn't know who they are. They feel like they know who Destiny is because they're in his chat all the time. That's parasocial. That's what we mean by that. Let's see, we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes to
Do you want to not push it too close?
Well, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I could, well, all that needs to happen is that the YouTube stream needs to end. That's like the main thing that needs to happen.
I mean,
and if I can make that happen and keep the Twitch stream going and maybe even start another YouTube stream, which we could put in chat, I think that would be entirely possible. Let's take a look here and see what it would take. See what it would take to end the stream and to start.
Make it happen.
Yeah, I'll try to make it happen. I'll see what I can do. See,
Okay, so I see that y'all are hailing Sam Cedar, the only acceptable parasocial daddy.
Yeah.
So this would be like me thinking, I know. Do we go to Twitch? Actually, I think YouTube is just gonna like stop and start.
I think we'll start a new stream on like YouTube is what we'll do.
A new clean chat. And guess what that means? That means that one of you brave chatters gets to be the new first chatter in chat.
That's become a matter of contention as of recently.
And depending on what time of night or day it is, someone who normally gets it might be busy.
Okay, so I'm gonna say also, if you haven't liked the stream yet, this is gonna be your last chance, right? Okay, so how do I do this? Wait. I don't know if I can start a new YouTube stream. I'm trying to think of how to do this. How does this work? Like I would turn... Yeah, wait, no, I think I know how this would work. Let's test it out, okay? So, but then what I wanna be able to do is give you the... So if I go into here, let's just see.
You probably want to make the call pretty.
I know, I gotta do it really soon. Okay, so does this end the YouTube stream? Did YouTube stop?
I'll let you know. It'll probably take about 10 to 15 seconds before we see it. It's not ended yet.
It's not ended yet. Because we got 2 minutes.
The easiest way to...
So it should have stopped if what I did was effective.